안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 e스포츠는 작년에 진행한 쿨림픽을 통해 국내 e스포츠의 저력을, 그리고 올해 3월 글로벌 인비테이션을 통해 세계 e스포츠로서의 가능성을 확인했습니다. 2025년 우리는 더 크고 더 본격적인 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 새로운 이름으로 거듭납니다. 이제는 세계 챔피언을 뽑을 시간, 바로 월드 챔피언십입니다. 월드 챔피언십은 작년의 쿨림픽과는 완전히 달라진 새로운 선발, 그리고 새로운 대회 방식을 도입하게 되었는데요. 더 박진감 넘치고 더 많은 세계 플레이어들이 함께하는 e스포츠가 되기 위해 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 팀이 준비한 2025년의 e스포츠 로드맵, 지금부터 공개합니다. 여러분의 참여와 응원이 이 여정에 큰 힘이 될 거예요. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작해볼까요? 올해부터는 모든 선수가 자신의 지역에 배정되어 경쟁하고, 하이라이트는 바로 최강자 토너먼트입니다. 2025년에는 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 총 2회의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 개최됩니다. 플레이어는 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 통해 지역별 랭킹 포인트를 의미하는 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 RP의 총합에 따라 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있는 자격이 주어집니다. RP의 합산으로 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선의 진출자가 결정되기 때문에 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 모두 정말 중요하겠죠? 2025년 그랜드 챔피언스 리그는 월드 챔피언십을 향한 여정이 될 것이기 때문에 기존 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에서 개편되는 사항들이 있는데요. 그럼 2025년에 진행될 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 어떻게 개편됐는지부터 살펴보겠습니다. 첫 번째 변화, 바로 지역 시스템의 부활입니다. 설산, 바다, 초원, 사막 4개의 지역이 다시 돌아옵니다. 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 처음 입장하면 무작위로 한 지역에 배정되며, 내 소속 지역은 그랜드 챔피언스 리그와 프로필에서 확인할 수 있어요. 이번 밀란마 시즌부터는 관전자도 지역이 배정됩니다. 왜냐고요? 바로 지역 응원전 이벤트가 열리기 때문이죠. 멋진 응원 보상도 걸려 있으니 내가 속한 지역의 응원전 승리를 위해 열심히 참여해주세요. 두 번째 변화, 토너먼트가 돌아옵니다. 참가자들은 예선을 시작으로 본선 3개 라운드, 마지막 선발전까지 총 5번의 라운드전을 치르게 되는데요. 예선에서 주어지는 하트는 단 3개, 더 이상 실수할 여유는 없습니다. 이렇게 치열한 과정을 뚫고 최종 16인에 선발된 선수들은 토너먼트에 돌입하게 됩니다. 그리고 16강 토너먼트를 뚫고 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 최종 우승자가 탄생합니다. 최종 우승자는 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 자동 진출하는 혜택도 누릴 수 있습니다. 매 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 종료 시 지역 내 순위에 따라서 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 RP 합산 기준 지역별 상위 8명까지 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있어요. RP는 같은 지역 소속 선수들끼리 성과를 기준으로 계산됩니다. 동점일 경우 마지막에 치러진 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 순위가 높은 순으로 결정됩니다. 게임 내 지역 랭킹 메뉴에서 시즌별 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 랭킹과 종합 랭킹을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수 여러분 모두 좋은 퍼포먼스로 월드 챔피언십에서 진가를 발휘하실 거라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 쿠키러너분들의 열정적인 참여를 기다립니다. 자, 그럼 진출 순위별 RP 매트릭스에 대해서도 설명해 드려야겠죠? 같이 알아볼까요? 순위가 한 계단 한 계단 올라갈수록 받을 수 있는 포인트도 기하급수적으로 높아집니다. 결코 짧지 않은 여정입니다. 하지만 그 여정을 통해 진정한 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그, 그리고 월드 챔피언십, 여러분들의 뜨거운 참여와 응원을 기다립니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 담당자 레이나입니다. 좋은 소식으로 여러분을 다시 만날 수 있게 되어서 너무 기쁘네요. 자, 이제 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 뚫고 올라온 최강자들이 어떤 무대에서 경기를 펼치게 되는지 살펴볼 차례입니다. 월드 챔피언십, 완전히 새로운 여정이 시작됩니다. 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선은 각 지역별 8강전부터 시작됩니다. 선수들은 정상까지 단계별로 치열한 대결을 이어가게 되죠. 8강은 라운드 로빈, 4강부터 결승까지는 선승제로 치러질 예정이며 3, 4위전은 별도로 진행되지 않아요. 선수들은 온라인으로 참여하며 월드 챔피언십 예선은 중계를 지원할 예정이오니 쿠키런 채널을 통해 우리 지역의 선수를 응원해주시는 것 잊지 마세요. 이제 대망의 본선 경기 구도를 알아봐야겠죠? 이제 남은 여정은 단 하나, 세계 최고의 자리로 가는 여정뿐입니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 오프라인으로 진행되며 첫 번째 개최지는 대한민국 서울입니다. 선수들은 항공, 숙박 등 대회 참가를 위해 필요한 항목들을 모두 제공받게 됩니다. 본선 장소는 추후 고지드릴 예정이며 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 유저분들도 현장에서 같이 관람하고 즐거운 시간 보내실 수 있도록 각종 부스 프로그램도 같이 마련될 예정입니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 예선과 동일한 방식으로 진행되지만 본선이니만큼 3, 4위전이 별도로 진행됩니다. 챔피언이 탄생하는 순간까지 꼭 함께 해주시길 바랍니다.
이렇게 치열하게 진행되는 월드 챔피언십에서 부정한 방법으로 진출한 유저가 있어서는 안 되겠죠. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 팀은 어뷰징 및 비정상 행위에 대한 추적과 제재를 더욱 강화할 예정입니다. 정당한 승부 그리고 깨끗한 실력 대결이 될 수 있도록 모든 플레이어 여러분들의 협조를 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 월드 챔피언십과 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 대해 안내드렸습니다. 작년 쿨림픽에 보내주신 큰 성원 덕분에 이제는 전 세계가 주목하는 월드 챔피언십으로 나아갈 수 있게 되었어요. 그리고 월드 챔피언십에 많은 기대감을 보내주고 계시는 유저분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2025년 전 세계가 함께 뛰는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 월드 챔피언십, 지금부터 여러분의 플레이가 역사가 됩니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
무술과 쿠키들이 모여 사는 세계, 무령비림. 그리고 그곳의 오랜 전설, 사령병기전. 흑룡이 온 세상을 어지럽히던 먼 옛날, 흑룡을 무찌르려던 난세의 영웅이 존재했다. 비록 영웅은 용에게 패배하고 쓰러졌지만 마지막으로 자신의 힘을 신령한 무기 4개에 나눠주었는데 중검, 권각, 부채, 창, 이것이 바로 사령병기였다. 영웅의 제자들은 이 무기를 들고 흑룡과 싸워 승리를 거머쥐게 되지만 그 과정에서 제자들 역시 기력을 다하게 되고 사령병기는 그 힘을 이어받아 쿠키가 된다. 한편 흑룡은 사라지기 전 자신의 힘을 온 세상에 흩뿌리고 마는데 사령병기의 힘을 이어받은 쿠키들은 뜻을 함께하는 문파와 세가를 모아 봉인맹을 만들고 마침내 흑룡의 힘을 봉인하는 데 성공한다. 봉인한 힘을 관리하는 봉인사를 세우고 평화가 찾아온 지도 한참의 세월이 지나고 흑룡을 부활시키고자 하는 흑마교단의 등장과 설상가상으로 용암보주의 영향을 받아 흑룡의 힘까지 다시 날뛰기 시작하는데 과연 사령병기 쿠키들은 다시 한번 강호의 평화를 지켜낼 수 있을 것인가? 이번 업데이트에서는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 새로운 세계관 무림이 공개됩니다. 신규 레전더리 쿠키, 신규 스킨, 랜덤 챌린지 대규모 개편, 무림 컨셉의 타이틀 이벤트와 때 탈출까지 이외에도 다양한 개선 사항과 이벤트들도 푸짐하게 준비했습니다.
안녕하세요. 이번부터 업데이트 영상을 책임질 게임캐스터 김영일입니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 저희 오늘 소개해드릴 내용이 엄청 많거든요. 소개를 시작하기 전에 구독과 좋아요 부탁드립니다. 이번 타이틀 이벤트에서는 무림을 배경으로 강력한 기운을 품은 마가 핵심이 됩니다. 일정 시간마다 쿠키 주변에 마기를 두르게 되는데요. 이 마기를 강화해 나가며 파천과 흡공을 활용하여 흑화한 젤리들을 모아보세요.
무림 업데이트와 함께 찾아온 레전더리 쿠키, 흑마교주 쿠키를 소개합니다. 흑마교주 쿠키가 능력을 발동하면 공중으로 떠오르며 광환이 화려한 형태로 변화하는데요. 이 상태에서 버튼을 누르면 흑룡의 힘을 한 곳에 모아 경공으로 번쩍 도약하며 일정 거리를 순식간에 가로지릅니다. 충분한 도약 이후에는 흑룡의 에너지를 폭발시켜 주변 장애물을 단숨에 날려버리고 흑룡 결정 젤리를 생성합니다. 마법 사탕을 제작하면 일정 시간마다 흑룡의 기운이 전방을 핥히며 지나가 장애물을 파괴하고 그 자리에서 흑룡의 기운 젤리를 생성합니다.
흑마교주 쿠키의 펫 뿔사슴버섯은 능력이 발동되면 검붉은 곰팡이 질주를 하고 질주하는 동안 검붉은 곰팡이 젤리를 생성합니다. 신규 보물 위험한 비급서가 추가됩니다. 위험한 비급서는 일정 시간마다 흑마공 비급 젤리를 생성합니다. 이 젤리를 3개 모으면 어둠 호신 강기를 발동시킬 수 있습니다. 어둠 호신 강기는 강력한 어둠의 보호막을 만들어낸 뒤 곧 전방위로 폭발을 일으켜 주변의 장애물을 모조리 파괴합니다.
멋진 스킨들도 바로 소개해드릴게요. 모든 생명이 빛을 잃고 절규만이 메아리치는 파멸의 세상. 그 세상 속에서 악신의 연애는 이제 시작에 불과하다는 악신의 탄생, 흑마교주 쿠키의 슈퍼 에픽 스킨과 그 악신의 곁을 지키는 종말의 수호자 펫 스킨, 종말의 시대 뿔사슴 버섯. 그리고 지금까지 이런 맛과 식감의 만두는 없었다. 순식간에 찜기를 10개나 돌리는 만두 빚기의 고수 자두맛 쿠키의 에픽 스킨과 자두맛 쿠키의 훈련을 돕다 만두 가게 사장이 된 펫스킨, 홀서빙의 달인 사부 건자두입니다. 자두맛 쿠키와 펫스킨은 잼 교환소에서 만나볼 수 있습니다.
다음으로는 사실은 무서운 흑마교단 젤리 세트입니다. 이 젤리들 너무 귀여워 보인다고 방심하지 마세요. 흑마교의 힘으로 여러분들을 벌할 수도 있으니 조심하세요.
마교 교주의 등장과 함께 때 탈출에도 무림 컨셉이 찾아왔습니다. 초반 스테이지에서는 훈련을 하고 중반부 재미있는 기믹의 객잔을 지나 후반 스테이지에서는 본격적으로 마교의 내외부에서 마교 교주와 상대하는 쿠키들의 모습을 만나보실 수 있습니다. 이번 신규 때 탈출인 시작되는 강우의 전설은 5개의 스테이지 5주자로 진행이 됩니다. 여러분께서 직접 무림 속으로 들어가 마교의 교주를 물리쳐보세요.
정말 많은 분들께서 기다리셨던 랜덤 챌린지에도 많은 업데이트가 있습니다. 이제 천사의 레전더리 축복뿐만 아니라 다양한 새로운 축복을 골라 게임을 시작할 수 있습니다. 이번 시즌에만 쓸 수 있는 시즌 축복, 플레이 전략성을 더해줄 새로운 축복 등 다양한 축복이 추가되었으니 매판 새로운 플레이를 즐겨보세요. 시즌이 끝나도 남겨지는 나의 슈퍼플레이, 랜덤 챌린지 기록실도 추가되었습니다. 도파민 터지는 내 최고의 신기록을 돌아보고 기록 갱신에도 도전하세요. 버프에도 많은 변화가 찾아옵니다. 새로운 시너지를 낼 수 있는 신규 레전더리 버프 출시, 희귀도에 맞는 버프 밸런스 수정과 초보자도 1등을 노릴 수 있는 버프 조합 추천 기능, 드디어 랜덤 챌린지 패스가 업데이트됩니다. 랜덤 챌린지에서 점수를 쌓은 만큼 패스 레벨이 올라가서 보상을 받을 수 있어요. 그리고 프리미엄 패스를 활성화하면 축복 무료, 미리 달려보기, 그리고 한 게임에 한 번만 쓸 수 있는 필살 리롤 등 다양한 패스 전용 혜택도 이용할 수 있습니다. 또 전용 혜택을 최대한 많은 유저분들이 이용하실 수 있도록 랜덤 챌린지 패스는 결제 외에도 크리스탈을 사용하여 활성화할 수 있는 기능도 준비했으니 많은 기대와 관심 부탁드립니다. 새로운 시즌 이야기도 빼놓을 수 없겠죠? 이번 시즌은 업데이트 테마에 맞춘 무협 테마의 신규 시즌으로 여러분은 강호에 갓 입문한 수련생 쿠키로 시작합니다. 수련을 통해 다양한 내공을 높일수록 점수가 높아지며 4대 문파 중 하나의 비급을 획득하여 고수로 거듭나기 위한 여정을 떠나게 됩니다. 이번 시즌부터는 랜덤 챌린지 탑 100 위에 든 유저분들을 위한 레전더리 칭호도 추가되니 무림의 지존이 되기 위해 도전하세요.
드디어 2025 월드 챔피언십이 다가옵니다. 이번 업데이트에 오프라인 대회 모드가 열리고 월드 챔피언십의 맵을 미리 만나보실 수 있습니다. 선수분들은 우승을 향한 연습을, 유저분들도 직접 선수의 마음으로 월드 챔피언십에 사용될 맵들을 달려보실 수 있습니다. 월드 챔피언십 안내도 빠질 수 없겠죠? 월드 챔피언십을 향해서 그랜드 챔피언스 리그부터 뜨겁게 달려온 쿠키러너들이 드디어 세계의 무대에 서게 됩니다. 지역 예선은 9월 16일부터 28일까지 진행되며 본선은 10월 25일, 26일 양일간 진행됩니다. 올해는 어떤 플레이로 전 세계의 쿠키러너들을 흥분시킬지 벌써부터 기대가 되는데요. 자세한 내용은 9월 1일 월드 챔피언십 사이트에서 확인하실 수 있으니 월드 챔피언십 웹사이트도 많이 방문해주세요. 이번 업데이트에서는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 신규 유저와 복귀 유저, 성장이 추가적으로 필요한 유저분들을 위한 컨텐츠들도 함께 만나보실 수 있습니다. 먼저 튜토리얼의 개편과 함께 초보 유저분들을 도울 너무너무 귀여운 도우미 젤리곰이 추가되는데요. 이 도우미 젤리곰은 유저분들을 도와 정착을 도와주고 목표를 제시하며 보상도 제공합니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수가 되는 여정을 함께할 도우미 젤리곰, 빨리 만나보고 싶네요.
레전더리 쿠키, 펫, 마법 사탕의 성장이 필요한 유저분들을 위한 레전더리 성장 이벤트도 함께 진행됩니다. 앞으로 신규 레전더리 쿠키가 출시되면 기존 레전더리를 강화할 수 있는 이벤트를 만나보실 수 있는데요. 신규 레전더리 쿠키와 함께 미션을 클리어하면 전설의 원석을 얻을 수 있고, 이 재화를 사용해 기존 레전더리 쿠키, 짝꿍 펫, 마법사탕 재료, 레전더리 쿠키와 펫 물약도 교환할 수 있습니다. 길드전 매 시즌마다 길드원끼리 길드전에서 사용할 쿠키, 펫, 보물을 빌려주고 빌려갈 수 있는 길드 대여 창고가 신설됩니다. 모든 길드원들이 대여 창고의 빈 슬롯에 본인의 조합을 등록할 수 있고, 등록된 조합을 대여 티켓을 사용해 정해진 시간 동안 대여할 수 있습니다.
이외에도 무림 쿠키가 깜짝 등장하는 새로운 길드전 시즌이 시작되고 여러 개선 사항들도 포함되어 있으니 이번 무림 업데이트도 재미있게 즐겨주세요. 아참, 고스탐런도 돌아온다고 하네요. 9월 중순에는 온갖 독을 자유자재로 다루는 흑마교의 독립, 신규 쿠키, 백도막 쿠키가 찾아올 예정입니다. 그리고 백도막 쿠키의 신규 슈퍼 에픽 스킨, 흑마교 만독 대장로 백도막 쿠키, 패스킨인 검은 동나비 토끼만두, 게다가 복숭아맛 쿠키의 슈퍼 에픽 스킨, 질풍의 배달 협객 복숭아맛 쿠키와 만두머리 주방장 판다만두 패스킨까지 만나보실 수 있으니 많은 기대 부탁드려요.
여름의 막바지에 정말 매력적이어서 깊게 다루고 싶었고 굉장히 오래 준비한 무림 세계관을 드디어 여러분께 선보이게 돼서 너무 설레고, 팀에서도 되게 많은 것들을 준비하고 있어서 기대가 많습니다. 이번 업데이트도 정말 치열하게 즐겨주시고 다음 달, 그리고 그 다음 달도 엄청난 업데이트들이 기다리고 있으니 많이 기대해주세요.
기대해주세요.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 e스포츠는 작년에 진행한 쿨림픽을 통해 국내 e스포츠의 저력을, 그리고 올해 3월 글로벌 인비테이션을 통해 세계 e스포츠로서의 가능성을 확인했습니다. 2025년 우리는 더 크고 더 본격적인 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 새로운 이름으로 거듭납니다. 이제는 세계 챔피언을 뽑을 시간, 바로 월드 챔피언십입니다. 월드 챔피언십은 작년의 쿨림픽과는 완전히 달라진 새로운 선발, 그리고 새로운 대회 방식을 도입하게 되었는데요. 더 박진감 넘치고 더 많은 세계 플레이어들이 함께하는 e스포츠가 되기 위해 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 팀이 준비한 2025년의 e스포츠 로드맵, 지금부터 공개합니다. 여러분의 참여와 응원이 이 여정에 큰 힘이 될 거예요. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작해볼까요? 올해부터는 모든 선수가 자신의 지역에 배정되어 경쟁하고, 하이라이트는 바로 최강자 토너먼트입니다. 2025년에는 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 총 2회의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 개최됩니다. 플레이어는 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 통해 지역별 랭킹 포인트를 의미하는 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 RP의 총합에 따라 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있는 자격이 주어집니다. RP의 합산으로 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선의 진출자가 결정되기 때문에 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 모두 정말 중요하겠죠? 2025년 그랜드 챔피언스 리그는 월드 챔피언십을 향한 여정이 될 것이기 때문에 기존 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에서 개편되는 사항들이 있는데요. 그럼 2025년에 진행될 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 어떻게 개편됐는지부터 살펴보겠습니다. 첫 번째 변화, 바로 지역 시스템의 부활입니다. 설산, 바다, 초원, 사막, 4개의 지역이 다시 돌아옵니다. 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 처음 입장하면 무작위로 한 지역에 배정되며, 내 소속 지역은 그랜드 챔피언스 리그와 프로필에서 확인할 수 있어요. 이번 밀란마 시즌부터는 관전자도 지역이 배정됩니다. 왜냐고요? 바로 지역 응원전 이벤트가 열리기 때문이죠. 멋진 응원 보상도 걸려 있으니 내가 속한 지역의 응원전 승리를 위해 열심히 참여해주세요. 두 번째 변화, 토너먼트가 돌아옵니다. 참가자들은 예선을 시작으로 본선 3개 라운드, 마지막 선발전까지 총 5번의 라운드전을 치르게 되는데요. 예선에서 주어지는 하트는 단 3개, 더 이상 실수할 여유는 없습니다. 이렇게 치열한 과정을 뚫고 최종 16인에 선발된 선수들은 토너먼트에 돌입하게 됩니다. 그리고 16강 토너먼트를 뚫고 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 최종 우승자가 탄생합니다. 최종 우승자는 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 자동 진출하는 혜택도 누릴 수 있습니다. 매 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 종료 시 지역 내 순위에 따라서 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 RP 합산 기준 지역별 상위 8명까지 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있어요. RP는 같은 지역 소속 선수들끼리 성과를 기준으로 계산됩니다. 동점일 경우 마지막에 치러진 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 순위가 높은 순으로 결정됩니다. 게임 내 지역 랭킹 메뉴에서 시즌별 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 랭킹과 종합 랭킹을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수 여러분 모두 좋은 퍼포먼스로 월드 챔피언십에서 진가를 발휘하실 거라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 쿠키러너분들의 열정적인 참여를 기다립니다. 자, 그럼 진출 순위별 RP 매트릭스에 대해서도 설명해 드려야겠죠? 같이 알아볼까요? 순위가 한 계단 한 계단 올라갈수록 받을 수 있는 포인트도 기하급수적으로 높아집니다. 결코 짧지 않은 여정입니다. 하지만 그 여정을 통해 진정한 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그, 그리고 월드 챔피언십, 여러분들의 뜨거운 참여와 응원을 기다립니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 담당자 레이나입니다. 좋은 소식으로 여러분을 다시 만날 수 있게 되어서 너무 기쁘네요. 자, 이제 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 뚫고 올라온 최강자들이 어떤 무대에서 경기를 펼치게 되는지 살펴볼 차례입니다. 월드 챔피언십, 완전히 새로운 여정이 시작됩니다. 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선은 각 지역별 8강전부터 시작됩니다. 선수들은 정상까지 단계별로 치열한 대결을 이어가게 되죠. 8강은 라운드 로빈, 4강부터 결승까지는 선승제로 치러질 예정이며 3, 4위전은 별도로 진행되지 않아요. 선수들은 온라인으로 참여하며 월드 챔피언십 예선은 중계를 지원할 예정이오니 쿠키런 채널을 통해 우리 지역의 선수를 응원해 주시는 것 잊지 마세요. 이제 대망의 본선 경기 구도를 알아봐야겠죠? 이제 남은 여정은 단 하나, 세계 최고의 자리로 가는 여정뿐입니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 오프라인으로 진행되며 첫 번째 개최지는 대한민국 서울입니다. 선수들은 항공, 숙박 등 대회 참가를 위해 필요한 항목들을 모두 제공받게 됩니다. 본선 장소는 추후 고지드릴 예정이며 코키런 오븐 브레이크의 유저분들도 현장에서 같이 관람하고 즐거운 시간 보내실 수 있도록 각종 부스 프로그램도 같이 마련될 예정입니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 예선과 동일한 방식으로 진행되지만 본선이니만큼 3, 4위전이 별도로 진행됩니다. 챔피언이 탄생하는 순간까지 꼭 함께 해주시길 바랍니다.
이렇게 치열하게 진행되는 월드 챔피언십에서 부정한 방법으로 진출한 유저가 있어서는 안 되겠죠. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 팀은 어뷰징 및 비정상 행위에 대한 추적과 제재를 더욱 강화할 예정입니다. 정당한 승부 그리고 깨끗한 실력 대결이 될 수 있도록 모든 플레이어 여러분들의 협조를 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 월드 챔피언십과 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 대해 안내드렸습니다. 작년 프림픽에 보내주신 큰 성원 덕분에 이제는 전 세계가 주목하는 월드 챔피언십으로 나아갈 수 있게 되었어요. 그리고 월드 챔피언십에 많은 기대감을 보내주고 계시는 유저분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2025년 전 세계가 함께 뛰는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 월드 챔피언십, 지금부터 여러분의 플레이가 역사가 됩니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
Welcome, everybody. We continue here with the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championships 2025 preliminaries. We already started last week with 2 of the regions. Now 2 regions remain. We'll wait to see who the last 4 runners will be moving on. My name's Sherba, joined by State, just like last week, and I can't wait to see who's going to make it through today.
I'm so excited, man. Last week was an absolute blast. We had a lot of fun going through the desert and the plains preliminaries. The games were really close. We had some upsets. We had some intrigue. There was a lot of emotion on stage. I'm excited to carry on the torch here this week. You know, we're going to have 2 more players advancing today into that finals in October and 2 more advancing tomorrow as we close out the preliminaries.
Yeah, so of course we will explain a little bit more in detail once we see the graphics come up on exactly how this all works, just in case you missed out on the broadcast last week. And if you did, of course, you can always go back and check out the VODs as well and some of the highlights to see who made it through. But it was quite exciting, right? We saw some differences on some of the maps, but most of them, obviously, you kind of have a set thing. It really just comes down to who's just in better shape today, because a lot of, I mean, obviously you only get one chance really on most of the maps except in the finals, and during the round robin it's best of 1 against each of your opponents. If you're not able to get that win in that first opening match, it gets a little dicey.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun watching the players approach, because as you said, sometimes even the loadouts going in to different levels, they're a little bit different. Some people trying to optimize, playing maybe a bit more greedy, trying to get more points on the board, but it feels like the overarching theme from all of week 1 is that if you make basically 1 mistake, you're basically out of a round. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy how perfect these players are, even on the 4 and 5 star levels.
Exactly. And actually, I'm just looking at the chat really quick, and it looks like we have one of our runners who already made it through to the finals joining the broadcast today. Of course, Shuang Tim making it through in the desert preliminaries. Not sure if we're getting one guy, not sure if it's the exact same person or not. Sometimes you can't tell with the IDs. But if it is, that's great to see, of course. We will review all 4. But last week we had Sikta, Chuang Tim making it through in the desert, and then Jungho and Kukushi making it through in the plains preliminaries. So now we await to see. We've got some big names coming up this weekend as well.
Yeah, especially Gojek Vanesse playing later today is going to be a lot of fun. He's going to be here in Group A of the preliminaries, which means he'll be in the very first round. And I think a lot of fans watching at home are tuning in, wanting to see this veteran, you know, give a kind of show of force here in the World Championship, man. It's been a long time coming.
Yeah, the name's been going around for several years now, so curious to see if they'll be able to continue on into the final rounds and, of course, moving on to the final main stage as we go through towards the finals later in October. Now, we do have 2 regions remaining, as you can see in the overview here. Last week we had Desert and Plains. Now Ocean and Glacier remains 1 day each, and then the big main stage is coming up later in October 25th and 26th. All heading towards that big prize pool.
Yeah, so just to clarify, last weekend and this weekend, it's preliminaries to qualify for that World Championship Finals in October 25th and 26th. 2 players are going to be victorious here out of the Ocean group today, and 2 players will be victorious out of the Glacier tomorrow. For the rest of these groups, these 8-person groups, 6 of them are going home.
Yeah, it's actually kind of brutal when you put it that way, right?
Yeah.
You're just here 1 day, and only 2 of them will continue on. The rest of their journey ends here for this year's World Championships. Of course, you can always say you can try again the next year, but obviously you've come so far. You want to try to extend that trip just a bit. Make sure you can come back for the quarterfinals and semifinals of the main stage later on, continuing on in Seoul, South Korea. So just as a reminder, we do have all of our runners coming in for the weekend to make sure they can compete here in the preliminaries. And it is going to be held in the studio, and they all were given the same exact equipment. Of course, for those of them who maybe play with something different at home, you had a little bit of time to get used to it, and we'll see who's able to come out on top today.
Yeah, Gojek Vanesse absolutely going to be the favorite coming in here. Number 9 in the GCL, a veteran of Cookie Run Esports, completely rock solid. But you look at the lineup of players, and we have a lot of folks that rank, in the top 20, top 16, even top 10 here of the GCL. It's going to be a gauntlet for these guys.
Yeah, I think it's going to be definitely a bit of a tough region here today. But continuing on, what it's going to look like today for the broadcast. We are going through everything you see on the screen today for the full duration. So it's going to be, 5-6 hours of just constant cookie run in here today as we start with the quarterfinals, which is round robin. They're in 2 different groups, and you will play against each of the 3 other opponents. You win, you get 5 points. You lose, you get -1 point. So you definitely want to start off with a win.
Yeah, 2 wins guarantees that you at least have a potential tiebreaker to go into that finals. So thus far, we haven't had any of those. In the last weekend, we had a couple close calls where there might be 3-way tiebreakers, either for elimination or for advancement into that round of 4. But as it is so far, it's just been the clean breaks going on, and we'll see if that story continues this weekend as we look at the map pool. Here for the quarterfinals, this is the round robin stage. We're going to be playing, alternating between Beneath the Lilies on the first 3 maps, then Boiling Stock Village on the last 3 maps here in Group A, and then the same story in Group B. After we play the quarterfinals, we will know which 4 players are going to be vying for those playoff spots.
Exactly.
The semifinals will be the best of 3 stage where the loser gets to choose the map, and the finals, best of 3 stage, or best of 5, excuse me, but only 3 maps. So
Yes.
there is potential for these maps to be picked more than once in the series.
Exactly, but you can't pick them more than 2 times, so obviously that way if we do go the full distance, we will be guaranteed to see all 3 maps, but that awaits to be seen if it's going to continue on today here in the Ocean Preliminaries. So we have a total of 8 maps prepared for the day, and hopefully we'll get to see all of them. I think both days last week, eventually we did see all of the maps at least once throughout all of the matches, and here you go. As we reviewed for last week, Desert and Plains went through. There are your 4 runners from those 2 regions, and now looking forward to Ocean.
Yeah, Ocean's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to find out who will be joining Sick Duck, Chuang Tim, Jung Ho, and Kukushi in October, and it's really tough to call here in Ocean. A lot of fans, as we said earlier on in the show, they're likely looking at Gojek Vanesse as one of the favorites to emerge, but I'm telling you, Trobra, I wouldn't be surprised if he finished, say, in 3rd place in this group, because it really is that stacked. I mean, obviously want to see good performances out of everybody, but there is a world where that could happen.
I mean, for sure. I mean, last week in Desert and Plains as well, we saw, some of the runners, we thought they should be able to get through, especially with their performance earlier on in the day, and then you get to the semifinals, maybe you're there, but you only have that 1 extra best of 3.
Yeah.
If you don't win it, you're out. Your journey, your run ends there. So everyone will have to make sure that they stay in tip-top condition. It is a little bit of a competition of endurance as well. Endurance focus, making sure that you pace yourself for the rest of the day as well, because if you do make it through, you're going to have to come back and continue on in the studio, maybe 1 or 2 hours later.
Yeah, and it feels like a lot of the threats here for Gojek Vanesse, perhaps the favorite here in the Ocean group, they're lying in wait in Group B. Kokoshi is ranked 7 in the GCL right now. Yote is ranked number 4. The other two folks, I think, are both top 16. So it's pretty intense here in Group B. But, of course, we are going to be kicking off it with Group A. Kim Hyojin going to be up there in match number 1 versus Jung Dex. And then just as we explained, this is a round-robin stage. So 6 total matches. Every player in each group will play everybody else in their group at least once. The 2 best players with the best records, they will advance.
Yeah, and I think for us here on the English broadcast, the global broadcast as well, maybe some eyes specifically on our 2 players, Gojek, Vanesse, and of course Seven, as the only non-Korean players here in this region's preliminary, 1 in each group. So they're both going up against 3 other Korean players, and we'll see if they'll be able to still represent some of the other regions. Of course, we got Gojek coming in for Indonesia and Seven representing Thailand to try to continue on towards those World Championship finals later in October.
Yeah, and it's going to be really fun seeing who emerges victorious here in the Ocean group, because already the 4 players that advanced from last week, they're looking fearsome. They went through some really tough competition. There were some close calls on Saturday and Sunday, and I think the story is just going to continue to heat up here as we go through the Ocean and the Glacier, kind of ironically as we go from the desert and the plains to the Ocean and the Glacier, but it is heating up.
Listen, I like it, though. I like going towards the cooler places. I'm not much for the heat. You know what? Get me out of the desert. Get me towards the glacier. I'd rather just be out there with just extra jackets and whatnot as we watch some cookie runs. So I'm excited for this weekend.
Yeah, especially us out here in Korea. It has been a hot and sweltering summer here in Seoul. But, the weather's starting to cool off. It is fitting that we're going to the ocean and the glacier, and I just cannot wait to get into these matches. Vanesse, I really want to see this guy play. He's going to be going up in match number 2 versus hudol.
Yeah, hudol. Yeah, we'll probably shorten that to the HDD. But for those who don't know, so the shortened acronym HDD, it comes out as hudol in Korean, and that's kind of like a, ooh, like I'm trembling type of phrase in Korea. So maybe trying to put some fear into their opponents. But unfortunately, their first opponent's going to be Gojek. I don't know if he's going to be trembling in fear.
That's why he's hudol, man.
Oh, maybe he's trembling in fear. Yeah, maybe that might be it. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It looks like we do have a lot of people also kind of rooting on Gojek. And I don't know, maybe the pressure gets to you, though, right? You kind of know that a lot of eyes are on this run to try to make it all the way to the finals.
Well, one of the interesting things for me about Gojek playing in this this tournament is that he is, I believe, the oldest player that's competing here in the Cookie Run World Championship. There might be one that is older than him, but he said in the interview heading into the tournament that he doesn't really have that much time to practice anymore, not as much as he would like, and so he can't really... class is permanent, form is temporary. I'm sure he is finding practice time leading up here to the World Championship. But even for a veteran like Gojek, the trials and tribulations of life, come home from work, boot up the cookie run, get some practice in.
True.
Is that going to be enough to keep up with these young bucks who are playing as much as they want on their phones?
True,
Not a care in the world, you know what I mean?
We don't like to put too much focus on age in any category, right, or in any genre of competition here, but there is reaction time involved. There is some reaction time involved. There's some muscle memory. Now, it's going to be a nice look at, like, experience versus maybe potentially, especially, as we see some of these runners continue on towards the World Finals, is it going to be some of the young guns coming out, right? And the young runners that are able to just adapt much quicker on the day, and then maybe some of these maps that have a little bit more randomness involved and say, well, I can take you out on that because this isn't just about practice, it's about who just is faster today.
Yeah, the mechanics have been really crazy, especially there in the finals that we had on Sunday last week. I mean, going to, what was it? The snow map with so many, so much drama, so many mistakes being made, doubling down on that one. It's just... The mechanics on these high-speed maps with 5 stars, it's quite crazy.
Yeah, in the finals, it gets pretty crazy with things like Ice Cream Land and things like that. Yeah, exactly. So we'll see. But again, those are the most intense maps, of course, will be later on in the day. We're going to start, we like to say a little bit simpler. That doesn't mean it's any easier, right? Still a lot of perfection involved, and so one small mistake could cost you those first 5 points you want to get in the round robin. But once the players settle in the studio, we will be continuing on with Group A and Group B. So just as a reminder, but you know what? A bigger reminder, we've got crystals for everybody watching right now. Remember, these are time limited, as we also see our first 2 runners on there. It almost looks like they're presenting the crystals for you, so there you go. But it's ocean, ocean, go, go, go. So 2 oceans, 3 goes. Make sure you get that correctly. Share it in chat. Just because you got it doesn't mean someone else can't get it. You can all get it within the allotted 3 hours, so make sure you let everybody know in chat and let's all get those crystals.
Yeah, 3 hours. It's a really short window, as I think later on in the broadcast we might have another code for you as well, so make sure you tune in. And of course, with a time-sensitive code like this one, you wanna be on it as quickly as possible.
You wanna
let your friends know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You want to do it now because once we start watching, like we've seen some people in the audience kind of forget because you're so enthralled by the runners that we have. But here we go, kicking things off. It's going to be Kim Hyojin and Jungdex going along with his Korean ID, which has Kitty Punch on it, so giving a little bit of a mime there. But we've got Hyojin versus Jungdex. And Hyojin says right away, listen, this is 2 Cookie Run YouTubers. I can't be the one to lose. There's a little bit of honor involved here.
Yeah, both of them top 16 here in the GCL, so looking to be a very close match. And actually, the best score here as we open up on Beneath the Lilies for both of them. Remarkably close, Chobra, 737 million apiece.
Ooh, yeah. Just 200,000 point difference, which is really nothing. It's just going to come down to 1 or 2 gems. So we'll have to see. Hyojin kind of calling himself the weakest in the Ocean region. But we've seen that, the rankings coming in, the highest scores, it didn't really matter too much. It's really just whoever is able to reach the highest point today, the day of, in the studio.
Yeah, form has been very important, especially with the pressure of playing on a big stage, knowing that fans around the world are watching, knowing that you're fighting for a spot in that World Championship Finals in October with all that prize money on the line. It can get to you.
Yeah, so we'll have to see as Jungdex looking quite focused. He's almost like warming up his wrist like a cat too. He's kind of like turning it like a cat. His little pin there on his head says Jungdex as well, his ID, just going the full route, really marketing himself out here as Kim Hyojin looks a little bit nervous ahead of this first run. But again, they all get 3 runs. So just because you lose doesn't mean you're out, but you are starting on the back foot.
I think so far everybody that's advanced into the playoff stage, the round of 4 stage, is 2 wins and 1 losses or 3-0. Yes. So you kind of get, unless you want to go to a tiebreaker, you have 1 life that you can play with. If you go 2-1, say you drop the very first level here as Kim Hyojin or as Jungdex. Obviously, it's not the way that you want to start, but as long as you can lock it down in the next 2 levels, it should be okay.
Yeah, and I would like to note that Jungdex actually is kind of worried most about these 2 maps that you have to run through here in the quarterfinals because this is the round where he was eliminated last year in the Cookie Run tournament in 2024. So Jungdex trying to redeem himself, trying to go 1 step further here in 2025.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising too, but it makes sense because earlier on in the tournament like this one, we're playing on Beneath the Lilies here to start things out, and then later on we'll be switching to Boiling Stock Village for the final 3 maps of the round. These are the easiest maps that we have in the pool, in my opinion, for the entire day.
Yeah.
But it's not like you're just playing single player. You're not trying to get the highest possible score. The difficulty doesn't matter too much in that regard. It's more about how much are you going to be able to outcompete your opponent. And in some way, when the map gets easier and simpler, it really amplifies any possible mistake that you could make.
Absolutely. And as we have just mentioned, we're going to begin with Beneath the Lilies, 3 best of 1s on this one. Then we'll move on to the other map here in the quarterfinals. The cookies they'll be using are the Spinach Cookie, Ion Cookie Robot, and of course the pet, the Caterpie. And again, 3 stars, but that really means that you are not allowed any mistakes. You have to maximize the points you can get. And of course, we've seen some of the runners kind of miss out on some of those big rows of Lotus gems, and that happens, and you kind of know that you're pretty much out on that run.
Yeah, especially because those big columns of the Lotus gems with the drops, sometimes they happen later on in the map, and at that point, it's like, there isn't much room for recovery.
Yeah.
And it is something to keep in mind. When we go to maps such as Sprinkled Ice Cream Land, Torchlit Trial, you kind of feel like everybody is going to make some amount of mistakes just because of the inherent difficulty of the map. But this is, in my opinion, Beneath the Lilies right here with a player pool like we have here in this region, in the Ocean region. 1 or 2 mistakes, and you might be losing this level because everybody is just so dialed in.
Yes, exactly. And it really just comes down to, we've seen some runners try to make sure they're maximizing the points and they make more mistakes and things like that. We haven't seen too many big differences here, just 1 or 2, but it does look like it should be pretty straightforward here between Hyojin and Jungdex, as we see both of them going for the all jellies for the Spinach Cookie, and once more the all jelly blessings here for the Ion Cookie Robot as well.
Yeah, exactly the same loadout here in match number 1. I feel like sometimes we have a little bit of a change on Beneath the Lilies, but generally speaking, I think the majority of the games thus far have been all jellies.
Yeah, sometimes we'll see that focus on the bear jellies, try to maximize that just a little bit here and there, but mostly everyone just going for that consistency for the all jellies, and that really does mean that it's going to come down to 1 or 2 of those destructions, especially during the first phase here with the Spinach Cookie. Of course, can you get that extra jump towards that relay with the Ion Cookie Robot, which then gives you that opportunity to secure 3 or 4 extra Lotus Gems at the end. And last but not least, you mentioned earlier, State, those big columns of 2, 4 columns of Lotus Gems. Can you make sure you're getting all of them on the drop with the Ion Cookie Robot?
Yeah, of course, here on Beneath the Lilies, you get 100,000 points for each Lotus Gem collected. So that is typically the main focus, but because you're trying to find an edge over your opponent, and because the cookies here, the spinach cookie with those destruction points becomes a focus, yeah, whether you're able to get every single obstacle cleared, get all those destruction points and tally them up early is going to be very important. Do you know those combos? Do you know those timings? We're going to find out pretty soon as map number 1 going to be coming to you shortly. Our players nearly ready here on stage.
Yeah, it looks like they're just waiting for the green light here from the admins to jump into this first run. Once again, this is going to be Kim Hyo-jin and Jungdex, 2 Cookie Run YouTubers here from Korea. Kim Hyo-jin is first time competing offline, so kind of nervous coming in as a relative newbie, especially with some of these names like Jungdex and Gojek Vanesse here, even hudol actually within his own group, so going up against some more, I guess, legends we could say within the scene. But we'll see if he can leave a new mark as we get ready here for the very first match of the quarterfinals. Group A within the Ocean region. It's going to be Kim Hyo-jin versus Jungdex competing on Beneath the Lilies to see who can secure the first 5 points to kick things off today in the Ocean Preliminaries.
All right, the game is loaded up. The countdown is done. Kim Hyo-jin on top, Jungdex on bottom, and we are kicking off map number 1 here in the Ocean Preliminaries. Let's get going on Beneath the Lilies.
Yeah, just beginning off mostly pretty stable early on. We do see some runners miss out on some of those early Lotus Gems, but today it does seem like it's not going to be too much of an issue. The first thing we're going to be wanting to look out for, not only the Lotus Gems, but as we go through the next phase with the spinach cookie, can you get all the destruction, especially on those cogwheels?
Yeah, destruction points coming in right there. Very close scores right now. Only a 20,000 point difference between these two as they're navigating the early game very well. Some more destruction points coming in.
Okay, it's been nice and smooth. No big mistakes from either runner yet today to kick things off.
Yeah, getting all those pink bears, even these jumps between the frogs, nice and easy on both sides. And this is one of the tricky parts about this one. You know, we're looking at differences of 1 or 2 jellies right here in the early game. Jungdex on top with about 55,000 points in total, but
yeah, Jungdex has been always consistently getting that 1 or 2 extra jelly though, right? So that's why we consistently see that going from like 10 to 20k to 50k. Both of them still getting that rainbow bear jelly as well. And here we go. Do you get oh, they're actually both going to go the safer route, not maximizing the entire spikes, but that will keep Jungdex in the lead.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw last week some players, when they go down for those spikes at the end, they take a little bit of damage. They can absolutely end your run. So both these players erring on the side of caution here, not taking the risk and collecting every single Lotus Gem thus far. I don't believe one has been missed yet.
Yeah, I don't think so, but this does start to put a little bit of pressure on Kim Hyo-jin, right? If neither of you are making big mistakes, I mean, it doesn't matter how close you are, but if you're losing, you're losing. You got to find a way to catch up.
Yeah, I think right now you just try and get every single jelly and hope for the best. If we had a game close out with a 60,000 point difference, it would be an absolute madhouse.
Yeah, that would be an absolute legendary match. Here we go.
Okay.
This is an opportunity for Kim Hyo-jin. Can he make sure that he gets every single one as they go across the pedals? Jungdex not missing one yet either, though. Jungdex trying to make sure that he's keeping the lead, and both of them will continue on, and Jungdex keeps his lead at approximately 200,000.
Yeah, it increased by 100,000 points because Kim Hyo-jin took the safer route and actually went for 1 skip right there. It's much easier to be able to lock down every single jump and collect, what, 99% of the Lotus Gems, only missing 1. But Jungdex being a bit more risky there. Now, okay, here these jumps come in. Jungdex did mix a couple of those on the bottom, and here's the first drop on the column.
Yeah, and it's clean for both, which means once again, Jungdex keeps his lead. Again, 1 or 2 of those, they both land pretty much at the exact same spot here on the relay. So Jungdex still sitting comfy.
That lead is compounding. It's still a very small one. All right, size up coming in. Drop on both columns. Both players able to nail that perfectly. I think maybe 1 or 2 Lotus Gems were missed by Jungdex.
Yeah, so that narrows it down a little bit, right? You're looking at that score. It's at 200. Now it goes back up to 500 as Kim Hyo-jin misses 1 extra one. So it's really, I think it's going to come down at the very end maybe to see if they can both secure all the way the complete row of Lotus Gems.
Yeah, especially because the distance is basically the exact same on both these players. This is one of the closest matches matches that we've had in the entire preliminaries thus far.
Yeah, it has been quite close, but Jungdex now starting to shoot forward on that transformation, maximizing the destruction and the Lotus Gems that he's able to get. And I think that should be able to secure him most of the lead, unless we see a crucial mistake. I think that transformation into Phase 3 earlier might have been the difference maker.
Yeah, he's all the way up to 2 million points right now, and he just needs to defend his lead. There isn't much map left here for Kim Hyojin to try and close it out. He has to get every single jelly, every single Lotus Gem, but no! He misses 2 more Chobra!
Yeah, and Jungdex just making sure to utilize that Phase 2 transformation, using the drop and then the rise back up in the transformation to collect all of them. He cleans up the final row as well,
Wow.
and that's going to give Jungdex a 5 million point lead and a celebration as he gets his first win here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, great play right there by Jungdex. That was a very close map through, like the first 75% of it? It was neck and neck, 200,000 point difference.
Yeah.
But in that latter section, it gets a lot trickier with the columns coming in, with some of these jumps and double jumps that you have to do to collect every single Lotus Gem. Even Jungdex was missing a couple of them. It wasn't the perfect run, but just edging out Kim Hyojin.
Yeah, I think just staying calm has been the name of the game here for Jungdex. But overall, Kim Hyojin still a pretty good run. It's just 1 or 2 of those, especially the transitions into Phase 3 of the Iron Cookie robot, costs him the big point difference. You see the destruction as well, just a little bit in the lead, and then the Lotus Gems compounding here for Jungdex gives him the +5 points here in the quarterfinals. Kim Hyojin will be sitting at -1, but of course, nobody's eliminated just yet. He has a chance to try to beat the other opponents here in his own group.
Yeah, of course. We're going to be going into match number 2 in a moment with what? Hudol.
Hudol.
It's funny because I can read the Korean text, but then I try to pronounce it in English.
Yeah,
it's a little bit tricky the way you have to say it. Versus Gojek Vanesse, which I know a lot of folks in the chat have been very excited that he's going to be competing today. I'm also excited to cast him for the very first time, Chobra, and I think that's going to be a headliner match.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just waiting to see if Gojek's going to put up the performances that we're kind of expecting and used to seeing online. If we can see that come out here live in the studio, offline, when you're given that one chance in some of these best of ones. But I think we should, the baseline should be that we're expecting a great run.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
I mean, I think that he's the favorite absolutely here in Group A to advance into that round of 4. He is just a behemoth of a force to try and compete with, and we're going to be seeing him on Beneath the Lilies in just a moment. Yeah, it's going to be very exciting, especially to have a veteran like this come onto the stage trying to qualify for the World Championship here in 2025. I wonder how he's going to do.
Yeah, I am very curious. Now, we are going to have to, of course, allow a little bit of time for the players to swap as they come onto the stage and make sure that they're settled in. It takes a little bit longer on the first time around, and then once everyone's had a go, it's a little bit quicker as we just swap one player each to go through the round robin. So we ask for your patience, but in just a moment, it will indeed be time to see Gojek here live in the studio to compete in the quarterfinals here for the Ocean Preliminaries.
Yeah, a legend in Cookie Run Oven Break. It's going to be really fun to watch him compete, and I'm wondering how he's going to hold up versus these folks, just because he was saying in his interview that he really doesn't have that much time to play anymore, and we all know the skill ceiling in this game when it comes down to, as we saw there in the very first match of the day, missing a couple of Lotus Gems in the later stage, especially when you have the cookie transitions. You pick up a little bit more speed. Sometimes it's harder to nail those combos, even at the top level. That's the kind of thing that, from my perspective, even if you come in as a veteran, you have the know-how, you have the knowledge, but mechanically, if you're not practicing or if you can't find enough time to practice, will you be able to hold up and execute? Because that versus game knowledge is a completely different beast.
Yeah, exactly. I think the most important thing, again, is going to be that consistency. We see most of our runners, whoever's the most consistent throughout the entire day, ends up winning that out. And for that, the practice is going to matter. A lot of it is muscle memory, except for some of those maps where there's a little bit more randomness, a little bit fast reaction time involved. But a lot of this is, if you're consistently making sure you're not making mistakes, now you're in the studio, you make like one mistake, but your opponent makes 2, that could be the difference breaker here to move on to the next stage.
Yeah, actually, thinking back to week number 1 and the winners that we had, it feels like, generally speaking, the safer, more stable play has won out versus the players who try to get a little bit more greed.
In general.
Generally speaking, the players that go for, say, all jellies versus just trying to maximize like the pink bear jellies, it seems like they're a little bit ahead on the curve. And I wonder if this is the kind of thing which, we talked about this a lot last week, competing on stage and the added, not just anxiety, but being in a completely different environment from your home or from wherever you typically play the game. It can take you out of your element a little bit. is a pro player.
Absolutely.
And so I'm wondering how much of that is, say you're at home, you're able to practice under the most perfect circumstances. You're all snuggled up on the couch or whatever. You got like a nice tea or a nice coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
You're in your pajamas. You're chilling.
Yeah.
You can play. You can go for like the Pink Bears. You can go for whatever greedy line that you want. And you might be able to do it. But then you come onto a stage like this one, and, well, maybe if you're flying into Korea, you haven't adjusted to the time difference yet, or you're still getting acclimated to the environment. Maybe even coming down to the studio, getting used to the lights, being on camera all the time, as some players have seemed a little bit anxious about that on stage. It turns into something different where suddenly you're not able to reach that personal best that you set for yourself at home. In fact, basically all of our players, I'm struggling to think of any instance where a player had a better run here in the live event versus the personal best that they recorded at home. It's always lower.
I mean, that's probably something that we would have to commemorate whenever it does happen, right? Because in any competition, right, even in just other traditional sports, you're generally not seeing your personal best happen like during a live tournament. It's very rare. That's why world records are obviously very hailed. So if it does happen, it will be very special here today for the preliminaries. But like you mentioned, it's about getting used to it. It's about how quickly you can adapt to whatever situation you're given. Maybe the gear is different from what you use at home, right? Maybe you're using a tablet. Maybe you're using a different phone. Of course, everyone's on equal footing.
Yes.
But maybe it just so happens that you're using the same type of phone at home. That is going to make you a little bit more comfortable. The other runner is going to have to adjust a little bit. So that all comes into play. But this is all a long-winded way of saying you just have to be better. You just have to be better. If you're better, you win, right? You just have to make sure you prepare.
That's excellent analysis.
It sounds brutal. It sounds brutal, but you just have to make sure you cover all your bases.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely all right. The interesting thing to me has just been the fact that consistently it feels like the safer play has won out over the greedier play, especially in the finals of some of these things where we have some players just absolutely taking the greediest lines, and then you see, they got hit by a spike, they took some damage, their run is basically over. It's very interesting, and I'm going to be following that trend here as we go through the second week. The second match here in the Group A quarterfinals of the Ocean Regionals is about to kick off. Hudol going up against Gojek Vanesse here on stage. Gojek says, let's have fun and let's step it up to a next level.
All right, let's see. Both of these runners right now in this matchup, a bit older, more veterans here in this group. And overall for this region, both hudol and Gojek Vanesse, we've seen them around for a while. Some of the Korean runners kind of giving their respect to hudol, saying they've been seeing him run in Cookie Run since Cookie Run Classic a long time ago. And you can just see, both of them kind of encouraging and respecting each other as well, but also hudol just wanting to be the best family man he can be. And of course, a win would help a lot in contributing to that.
Oh, absolutely. And for these veterans on stage right now, I think that they're going to be pretty comfortable. It's not like the lights are going to be getting to them all that much. Hudol looks like he's still settling in right now with his headset. And we're going to be going into match number 2 here in just a moment. Make sure you got everything ready to go.
Gojek Vanesse, of course, a lot of people looking forward to see how he performs as we get ready for Beneath the Lilies. Once again, a best of 1 during the round robins here. Whoever wins will be getting their first +5 points in the round robin.
Yeah, +5 points for a victory, -1 points for a loss. You're looking to get at least 2 wins if you want to qualify for that round of 4 playoffs that will be taking place later today. We're going to Beneath the Lilies for the second time tonight. Spinach Cookie and Ion Cookie Robot are going to be the cookies selected here by both the players as we take a look at the loadout here in match number 2. Both players opting for all jellies here on the Spinach Cookie as we continue to scroll down, and let's see what the second candy is going to be. It's another all jelly.
Yeah, there you go. So once again, just trying to maximize across all the jellies possible here in this run and on Beneath the Lilies. So once again, it's just going to come down to the 1 or 2 mistakes, the 1 or 2 Lotus Gems, potentially that 1 extra obstacle that you can destroy. And with these veterans, I think both of them also quite aware exactly what it's going to come down to, so that might add a little bit of pressure, as once again, this is going to be the first matchup between hudol and Gojek Vanesse as they compete to see who will take the lead here in the round robin of Group A in the Ocean Preliminary quarterfinals. A best of 1 on Beneath the Lilies, and let's find out which veteran will rise to the top and race towards the finish line.
All right, the game is starting. Hudol on top, Gojek Vanesse on bottom. We are going back to the Lotus Gems here on Beneath the Lilies for match number 2.
And just nice and clean starts here. I don't expect either of them to missing any of these early Lotus Gem jellies. That would be a little bit tragic almost with the expectations held for both of these runners.
Yeah, and I wonder whether either of them is going to go and try and dip down for that extra destruction point here at the end of this earlier stage. So far, players have been a little bit more safe on the spikes, and when they haven't been, occasionally that greed does get punished.
I mean, 800-point difference so far. Now a little bit of change back and forth and swinging.
Like one jelly.
Yeah, this is so insane that it's coming down to this close of a difference. Okay, that's one Lotus Gem Jelly missed here for Gojek, though.
Yeah, one gets missed there by Gojek, and so now he's down 300,000 points to try and compensate with some extra destruction points coming here in just a moment.
Now let's find out. Still staying calm, though. We don't see any change on the camera for either of these. Hudol, or maybe we'll call him HCD here at the top, really focused in, zoned in on his phone right now.
Oh yeah, he's playing this so well. Really clean start for him,
okay.
actually getting a nice lead here in the early stages.
Yeah, both of them going for that extra destruction, but Hudol actually just maximizing the Lotus Gem so far as well, keeps him in a hefty lead. So Gojek's going to have to do a little bit of extra work coming into this next area.
Well, usually here on this map, the winner is often decided when we switch to the second cookie, when the Ion cookie comes in. But, oh man, another Lotus Gem gets missed here by Vanesse.
Yeah, I mean,
really want to close the distance before you get to that second stage to give you a better chance, right?
Exactly. It's just kind of adding on one Lotus Gem Jelly at each of these sections, and that starts to really widen the gap. Gojek still trying to stay focused, but I think it might be getting to him, as you can see the point difference there. Let's see if he can maximize all the Lotus Gem Jellies here across the petals. Both of them looking good. Hudol misses one earlier. Gojek still looking to maximize, and he completes the run, but it's still going to be the same point difference.
And this is another one right there on the column drop down. It just feels like this chip damage coming in from hudol. He's getting so much done by just being consistent. He has been completely on point thus far, and no, you head into the second stage with this many points as a buffer. As Gojek misses another Lotus Gem Jelly, you're going to be feeling so good.
Yeah, let's see if you can get all the columns, though. Of course, you want to maximize that. Both of them doing it, which means that Hudol will continue to keep the lead. Both of them getting that extra jump on the relay as well, so no big difference just yet.
Yeah, the distance basically equivalent on both these sides. I think it's really going to come down to the navigation here as we switch to the Ion Cookie. All right, size up, drop down coming in. Both players able to clear every single one of those 4 columns.
Yeah, and you can see the point difference just remaining steadily at 3 million. Both of them just skipping that one extra Lotus Gem Jelly, and that continues to give the edge. Another extra Lotus Gem miss from Gojek. So many eyes looking to Gojek, as a lot of people have been looking up to Gojek this entire time in Cookie Run Oven Break, and so far it's been a little bit difficult to answer that call here on stage.
Yeah, but honestly, I don't even think it's that Gojek is playing poorly. I think Hudol is just completely locked in right now. A 5 million point lead. I've had my eyes glued on the screen. It feels like he's barely missing anything, Chopra.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is what we talked about. When it's a bit of a quote-unquote simpler map and a simpler course, it really just comes down to how little of a mistake are you making. It's not that Gojek's had any giant blunders, right? You know, no collisions or anything like that, but it's just, you know, the Lotus Gem Jellies, they keep adding up.
I mean, there's only maybe 40 million points left on this map, and how are you as Gojek Vanesse going to be able to close the distance on this one?
And just a couple extra jumps at the end. Man. He will maximize whatever he can, but so does Hudol, and he will be sitting healthy with 3 extra million points to take the win in their first matchup.
That was a really impressive play coming out from Hudol here in his first match of the day, taking down the fan favorite Vanesse in honestly convincing fashion.
Yeah.
Now, Beneath the Lilies, it's one of the simpler maps, but usually on these simpler maps, that's when these mistakes get amplified because they're so much more impactful, and it felt like he was just captain consistency. He hardly missed anything. I think his final score is like 732. Yeah, 732, almost 733 million. To put that into perspective, like the high score for these folks is usually between like 735 and 737. Mm-hmm. That is an astounding performance.
Yeah, you see the one extra obstacle on as well. That adds to a lot of the points, but also it's really coming down to, you know, the 5, 6, maybe even 7 Lotus Gem Jellies that all start to add up. So it will be Hudol takes the win, but I mean, fans from Indonesia, do not despair just yet. It's a round robin. Gojek currently sitting at -1 points, but you still have a total 10 points remaining to be taken if he's able to win the remaining 2 matches in the round robin.
Yeah, and he's actually going to be staying on camera, or on stage, I should say, for match number 3 here in just a moment. It'll be him going up versus jung, who does have a victory earlier on beneath the lilies. So it might be a little bit of a tough match here for an Indonesian fan favorite.
And Gojek specifically called out jung as the scariest opponent here in this group, saying he's a monster. So he doesn't look like a monster on stage, but apparently he's a monster. And from what we saw earlier, obviously a very good performance here right away on stage. Now, both of them already having played one, so a little bit of time to adjust to the stage, the lights, whatever else it might be. So we'll see who comes out on top here in the next matchup. It will continue with Beneath the Lilies for just one extra match, so both of them having another run back here.
Yeah, again, the format here for this round-robin stage, it's 6 maps in total because everybody's going to play everybody at least one time, or I shouldn't say at least one time unless there is a tiebreaker.
Sure.
And so 3 of those maps, Beneath the Lilies, and then we move to another map for the following 3, and then we'll do it one more time in Group B later on today.
Yeah, so we'll find out. Gojek obviously now sitting at that 1 loss, so very important to get this win to try to equalize things, leave his chances a bit better going into the potential final match to make sure he can rise all the way to a total of 9 points, which should get you pretty much into the next stage. But if you're down to -2, then you're kind of hoping and praying for a tiebreaker and another chance to have 1 extra run for a tiebreaker to try to make it into the next phase.
Yeah, I think the only way you can advance if you have 2 losses in a group like this one is with a tiebreaker, because it's only 6 maps in total across all 4 players. It is this round robin stage as jung once again does his little cookie dance on stage.
Yeah, a little celebration. Jung sitting at a best score of 737 million. He got very close to it actually earlier on in the earlier run with 736.8. So might be able to beat his best score here on stage if he goes for another go here against Gojek. Gojek warming up his hands, making sure that he's able to just secure, a couple of those extra Lotus Gem jellies.
Yeah, you got to lock in here as Gojek Vanesse, because that first stage here on Beneath the Lilies on the previous level, it wasn't that great. It wasn't the cleanest. There were a lot of Lotus Gem jellies that were missed. Yes, your opponent, hudol played perfectly on their top side. A really high score, I think 732, 733 million. But here is Vanesse. You kind of need to brush that last match off. You can't let the momentum build up, because this is a series and group-defining match coming in here for Vanesse. Should you drop this second match, suddenly your odds of advancing from this group into the playoffs are very, very low.
Yeah, you really want to make sure that you keep your chances. You don't want to leave your fate in other matches' hands. You want to make sure that you have full control. Preparing here for match number 3, the last match of this group on Beneath the Lilies. After this one, we will be switching to Boiling Stock Village. So both of these runners, I don't think we'll expect to see any changes in the loadout here. So it should just be blessings for all jellies across the entire run. And that means, once again, comes down to just 1 or 2 of those minor mistakes.
Yeah, 1 or 2 minor mistakes, and we need very clean performances out of both of these players. Jung already at 1 win, by the way. If he gets 1 more win, he is in a very comfortable spot in this group, as each player is going to have 3 levels played in total. With 2 victories, you guarantee that you at least have a tiebreaker follow-up. Should it go to 3 players with a 2-1 record, that is going to be your seed into that round of 4, as you will be all but securing his spot in that final stage. And regional preliminaries here for the Ocean Group, continuing on with a quarterfinal Group A match number 3. Gojek Vanesse versus jung. The players are getting ready on stage.
Yeah, Gojek versus jung. Gojek, the sole non-Korean representative here in Group A of the Ocean Preliminaries, here representing Indonesia, with fans from around the world and, of course, especially from Southeast Asia, cheering him on. Continues for another go against jung in the round robin of Group A in the Ocean Preliminaries, heading towards the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship.
All right, and we run it back one more time here on Beneath the Lilies for Group A, match number 3. Gojek Vanesse on top, jung on bottom. And for me, Chopra, my eyes are going to be here on this early stage. How solid is Gojek Vanesse going to be in terms of collecting all these Lotus Gem jellies and also getting all those destruction points?
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to fall behind. It started to really, add up earlier on in that previous run, so Gojek going to try to stay focused for this entire run.
Yeah, And thus far, it's been a very nice early start here for Gojek. No Lotus Gems missing just yet, and if he continues on this tread, I'm going to be feeling a lot more confident in his odds.
Yeah, so far just keeping, 1 or 2 jellies ahead for the time being. We'll see if Jung next maybe tries to greet a couple phases here, and both of them securing all of those Lotus Gems, and in the next phase as well.
Yeah, double jump securing those gems there on top as neither player's missed a single one yet. So it's about a 90,000 point difference between the two of them, that mostly coming down to just these basic jellies.
Yep, securing the Rainbow Bear Jelly, now soon coming up, of course, for that destruction as we transform into the spinach cookie. And okay, Gojek going for the extra destruction as well. That gives him a hefty lead.
Yeah, he got one more spike, and that's going to be a lot of points on the board now, all the way up to 1.2 million. It's a greedier play, and man, risking it all right here with basically your tournament life on the line here. As Gojek versus the favorite in this group who's already won one match.
Yeah, Gojek now realizing that he needed to go for that extra greed a little bit. Looking a lot calmer too, I gotta say, right? Not making the same mistakes that he did in the earlier run, securing every single one of these Lotus Gem jellies. Now that puts some pressure on Jungdex here.
Yeah, this is the Gojek that we expected to see today. He has been rock solid, just brushing off that earlier match, locking in here for match number 2.
Yeah, just looking absolutely fine. And let's see if both of them continue on. One Lotus Gem jelly miss from Jungdex. Looks like he almost slipped up, but he regains. He's going to try to continue on, not missing any more.
Wow.
But that still gives a little bit of an edge for Gojek.
Gojek, he went for the greedy line again, and he didn't miss a single one on those lily pads. It's just an extra 100K points, but you can see that Gojek is playing for everything right now. 1.1 million point lead. First drop coming in here. These are the small columns. Okay, 2 Lotus Gems do get missed. You do have a buffer to work with here as Gojek. Can he nail the double column?
And both of them gets it clean. So Jungdex still the one with a little bit of pressure to try to catch up. Now landing a bit more ahead on the relay as well. So that might help secure 1 extra Lotus Gem jelly at the end for Jungdex.
Jungdex with a little tiny bit more distance. We'll see if that's consequential. But first, size up coming here on the drop down. Jungdex actually missing one of those Lotus Gems all the way in the very top left.
Yeah, and that brings it back to a 1 million point difference, doesn't it? So Gojek Vanesse realizing that he should still be okay, but we've seen a million flip. We can see that point gap flip for sure for the remainder of the race, so Gojek's got to stay focused.
Gojek just looking so solid thus far in this level. You can see him shaking his head and laughing a little bit. Not sure what's going on in that moment as he's continuing to look so solid, Chogra.
Yeah, I think wanted to try to secure both of the buffs earlier on, but he realizes that Jungdex missed it as well as the point difference kind of stays consistent. So now both of them staying focused in the last couple phases here of this race.
All right. Single jump coming in, gets a double jump too to collect
Jungdex.
every single Lotus Gem.
Yeah, missed out on another one. So this is kind of flipped now from the previous run where Gojek started to miss 1 or 2 extra ones at each jump. Now Jungdex missing 1 or 2 in the remaining jumps. Now he did have that little extra distance, but I think Gojek should also have just enough towards the end here to make the last jump to secure as many Lotus Gem jellies as possible. And exactly, it's only going to make the difference for a couple basic jellies. And Gojek will take the win with 735 million.
Wow, that is a lot of points right there, Trower. That was a fantastic performance from Gojek. Now this group just got way more interesting.
Yeah,
with Gojek going 1-1 and now Jungdex also being 1-1. That raises the odds of a potential tiebreaker coming down the pipeline significantly higher here. And you can see for Gojek on stage, he's feeling a lot more comfortable, but that win meant a lot to him.
Yeah, exactly. I love it happens this way as well, right? With everything still in contention, anyone can still make it through as we're just reaching the halfway mark here for the round robin. We'll be taking a look at the scores and the overview for both, but you can see Jungdex a little bit flustered, and he knows that the small mistakes start to add up, but it's great to see that Gojek has kind of regained here coming into the second run.
Gojek coming into this tournament, his best score on this level, 735.5 million. He just did 735.2.
Ooh, all right. Very, very close. I mean, nearly breaking his record. We can see there the obstacle destroyed make a huge difference, and then, maybe 2 or 3 Lotus Gem jellies here ahead for Gojek Vanesse. So I'm sure people around the world watching right now kind of cheering on Gojek, trying to represent Indonesia here in this group and this region, and he still keeps his chances alive.
Yeah, only non-Korean here in Group A of the Ocean region, as a lot of the international fans are going to be cheering for him. And that was just a very impressive performance. But, now we're done with Beneath the Lilies here for Group A. We're going to be moving on to map number 2.
Yeah. Yeah, Boiling Stock Village. Now this, of course, coming down to a lot of that destruction. So we've seen a lot of runners kind of get split on this one, right? Some people actually love it because they think there's a little bit of more micro involved. They think they can have a little bit more skill expression. Other runners are like, this seems a little messy, you know? This isn't my type of map. I like the kind of clean, it's about the clean jumps and whatnot, not the destruction and the skills. So we'll see if some of our runners shine a bit more here in the second phase.
Yeah, it's a little bit more combo focused with the destructions, but honestly, even Beneath the Lilies, even though it's not naturally a destruction-focused map, it's all about the Lotus Gems. I feel like typically the winner is decided, in these close matches at least, by the destruction points, about who is greedier, and if they are greedy, are they able to get it? Because remember that very first spike, or I should say the last spike that Gojek Vanesse was able to get, that gave him a significant boost.
Oh, yeah.
He was up 1.2 million, I think, after that, and that was basically the margin of victory at the very end of the level. And so even on these earlier maps, Beneath the Lilies, a lot of this coming down to destruction points. So I'm expecting even the players who they say they aren't exactly fans of this kind of thing, or they rather play just strictly for the jellies or the points as opposed to destruction, they're going to be very well practiced for this specific kind of game.
Yeah, exactly. So now looking at hudol versus Kim Hyo Jin, and of course we'll introduce the map here in just a second, but hudol sitting at 1 win, Kim Hyo Jin sitting at 1 loss. So it's the same story. Kim Hyo Jin, especially now having watched Gojek secure his win, making the records 1-1. Hyojin really wants to get that win to tie everybody up and put this entire group into chaos.
Yeah, and hudol really impressed me with his opening performance there versus Gojek, up 1-0, now leading this group with a perfect score thus far. I wonder how he's going to do here as we switch over to Boiling Stock Village, because the lines and the caution with which he approached Beneath the Lilies was very impressive. He was so consistent, it felt like he was hardly missing anything. If he did miss something, it wasn't as if, generally speaking, he would make a mistake. It was more that he was just playing more safe, more conservative, just trying to get consistency and points across the board. But as you said, when we move to Boiling Stock Village and suddenly you get gold coins for obstacles destroyed, you're playing with Orange Cookie, the Schneeball Cookie, you're playing for or Yugwa Cookie, excuse me, you're playing for all of these destruction points.
Yes, exactly.
It's much harder to be consistent. It's more about the combos.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, everything compounds here on this setup because you've got the fire starter for the extra points and destruction. Then, as you say, you get the coins, and then you're using treasures that turn the coins into extra jellies that gives you extra points. So, like, it really, one destruction obstacle missed, and suddenly the point gap just starts to amplify once more, and again, it starts to multiply upon each other. So you want to be very careful. Obviously, the big changes will come through in the Orange Cookie, but starting with the Yugwa Cookie as well, you know, one extra jump timing could make all the difference as we see the blessings here. It's going to be destruction points for both in the beginning. Now, we've seen some changes, or differences rather, in the Orange Cookie, but both of them this time going for yellow bear jelly. So, you know, sometimes we've seen some runners take destruction points, sometimes it's been during blast mode, but both of them saying, I just want the yellow bear jellies.
Yeah, keeping it nice and simple there, opting for the yellow bear instead of these destruction points. And I'm wondering what the approach is going to be from both of them, because the combos are so tricky here. Even though this is only a 3-star map, Boiling Stock Village, it feels like one of the more difficult ones just because of the nature of destruction points. If you miss a couple of combos, if your input isn't perfectly timed, then suddenly a very big point discrepancy can emerge between you and your opponent. And should you find yourself in a situation like that one, Chobra, you have to start doing some calculus in your head. Like, okay, well, say I have like 3 or 4 million point gap. How do I close it? Do I get more greedy? Do I try and be safer and more consistent and hope that they make the mistake by being greedy? It becomes a very complicated situation for the players. So interested in seeing what the approach is going to be here as we're getting ready to kick off Boiling Stock Village. The first time this map is going to be played this weekend.
All right, it does look like we might have to do a quick reset on the room as the admins are double checking. It looked like we were just about ready to jump in, but hudol saying, I think there might be an issue. So we'll just wait to get the go-ahead from the admins. Might have to do a little lobby remake. But again, this one, I like watching it, but obviously it really just comes down to, do some of the runners enjoy it? Do they like the technique? And do they think they can find consistency? Whereas someone like Kim Hyo Jin has stated that he feels that it always feels different. Every time the destruction feels a little different once you go into Boiling Stock Village. So he's going to have to find that consistency here on stage.
Absolutely. And, you know, one of the impressive things, or I should say surprising things from hudol coming into today is that the map he was most worried about playing was Beneath the Lilies. And his performance was so good on that level that coming in here to Boiling Stock Village, if Beneath the Lilies, if that performance was his baseline, how high can this guy get? Because he comes in the lowest ranked player in the GCL for group number A, ranked number 22 overall within the Oceans region versus what? The rank 9 of Gojek, the rank 14 of Hyojin, 11 from Jung Dex. He's the underdog by a wide margin, but he's the only undefeated player thus far, and he had a great performance there on a map that he said isn't his strength.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, not enjoying destruction maps either, though, here from hudol, so something that we'll have to look out for. Looks like not really particularly a fan of either of the quarterfinal maps, but see if he can regain that confidence as we get ready to jump into match number 4 in the Group A round robin of the Ocean Preliminaries.
All right, match 4 kicking off here in the Ocean Preliminaries. It's going to be hudol on top, leading the group 1-0 versus Kim Hyojin, looking to get his first win of the day.
Yeah, this early phase, you're kind of spamming through to make sure, but then you wait on that last one right before you transform, trying to maximize the destruction points, and both of them seem quite equal with only 10,000 points separation.
Yeah, very reminiscent of the earlier levels where the early stages of these maps are just so figured out. It's what you practice. But oh no, Hyojin!
Well.
Oh, a huge grimace.
Yeah, it starts to compound because he kind of was late on that jump to throw the badge, and then he's trying to redeem himself, but he jumps right into the collision. This is why, because obviously the cookies don't stop running, so the timing starts to get a little bit messed up when you make one mistake.
Yeah, the energy already depleted here for Kim Hyojin as he looks a little bit flustered. Already down 0-1 in this group. It is not the way you want to start, and almost feel like a little bit of caster curse right there, because I was going to say usually these early stages of the maps, because when you're practicing, it's what's going to be the most fresh in your mind. They're the most solved. It's the rarest situation to find a difficulty like that in the early stages, but Hyojin, just one small misstep, and now hudol in a very comfortable position here, up 2.3 million points.
Yeah, he's been okay, Kim Hyojin, since that mistake, but again, it's such a big difference that you're now just kind of hoping that hudol has to make a similar sized mistake in the remaining part of this run.
Yeah, unless he takes some damage. I mean, honestly, you could even miss some of these yellow bears, and I think you're completely fine because you have so much more distance. That energy is absolutely everything. It is literally the lifeblood of your cookies.
Exactly, and we're still seeing a couple of these giant yellow bears being missed out by Kim Hyojin as well, so the point gap just is not shrinking like he would like it. Now, the badge usage being okay before he's on the Tiger, so the jumps are still okay, the recovery good from Kim Hyojin on that sense. So it's great to see that he's not completely flustered, but again, you just gotta pray.
Yeah, in a situation like this one, you just gotta try and play your best possible line and hope that hudol on the other side takes some damage to even everything up, because as we head into these later stages, the track does become considerably more difficult here.
Now, of course, you do have a chance once we switch to the orange cookie, because there you have a lot of skill expression on when you're able to go for that Kim Hyojin, going for the drop, and then using the badge to try to get the extra destruction points, but it's just not going to be enough to try to catch up just yet.
One last ability usage is now coming in. Kim Hyojin can be able to get a little bit more distance because of this ability activation right before he runs out of energy. We're going to see the difference quite considerable in terms of distance, but there is possibly a comeback here for Kim Hyojin if he can lock it in.
Yeah, the problem's going to be that because of where he started with the orange cookie, he's going to have to try to adjust his muscle memory on when he uses the skill to try to maximize the destruction. He's able to get the last big burst, but it messes up on the first one. They're on the double jump, and now suddenly the point gap widening into 10 million points.
I mean, it's just so huge, and you have to wonder what do you do here is Kim Hyojin in terms of finding a line to try and come back in this one, because it feels like hudol, he's playing the same story that he did in game number 1. He's not taking any damage. He is in such a good position.
Yeah, now you see Kim Hyojin, I mean, trying to maximize the skill usage, so he's actually ending up skipping up on some of these giant yellow bear jellies as well, and it's really starting to cost him. He's trying to catch back up a little bit, though, trying to redeem himself, but the point difference just isn't getting small enough.
Yeah, both these players, of course, getting extra bonus points from those yellow bear jellies here in this later stage. That is the loadout. You can see them prioritize for Hyojin. He's getting closer. It's only 2 million point difference now, actually. Choma, wow.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to just make sure that he's using all the skills ahead of time, but then we're going to see hudol just going to be able to pace himself, trying to catch back up. Now, Kim Hyojin, you see the calculations coming through once more, so he'll do his best, but I don't think we're going to see a big flip here towards the end as the energy starts to run out here for both. The countdown comes in, and the distance actually a little bit extra for Kim Hyojin, but it's still going to be hudol Nim who's going to take the win. The crucial mistake early on in the run just cost too much.
Oh, wow. Must have been another collision there for hudol to run out of that energy that we missed. But in any case, just maintaining this consistency. And the underdog coming into this group, Jobra is up 2-0. The best record thus far.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's going to sit pretty safe here in this group, hudol, and you can see, obviously, he was kind of worried there near the end as well. He knows that his run wasn't perfect. A little bit of that mistake towards the end, but it was just too early for Kim Hyojin.
Yeah, my heart breaks a little bit here for Kim Hyojin as he now has to basically hope that there's a tiebreaker situation and he wins the last level of the day, because an 0-2 record like this one, when everybody else in the group already has at least one map score, it's very painful. Yeah. You can see the point difference there coming in, a little bit more destruction points, a little bit more bears as well, I think, for hudol, who is just so impressive. Yes. Honestly, I was not expecting this coming into today. I kind of thought that Gojek was just going to run away with Group A, and that has not been the story.
Yeah, so far, as you've mentioned, kind of looking the most consistent. Maybe not the most greedy, not going to get all the best scores on every single map, but looking the most consistent. So we'll see if that carries through as we await the remaining matches here, which, again, the remaining 2 matches will once again be played on Boiling Stock Village, so more destruction coming your way here in Group A.
And it's actually going to be hudol staying on stage once more for his final match of the of the group stage.
Yes,
right here. He's going to be going up against Jung. Jung 1-1 after that loss to Gojek earlier on today. hudol has basically already solidified his spot with 2 wins, but if you get the 3rd one, guaranteed, you are the top dog in this group.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, if you get 3-0, you're definitely moving on. You might have a seeding, type of deal with the tiebreaker, but you should be moving on towards the semifinals. So we'll have to see. Of course, Gojek will be awaiting the very last match here of Group A, so he'll have a little bit of a longer break, and then he'll return. But for now, the very next match is going to be between hudol and Jung. Jung looking for a little bit of redemption here.
Yeah, absolutely looking for a redemption. And if he can get a win and go 2-1, where hudol also goes 2-1, then suddenly that makes things very spicy here with Gojek also at a 1-1 record.
Yeah, that can actually put hudol in danger, because then they'll have to make a 3-way tiebreaker. So again, nothing's completely solidified. It's just that hudol feels the safest so far with a 2-win lead, but he's not out of the woodworks just yet. So he's going to have to give his all here and make sure he doesn't make mistakes near the end, right? Because if Jung plays like he does in the very first match, that last collision could cost hudol in this matchup.
Absolutely. I'm sure Jung was watching that match play out and probably feeling a little bit more comfortable on this one. If the competition is struggling like that, not just in terms of maximizing the points with the combos, which is a difficulty it feels like basically everybody, regardless of skill level, has thus far in this tournament, but if you're getting collisions, then that is a completely different beast entirely, because unless the other player also makes a collision and you're on even footing, that is usually the most impactful thing to happen in any run. Energy is king.
Yeah, I mean, you lose energy, you lose a bunch of points. It also messes up your skill usage, especially on some of these maps where it is just kind of based on timing, right? And so if you kind of mess up, you're starting on a different foot. That will be a little bit tough as well. So again, the distance equalized in that last run. Of course, the point cost difference early on was a bit too much to recover there for Kim Hyojin. But we'll see if we can have hudol play maybe a bit more of a perfect run to try to get his 3rd win. I believe we're waiting for Jung to enter the stage right now to get set up for this next match. Now continuing on with Boiling Stock Village.
Yeah, and I'm feeling pretty good about hudol's chances of bringing this one back, because after that previous map, it's kind of the same story as Gojek. Remember, we watched him in the very first level that he played on Beneath the Lilies, and it was kind of rocky. It wasn't really what we expected from him. He didn't seem quite settled in. He was missing Lotus Gems when you wouldn't expect him to. He wasn't even able to really optimize destruction points that well in the early game, and then he stayed on stage. He played one more time on the same level, and he was so much better. He almost set a new personal best on stage because he had just done it. You don't have any of that break. You just keep the momentum going in terms of, you know what? I've already warmed up this map. Let's just run it back. I'm already locked in on this one. I know what I made a mistake on previously. Now we go into the next one. I know what to look out for with no break in between.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's true. So we'll see if this kind of works out in favor here for hudol as Jung will be entering back in. Looks like we're going to need a little bit more time. So
of course.
It's going to be, Boiling Stock Village, Yugua versus Yugua Cookie and Orange Cookie as well. And if it's really close, it might actually just come down to the Yugua Cookie phase as well, because that feels mostly automatic, but you do have to be pretty careful with how you're using those badges when you're not on the Tiger, because you got to make sure you use it during a jump. So you got to like jump, either right before or right after an obstacle to make sure it bounces around, calculate the angles, do a lot of kind of physics and calculus out there to make sure you're maximizing your points. And there you go, Jungdex now getting prepared here on the right station.
All right, looks like our players are nearly ready on stage. Hudol 2-0 in this group thus far, with wins over Gojek, with wins over Yojin, and now he's looking for the clean sweep. If he is able to win this one level, he is going to the playoffs, the number 1 seed out of Group A. Guaranteed. Whereas if Jungdex wins this one, then suddenly we have a really interesting situation in this group where there is potential for a 3-way tiebreaker should Vanesse also win the last match of the group. This is a situation that we haven't had yet thus far in these preliminary stages. And I'm kind of sad that we haven't gotten it yet, because it sounds really exciting. Should we go into a tiebreaker, if that does happen at any point today or tomorrow, it's 3 players. So 2 players on stage will go. They will record their best scores. Then 1 more player will go on stage and they will also play. And the one with the lowest score is out.
Yeah, in this case, right? It could
in
be
this
other
case,
cases
yes.
where it's
only
the
highest,
yeah.
right?
But of course, today, if it does end up into that, or maybe even a potential 2-way, of course, the map will be randomly selected between the 2 different maps as well. But we'll explain that again once we get there, if it so happens. Boiling Stock Village now coming up between these 2. We already saw the loadout from Hudol, though he can change it, but I don't think he will, considering he's still got the win. Now taking a look more closely at Jungdex. What's it going to be for the Orange Cookie? The blessings, once again, it's going to be all the Yellow Bear Jellies, 2,700 points.
Yeah, no differences just yet, as it seems like the theory for basically every single player here on this Ocean Regions Group A has been identical, whether we play on Beneath the Lilies or Boiling Stock Village. Very similar mindsets coming into this one, and for Hudol team, you just want to lock down that early stage, that later stage, make sure that you do not take any collision damage, because besides that one mistake, he looked absolutely on point there in the previous level, and now that he gets to run it back here in the very next match of Group A, there are very good odds that he's going to be able to close it out in a fashion that's much more consistent with his performance in the first levels.
Yeah, Jungdex does have a much higher personal best, though, coming into this destruction-based map. So let's find out if he can reach for that record to take down Hudol here in Group A, the round robin for the Ocean Preliminaries.
All right, Hudol on top, Jungdex on bottom, as we are waiting for the map to load in, and here we go.
Off to the races with the Yugua Cookie, both on top and bottom of your screens. Little bit of that difference coming in, but it's not going to be too big. It can really just come down to how well you use your skill manually here. 3 charges, as you can see, above the head of the Yugua Cookie.
Yeah, it seems like the destruction points, if there is going to be a margin of victory, it's going to be much greater than something like 200 or 300,000. Is here in these earlier stages, as long as you don't take any collision damage, you always have a fighting chance for a comeback, even if you're down, say, 500, 1 million points as we have right now. But you don't want to get completely careless. You don't want that kind of difference to start to scale up too much, because it can be hard to close distance.
Yeah, Jungdex earlier on with one of those manual charges, though, did get 1 or 2 extra obstacles. Once again, nice jump from both. So that gives him a decent-sized 1 million lead. He does miss that giant Yellow Bear Jelly, though.
Yeah, missing a Yellow Bear like that, pretty painful here in these early stages, but still very nice lead for Jungdex thus far. His destruction point usage slightly better here than Hudol.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. Again, this entire course is designed to just continue that positive reinforcement cycle of destruction with the coins, with the treasures, back and forth, back and forth. So Jungdex sitting pretty safe and comfy as long as he doesn't miss any more, yellow giant bear jellies compared to his opponent.
Yeah, occasionally we'll see players miss one of these jellies. It seems like Hudol did miss one of those jellies dropping down on the column, but Jungdex really able to nail it down. Now, he did miss 2 of the last column, so that gap is closed a little bit here, but still a nice 2.4 million point lead.
Yeah, this map is all about that skill usage, both of them using that last charge as well before we hop back on. Recharge with the 6, destroy every single obstacle on your screens. Using the last one right near the end as well, both of them maximize it.
And now we're heading to the very tricky second stage of this one. Hard to nail the combos exactly here with the destruction points, especially as ability usage is coming in. This is where we can have that disparity in points really start to balloon up.
Yeah, exactly. 2 more charges left before that 1 extra jump onto the Tiger. 1 charge left for both of them. Now looking to use it right before, there you go, trying to get as many of those meteors as possible. Jungdex still keeping approximately that 3 million point lead. We'll see how it evens out after this blast forward. Both of them going for the extra jump, and they both land on the giant yellow barrel jelly.
Yeah, exact same distance on both sides, and even similarly timed ability usage here. Very mirrored, as it's just solid plus 5 million points right now in the favor of Jungdex. Now, here that we switch cookies, is hudol going to have a different angle in terms of the combo? It's a lot harder to time out, maximizing these meteors.
Yeah, it does look like Jungdex has just a bit better control of the skill usage on both cookies. Getting 1 or 2 extra obstacles even there on the double jumps. Hudol still using it at the right time, but not entirely perfect.
Yeah, it does seem that way. This has been very clutch here for Jungdex thus far. The timings on these skill usage, so clutch.
Yeah, and he's continuing on with a forward lead. He is a little bit further here on our screens, so we'll have to wait to see what the point difference exactly comes down to when everything syncs up. But I do think Jungdex should be feeling pretty comfy at this point.
Yeah, all these yellow bears getting collected now. Okay, with these double jumps coming in, one should get absolutely every single one. Indeed, they both do.
All right, now just collecting as many of the bear jellies as you can. Now, as long as there's no collision here from Jungdex, I do think he should be okay. Both of them still topped up at 3 charges. Here we go, trying to use them here for the last couple obstacles.
Yeah, looking very solid right now here for Jungdex. The ability usage has just been so on point, and plus these jumps, these double jumps coming in, he's maximizing the yellow bears so well here in this second stage.
Yeah, and I think it's looking all but secured here for Jungdex as we go for the final countdown. Both of them getting the extra jumps, and Jungdex will be taking the lead, or the win rather, with 858 million, very close to his personal best of 860.
It's an exciting little ceremony right there for Jungdex, and hudol drops the first stage here of Group A. As they have a nice little embrace there on stage, very friendly sportsmanship from both these fellas. And now this group's getting very interesting because I believe we only have 1 more match left here in the Ocean group locked in for the groups. It's going to be Vanesse versus Kim Hyojin coming in just a little bit.
And that could make a 3-way tie if
could.
Gojek wins. So if Gojek wins, we're going to have to see 3 of our runners go again in another best-of-1 high-score race to see which 2 will be moving on to the semifinals.
And by the way, destruction points, seemingly the brunt of the advantage there for Jungdex. But one thing that's really interesting to me, which I didn't catch during the game, like 10% more jumps over the course of the entire stage here for hudol. Occasionally we see a difference in the jumps by like 4 or 5 or so coming in because the routes are kind of identical, but I don't think I've ever actually seen a gap like that. On
That's
Boiling
true.
Stock Village, 30 jumps is a huge difference.
Yeah,
like, think about how many more jumps that actually is.
Yeah, that's a lot more taps as
Wow.
well. It probably comes down to the skill usage, right? Both of those cookies having to jump to use the skill. So perhaps hudol not as used to it, just kind of tapping the jump a couple more times to try to find the right timing, whereas Jungdex just saying, I know exactly when to jump. I know exactly when to use my skills. And it showed just the comfort that he had on that map. So now both hudol and Jungdex will be waiting on the sidelines to see, do they have to play another tiebreaker, or will they move on with both 2-1 records? In fact, if that happens, I think we might still have to do a tiebreaker for the seeding as well. Not sure if it's just a head-to-head matchup. We'll have to double-check the tiebreaker rules here.
Yes.
But either way, we may have to see some of these runners go one more time.
Yeah, it would be very interesting. I would be excited to get some more cookie run action personally, Chobra, but
Would be good, would be good.
it's all going to come down to this last level. Should Vanesse win, then we have 3 players with a 2-1 record, and because we're fighting to have 2 players advance from this group, it will be that 3-way tie where we have all players play the same level, and the one with the lowest points is out.
Exactly.
However, should Vanesse lose this one, then suddenly hudol and Jungdex, they are both 2-1 in this group. They are both going to that playoff no matter what.
Yes, exactly. So Gojek really has a chance to throw a wrench into everything and, of course, keep his chances alive to move on and try to continue representing Indonesia here at the World Cup or the World Championship preliminaries, or it could just come down to the 2 Korean players here in Group A to try to move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, it's been an up and down group thus far.
Yeah,
You know, honestly, the whole preliminaries from last week coming into this week has been full of unexpected results. I wonder if that story is going to be continuing here, because there wouldn't be much more unexpected than having a 3-way tie here in Group A. Talk about making things interesting. We'll see if Hyojin is able to fight back or if Vanesse is going to be securing that tie.
All right, Kim Hyo-jin earlier on going up against hudol. Crucial mistake in the early part of the run with a collision, losing so much energy and missing out on so many points. The skill usage and the timing and the jellies and everything compounding. So we'll have to wait and see if he can brush up on that, review it a little bit coming into the final match of the round robin.
Yeah, looking at the personal best scores for both of these players coming into Boiling Stock Village, for Kim Hyo-jin sitting at 859 million, for gojek actually just 855. So a pretty significant skill disparity, or at least ceiling disparity, I should say, in the practice environment back at home. But of course, competing on stage like this is an entirely different machine. Gojek, he seems like he is getting a lot more comfortable, and after dropping the very first match that he played thus far today, I think he is looking to seize this opportunity to potentially get that tiebreaker match.
All right, making sure that everything is working as intended here on stage. We'll have to make sure that Gojek has everything set up. You don't want anything messing up your run out of your control.
Of course.
It does look like both of them getting comfortable here on stage. 1-1 record for Gojek Vanesse going up against Kim Hyo-jin with a 0-2. So Kim Hyo-jin here really just fighting for honor, right?
Yes.
No chance to move on, but he can mess things up for Gojek if he takes the win here.
He certainly can, but honestly, for a player like Kim Hyo-jin, I think that you're showing up to a tournament like this one, the pressure is off now, being down 0-2. There's no more possibility of advancing from this group, but just as you said, you want to show the best performance for your fans. You know, a lot of people are tuning in that are going to be cheering you on, and so he's going to be fighting to the bitter end, man.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're making content as well here for Cookie Run, you want to do whatever you can here to get some highlights. You got to get some highlights for extra content here for Kim Hyo-jin. But let's take a look here for Gojek. The only time we'll be seeing Gojek Vanesse, or I guess without the tiebreaker,
yes,
to compete here on Boiling Stock Village. And also going for the 2,700 extra points for Yellow Bear Jellies during the Orange Cookie Run.
Yeah, seems like basically everybody here in Group A is really preferring the Yellow Bear Jelly Magic Candy here for the second stage with that orange cookie, as our players are getting ready on stage. The final match, or potentially the final match of Group A, going to be coming to you in just a minute. This is the regional preliminaries for the Ocean Group.
Yeah, Ocean region, the first 4 players here in Group A. Of course, we still have 4 more in Group B following up here in the next part of the afternoon. But first, we got to see which one of these players, the 4 players, will be moving on to the semifinals. Will Gojek Vanesse try to keep his hopes alive, or will Kim Hyo-jin put a stop to the Indonesians' run here at the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship Preliminaries?
All right, we run it back here on Boiling Stock Village. The games are loading in. Gojek Vanesse on top, Kim Hyo-jin on bottom. Gojek Vanesse fighting for his tournament life right now here in the World Championship of Cookie Run 2025.
Yeah, Mize are going to come in here on these first 3 charges that you have to use off of the Tiger. If you can maximize the obstacles destroyed here, you get such a nice lead. And we'll see when each of these runners will be using it there, following right after the obstacles. A little bit of a better timing from Gojek, giving him a just slightest lead here in the very beginning.
Yeah, the timings on these skill uses is a great way to have some skill expression on both sides, as we've seen players really distance themselves from the competition. And Gojek right now, it feels like he's kind of doing the same here in this early game with Yuguo.
Yeah, just getting 1 or 2 of those obstacles right just a bit more perfectly timed on the jump to make sure that the Hope badge is bouncing around perfectly, gives him a 1,000,000-point lead. But that, again, just the nature of this map and the setups that we have them using, it could flip at any point in time.
Yeah, actually 2 Yellow Bears get missed there by Gojek. It seems like he was prioritizing a different line, and as a result, point disparity actually going in the favor of Kim Hyo-jin right now, so nice fight back.
Yeah, just a little bit. Gojek, though, still going to have an opportunity to catch back up as we go through the Tiger phase. This one should be relatively equal once the blast mode ends, but afterwards, again, you're going to have another chance to go for these extra uses, and he's just giving up a little extra point.
Yeah, that's 2 more Yellow Bears missed right there by Gojek, is the difference in terms of points just really adding up. Now in these columns, it's okay to lose one of them a couple of times because it's very hard to nail those timings down consistently, but missing, what, 3 or 4 in total for that whole sequence is a painful moment here for Gojek.
Yeah, both of them securing all of those obstacles in the last charge of the Hope badge. Now you pop it back onto the Tiger here for Yugo Cookie, and we will be going into the next area for Boiling Stock Village. as we recharge 3 charges for the Hope badge.
This is where those point differences can really start to grow bigger, as the meteor timings, in terms of skill expression, trying to hit those combos can be so tough. The timings are very, very close, and also some players even have a couple of different ideas in terms of when the best optimal usage is.
Yeah, both of them utilizing that drop to make sure they can get the jump into the Hope badge, and still perfect timing from both of them, using it at the exact same time. It's allowing Kim Hyo-jin to try to keep the lead. We'll see how the points come back into total calculation. They both land on the yellow bear jelly, the giant yellow bear jelly, I should say, but Kim Hyo-jin just a step ahead.
Yeah, that might be the difference of 1 or 2 yellow bear jellies if he plays his card right here at the end of the run, and with a 3 million point lead already here for Kim Hyo-jin. Oh, he is really impressing in this final match.
Yeah, it might really just be those, 1 or 2 extra bear jellies you mentioned earlier on from Gojek that starts to add up as we see Kim Hyo-jin keeping the lead. Both of them now back up to 2 charges on the orange cookie.
Level card coming in right now, double jumps here. So far, it looks like Gojek in this later stage, he's playing this very well. The problem is that so is Kim Hyo-jin, and he needs to gain ground. With this ability usage, he does have 1 more in the bank compared to Kim Hyo-jin, but are you going to be able to close the distance as a result of that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, we really haven't seen anyone try to maximize the use towards the end. If you haven't used it during those jumps with the meteors, it usually means you've missed out on a chance for a massive point boost. As you can see, Kim Hyo-jin sitting at about 15 million lead, up and down, plus or minus. But if you miss out earlier, you're missing out on the coins, you're missing out on the treasures. It all starts to add up.
Yeah, it just feels like a war of attrition right now in the advantage of Kim Hyo-jin. He has been incrementally a little bit better than Gojek in terms of executing. But oh, was that a collision there for Kim Hyo-jin? That could turn the entire match on its head.
His energy goes down a lot earlier here for Kim Hyo-jin. We'll see if we can get a catch-up here from Gojek. And Kim Hyo-jin's run ends there.
Oh
Gojek continuing on, and he's going to take the win. A crucial mistake from Kim Hyo-jin as Gojek takes the win with a 10 million point lead. He can't believe it either. He knows, I shouldn't have had the more points. What happened?
That is unbelievable. We were in the final stretch of that level, and just 1 collision comes in for Kim Hyo-jin, and he loses that magnificent lead that had accumulated over the entire map. That was like, what, 10 million plus, and then 1 collision ends the whole story. Gojek Vanesse, he was fighting for the tournament life, and a miracle just came to him. Wow.
You got to feel for Kim Hyo-jin a little bit, right? You got to feel for Kim Hyo-jin a little bit. He was feeling so good, but the distance itself, a giant, giant difference. The collision, the points lost, and that all starts to compound. Even had more obstacles destroyed still by the end because of that 1 charge not being used by Gojek. We were all wondering, what was the plan for Gojek? Well, the plan was somehow making Kim Hyo-jin make even a bigger mistake.
He stayed alive.
Yeah.
Making a collision like that. We've seen it end people's runs today already. We've seen it last week. It is the difference maker at this kind of skill level. And for Gojek, I think he's counting his lucky stars right now because up until that point, he was probably a little bit more conservative and more safe with his approach to the map compared to his opponent. And that actually did come back to bite Hyo-jin at the very end.
I mean, Gojek just got gifted a massive extra chance then, because now, not only are you not eliminated, you get to fight in a tiebreaker to maybe even potentially take the first seed of this Group A to go to the semifinals, the higher seed. You could really flip things around. So this is going to be intense.
Yeah, we have 3 players now with a 2-1 record. We are going to be going into that tiebreaker. I'm quite certain. Gojek at 2-1, hudol is 2-1.
Should be.
And Jung also is 2-1. And only 2 players can advance from this group. We can't have all 3, although I would love it. Only 2 of them can make it in. And so we're going to have to wait and see what the admin's decision is going to be. But I'm quite sure that we will be having a tiebreaker match coming up here very shortly. And I mean, what a crazy, crazy development to kick off week 2 of the preliminaries.
Exactly. So tiebreakers happen when we have players with the same exact win-loss record in the round robin. So Kim Hyo-jin is eliminated. With that loss, I mean, even if he had won, he didn't have a chance to compete in any of the tiebreakers. So he is eliminated in the 4th seed of Group A. But as far as we know, we'll have to wait for the official records here from the admins, but as far as we have on our records, we have 3 players with a 2-win, 1 loss, which means all of them are going to be sitting at 9 total points tied up because we have that point system here for the wins and losses. And that does mean that we have to figure out which 2 of the 3 will be moving on to the semifinals here for the Ocean preliminaries. So if that is going to happen, the map will be randomly drawn between the two. So it could be Beneath the Lilies, it could be Boiling Stalk Village, and then they'll just compete for a high score again.
Yeah, it's a score match. That is
yeah.
going to be very exciting too. And what a tricky one that would be as well, because it's not like you're trying to beat just one opponent. You're trying to not be the last one out, because two players will advance.
Yeah.
So in this scenario, the one with the lowest score, should we go into that tiebreaker with that rule set, is out of the tournament.
Wow.
It's wow. I think it's probably going to take a couple minutes for them to get everything figured out right now on stage and inform the players and make sure that everyone's ready to move on into the tiebreaker match. But wow, you know, we were talking about this last week nonstop. Like, man, why haven't we got a tiebreaker match just yet? With 4 players in a round robin, it feels like it should be very likely that you have a tiebreaker. But for whatever reason, in the 4 regions, or not the 4 regions, but the 4 groups that we had last week in Desert and in Plains, we didn't have a single instance of tiebreakers.
We were close.
We were very close.
A couple times. We were close, but at the end of the day, it just comes down to one of the matches results, and and then it's like, okay, well, nobody's tied, so we move on. But today, it does look like we're going to have to wait for confirmation. But these rules have been in place. We just haven't had to use them yet.
Yeah, so you and me, we have to brush off the rest a little bit.
We're going to find out how this all works together. But as far as we understand, it should just be, one extra run here for all of the players who are tied. Whoever gets the highest scores, you get seeded in that order, and then 2 out of the 3 will be moving on into the semifinals of this region. And of course, then you have to go to the semifinals, you win there, then you qualify for the finals, but then you got to fight for the first seed. It's a long journey ahead here for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah. Man, I still can't get over that last match. That was just absolutely insane. The 10 million point lead going down the final stretch, and then you get a collision that turns the entire group on its head. Gojek literally gets a second life here because of that.
Yeah. I feel for Kim Hyojin.
Crazy.
I feel for Kim Hyojin a little bit.
Of course, but
I feel for Kim Hyojin a little bit, but sometimes these are the best type of content for YouTube. So that's a silver lining. That's a silver lining. Listen,
for YouTube,
I don't want to make decisions for him, but it is sometimes it's the best type of content. But alas for Kim Hyojin, it does feel like Hyojin throughout the day today just wasn't able to show his best, right? His preparation, a lot of these big mistakes coming in that we haven't seen from the more experienced players who have maybe competed last year in the 2024 Cookie Run tournament, or even earlier this year in the Invitational. So there is a bit of an experience gap, and hopefully we can see Kim Hyojin in the future as well, but still awaiting an update here from our admins to find out exactly which order we're going to go through this tiebreaker here in Group A.
Yeah, and I think we will be seeing Kim Hyojin no matter what later on, because his performance was really good thus far today. I mean, he almost took down Gojek. He was up 10 million points on a map that is really tricky with the combos, with destruction points coming in. He was just outplaying until that final stretch, and sometimes mistakes happen.
Sure.
It happens. It happened in like the finals, like 2 or 3 times in a row last week.
Yeah, we had
these collisions.
We had collisions galore last week with like millions of point differences, and then the other way around and back and forth. So, hey, listen, again, you can't pause and retry. You can't just go for a higher score. You just have to do it once, and you just keep going. The cookie just keeps running.
That's why they call it Cookie Run, Chobra. The cookie can't stop running.
Is that why it's called Cookie Run? I had no idea, Steve. I had no idea.
All right, we're waiting for the stage to get ready for our players to be coming in here in just a moment. But, whew, what a kickoff here to the Ocean Regionals. I was really expecting this one to be spicy. Gojek is one of the favorites coming in here today, but there's a lot of underdogs like hudol who have a lot of potential. But, whew, the way that we're kicking this off, and it's only like the first half of the day, not even.
Okay, so here we go. It's going to be the tiebreaker. Looks like first up is going to be Gojek and Jung decks. So it looks like we'll have them run. We'll have to wait to see which map it's going to be.
Yeah, the admin did do a random draw. I'm sure the players, or at least most likely the players, already know by this point, but I am eager to find out what the map choice will be coming in on this one. It can be either one of Beneath the Lilies or Boiling Stalk Village. And everything is on the line right now for these guys. Keep in mind, by the way, watching at home, this is a 3-way tie. It is not a head-to-head match. So the quote-unquote loser of this match is not necessarily out. You just want to have not the lowest score out of these 3 players, as Boiling Stalk Village is going to be the map selected here. So we're doing it once more. The destruction points, the orange cookie, the Yagua cookie.
I gotta say, a little bit tough here for Gojek, right? Not the best performance here on the destruction-based map today, So he's got to lock in. He's got to lock in. He's got to get the destruction, get the coins, get the treasure points, rinse, repeat. No mistakes allowed here in the tiebreaker.
Oh, absolutely. You need to be locked in a situation like this one with everything on the line. As we look here at the loadouts for both of these players, of course, vanesse versus jung to kick off the tiebreaker here in the quarterfinals of Group A. And we're doing it with the exact same loadouts that everybody has been running thus far today. The Yellow Bears here for the second stage, destruction points for the first stage.
Okay, so this is how it's going to work. These two run it first, and then we're going to have hudol and him go as well. And the two with the higher scores will move on in order of the seeds. So first up, this isn't just a competition. It could be both of them moving on, even though they're playing together on stage. It's just that we have two stations, so we're going to have to take turns going through it. So even if one of these players loses, no despair just yet, but you want to reach as high as possible. First up, Gojek and jung in the three-way tiebreaker, continuing on in boiling Stock Village.
All right, the map is loading in for the first stage of this three-way tiebreaker. Gojek, vanesse on top, jung on bottom. And the name of the game in this situation is just to get as many points as possible. As Chopra just pointed out, this is not a head-to-head competition necessarily. It's a competition between three players to have the top two scores.
Yeah, so we're not necessarily looking at the point difference on the right side this time around, but just about who's making what mistakes, who's getting how many points. And a collision as we speak for Gojek! Oh no!
Oh, what a disaster. How is this happening so much today in this early stage? This is twice in Group A.
I think the reason it's happening again is because you're trying to maximize your points, because it's not just a head-to-head. You're trying to make sure you just narrowly scrape by and use that Hope badge toss to get as many destruction points. We'll see if it costs him a lot. Again, neither of the runners should be concerned about the actual point difference in this matchup. It's more about, do I just get a safe margin?
You kind of do have a little bit of a second chance as well, because either jung or the other player, if either of them makes a mistake, if him or hudol take any damage coming in, then suddenly Gojek is at least on equal footing with those players. Again, this isn't necessarily just a head-to-head competition. It's a competition to get the highest score out of three players. The top two will advance. The bottom score is going out. For Gojek right now, it's a very painful start with that collision early on. But there is still a hope.
Yeah, you gotta just not think about it, right? You gotta not think about looking at the point difference, how far jung is ahead, because we have no idea what's gonna happen with hudol when he plays next.
Yes.
So Gojek just has to lock in for the remainder of the rest. Meanwhile, jung also can't be too comfortable here. Obviously, if you beat at least one player, you know that you're moving on to the next, but you want to try to get that first seed as well. So jung is gonna make sure that he stays calm for the rest of this run.
Yeah, he is absolutely locked in right now. A really terrific first half of this map thus far as we head on to the later part of this stage.
Yeah, going into the lava section here. And now both of them, jung just staying calm, not going for anything too crazy, nothing too flashy.
Yeah, and I think that's a smart way to play. Of course, being #1 seed would be an advantage for anybody, but with your tournament life on the line, just be safe, be consistent. You do not want to be the odd man out in this three-way tiebreaker.
Yeah, exactly. Gojek just trying to maximize his points with a very last-minute use of the Hope badge.
Everything you can here as Gojek to try and close the distance, and you can see the big difference in distance right Gojek. There as the energy for Gojek is dissipating so much earlier due to that earlier collision.
Now the thing is Gojek might still be able to secure a decent chunk with the destruction, but it definitely feels like he's going to miss out on that whole last row of jellies that we have in the orange cookie. He's actually missing out on a couple of those opportunities, a couple extra obstacles as well there on the double jump with the orange cookie.
Yeah, it's quite a significant point disparity right now, and jung still has one more skill in the bank too. So he's been saving it for the later stages. We do see players do this to try and optimize occasionally.
We'll see if there's a better plan here for Gojek. Last time he was gifted a second chance. We already saw that it wasn't exactly his best map. Unfortunately, you only get one extra shot. It's a random draw that brought them to Boiling Stock Village.
Yeah, as we enter the later stages on this map, not very much left here in this level. Personal best for Jungdex at home, 860 million points. I don't think he's quite going to reach that high, but so far just a terrific run from him, Chopra.
Yeah, exactly. I think Jungdex, if he gets close enough to it, he does have the highest personal best out of our 3 tiebreaker runners today, so he should feel pretty comfortable.
Some more jumps coming in right now, just maximizing the destruction points with that skill usage. One more left here for Jungdex that he can use in the later stage. Gojek has used absolutely everything, so Jungdex now finally cashing that in. You can see that margin just really increasing up to 30 million plus. What a run! Almost hitting that 860 million mark. For Gojek, only 823.
Oh, no. Okay, so 858 million and a couple extra 100,000 here. And yeah, that does mean that he's at least advancing because he's beaten at least Gojek. So we don't know. Gojek could move on as well. Just a reminder to everyone watching, Gojek isn't eliminated just yet. But since 2 out of the 3 move up, if Jungdex is already ahead of at least Gojek, that does mean that Jungdex is moving on either in 1st or 2nd seed. Now we await to see if Gojek will once again be gifted another chance to continue based on hudol's performance.
All right, so 858 million for Jungdex and some change. Gojek sitting at 823. So for the next player coming in, hudol, after we get back and he gets ready on stage, he's looking to be 823, which on this map basically translates into not having a collision.
Yes, exactly. And so far, hudol actually got to play on this map twice during the round robin because of the order of matches, and he's consistently gotten over at least 140 million. So once again, kind of that, safe and steady. Not the highest scores, but the safe and steady scores here from hudol. So statistically speaking, it's not looking great for Gojek.
Yeah, Gojek has to hope that there's some kind of collision or some kind of misstep coming in from hudol in the second part of this one. I think we've already actually had one collision from hudol, if my memory serves here on.
But it was at the very end, so it didn't cost him too much of the destruction or anything like that, right? Missing a timing, it just cost him a little bit of that distance. But we will have to wait and see. Now, coming into the tournament, hudol actually had the lowest personal best at home.
Yeah.
And so it's not like hudol is super used to this map. He's not, super comfortable. It's not his favorite map. If you're a fan of Gojek, I'm trying to throw you as many silver linings as possible here. The best tanks of copium we have here in Korea, I'm sending it out to the rest of the world here to try to see. But the point is we thought Gojek might be out earlier, and he was gifted an extra chance to come to the tiebreaker. Who knows?
It is possible.
Yeah.
823 million going to be the score to beat here for hudol. And, it must change the way that you're going to be approaching this level too. Because, these two, they just played right now. You know that this mistake was made. You know that you just need to be 823. So you don't have to take many risks, right?
Yeah,
you just play it nice and safe consistently. And then if you're able to emerge victorious, plus 823, then it doesn't really matter necessarily if you're 1st or 2nd seed. You're going to survive. You're going to go on to play at least one more match.
That is very, very true. So we'll have to wait and see because the order, of course, kind of being drawn in here in the tiebreaker as well. So hudol does have that advantage of knowing what already happened, knowing what score he needs to beat. So, like you said, but the thing is you got to watch out because maybe you come in thinking, okay, I just have to get X amount of scores, and then suddenly that makes you play a little differently, and then you get a little lax. And again, on this map, I feel like Bowling Stock Village is one of those maps where you make that one mistake and you're like, oh crap, when do I jump? And now my muscle memory is all mixed up and whatnot. But there you have it. Now hudol, all eyes on him. Will he move on? Or will it be Gojek being gifted another chance to secure a spot in the semifinals? The score to beat, 123,182,000 and some change. If hudol breaks that score, he will secure a spot in the semifinals. But if he cannot, he will be eliminated. And Gojek will continue on to represent Indonesia.
Yeah, and talk about the pressure being on right now for hudol. The underdog coming into this group, the lowest rank in terms of GCL, one of the lower ranks in terms of personal bests on all of these maps thus far. He had a fantastic start, winning the first 2 levels of the day, 2-0, and now dropping one more level. It forced this tiebreaker situation. He went from being in a fantastic position, basically guaranteeing his spot in the round of 4, to now suddenly being the lone man on stage in a tiebreaker match, knowing that you need at least 823 million points to advance into the round of 4.
it's got to feel a little different not having an opponent on the other side, too. It might feel better for some people, might feel a little worse, knowing that everyone's only watching you, that you just kind of are racing against yourself in the score here. But we'll have to see how it impacts hudol as we already kick off the Ocean Preliminaries today here in Group A with a tiebreaker. Things are getting interesting and heating up. We still have 4 more runners to watch in Group B as well. I think we're just waiting for the final go-ahead checking, and it does say a little nod from hudol should let us know that we are ready to enter our race.
Yeah, and talk about pressure on stage right now for hudol. All eyes on him as we look at his loadout. It's kind of weird seeing the player info with only one player here. Okay, he's going to run the destruction points here for Magic Candy number 1. Let's see if he goes back.
It would be so it would be so funny if he had changed it, being like, well, I just need X amount of points. Like, you know what? I don't need to go for the yellow bear jellies, but it is just going to be the extra points for the yellow bear jellies. So once again, this is just, it's a high score comparison. It's not a head-to-head race every time. So we already had Gojek and Jungdex set their scores. 858 million and some extra for Jungdex. 823 million and 182,000 plus some change for Gojek. That's the score to beat for hudol.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough here for hudol. He came into this tournament saying that, you know what, my worst map, it's Boiling Stock Village by a large margin. I'm not good at destruction maps. That is my weakness as a player. And now everything is on the line on his least favorite map. He has to surpass the score of Gojek Vanesse. He has to get more than 823 million if he wants to advance into the round of 4.
Looking to go higher, hudol. Everybody's watching. You can see the scores to beat on your screens as the run begins. Hudol aiming for 123 million.
Yeah, so in this situation, we're not looking to compare him versus anybody directly. It's just, is he able to lock in? Can he make as few mistakes as possible here on this stage?
I mean, let's say it like it is, right? No collisions and he should be fine.
Yeah,
no collisions and he should be fine. But we await to see if he's still able to maximize all the destruction points again, because he could beat Jungdex and take the first seed as well in Group A.
You're playing for more than just 823 million. If you get more than 823, then you do survive. But if you pass 858, you pass Jungdex's score, then suddenly you're the first seed. That means you are likely going to have an easier opponent in the round of 4 today, giving you a better shot at qualifying, because that round of 4 match is a qualifying match for the finals in October.
Yeah, and I just gotta say, my eyes kind of don't know what to do because we're so used to having to watch both top and bottom of the screen, and now I'm like, oh, well, this is very peaceful, just watching one runner on the screen. But as we see hudol just using the skill early, he's already trying to go for a little bit just safer of that route, just making sure he's getting the destruction points rather than trying to maximize and maybe risking making a mistake.
He's been so safe, so consistent all day today, and strength is going to be getting tested here on this destruction map. As long as he can play his game, his nice, safe game, he's going to be in good position. All right, drops now coming in here on these columns. Missing one, can be okay on a couple of these. Obviously, you want to get as many as possible, but fighting to survive right now at 823, this is a really good start.
Yeah, again, he's just playing for safety. He knows it. We all know it. We all know what's at stake here as he continues on with no critical blunders.
Yeah, honestly, his line has been really good. He's missed very few yellow bears. You can tell that he is playing to win right now. He's not playing to beat 823. He's playing to beat Jungdex at 858.
Okay, if he does, he could really flip things around here in Group A as we enter the next area, the next phase here on this run.
All right, these jumps, single and double, both coming in, able to collect every single jelly, including these yellow bears, while dodging those meteors. And now the first ability usage getting charged up here. Those meteors going down, some more destruction points in the cap.
Okay, one more charge left before he hops onto the Tiger. There we go, using it in the middle of the jumps here for the meteors. And then perfect time with the Tiger as well. Maximizing that, should be able to get the extra jump to land onto the giant yellow bear jelly as well. Indeed. It's looking so smooth here for hudol.
Yeah, perfect line thus far. Gets a ton of extra distance too on the last jump. So things are looking perfect thus far. But this is the trickiest part of this map once we trade off into orange cookie. Not only the skill expression here trying to take down the meteors, but also the risk of potentially taking damage from one of these many obstacles.
Yeah, exactly. So hudol, again, just has to play it safe. Already looking at 664 million and climbing.
823, the number to beat if he wants to survive. 858.4, the number to beat if he wants to be first place coming into this group as the underdog in the Ocean Preliminaries. It has been a wonderful day for him thus far. He would love to see it continue. Right now, he is absolutely on track to do that, Chobra.
Yeah, it's looking safe and sound. He misses a Rainbow Bear Jelly there as well, but I don't think that should be the biggest difference maker. Now using one of those charges to get a couple of those extra destructions, still 2 charges in the bank, and will charge back up to 3. So if he wants to maximize his points, he's gonna have to start going through those slams again.
It's another potion, so that energy restocked right now here for hudol. He's been able to navigate this so well. Honestly, I think he might stand a chance of taking down Jung for that top spot. This has been so immaculate.
Yeah, only 50 million points left to beat Gojek. A little bit more to try to top off Jung as the energy starts to drain out. Now breaking a 800 million points here for hudol. 830 already passing Gojek. He's already qualified. Can he beat the 858? Narrowly missing out, 842 million. And that should mean that hudol will move on as the 2nd seed here to the semifinals. And unfortunately, Gojek Vanesse will be eliminated here in Group A of the Ocean Region Preliminaries.
Heartbreaking moment there for Gojek Vanesse. So many people are fans of him watching internationally, especially fans coming in from Indonesia to watch him compete. But at the end of the day, this is the best cookie run competition in the world. You know, the stakes are not higher than this. The competition doesn't get fiercer than this. And he's going to be out. I mean, what an upset here, especially for hudol, the underdog coming into Group A of the Ocean Preliminaries.
Yeah.
To beat all of these known players in a stacked group,
well,
and
yeah,
advance in second place, that is impressive.
Yeah, hudol coming in with the lowest points here in the GCL, but still has been playing since Cookie Run Classic, right? Kim Hyo-jin kind of giving his respect, saying, well, I've seen you around since before, but it's just that right now, kind of as that older veteran, not able to get the highest score. So hudol saying, you know what? I've still got the form to continue on. Don't worry about it. I've got the experience under my belt. I've been playing this game for I guess, a decade plus if he's been playing since Classic, and just proves why that's going to matter. So hudol securing his spot, and unfortunately, that is the end of the run here for Gojek Vanesse. I mean, we haven't seen this before. 3 runners with 9 points, but one of them has to be eliminated. What a shame.
Yeah, it is a shame. I mean, Gojek Vanesse is one of the best players in the world. I am sure we're going to be seeing more from him in future Cookie Run tournaments. But for today, it's going to be jung and hudol advancing into that 2nd stage. That'll be happening later on, as really the fate of the entire Ocean Group will be decided today. We will be sending 2 players into the World Championship. Jung and hudol now booking their ticket for the qualifying match later today.
Yes, exactly. So we've got plenty more Cookie Run left. We'll be seeing jung and hudol continue to race later tonight as well. Of course, we've still got Group B matches waiting for us in just a short bit as well. So we go through that. Then, as you mentioned, we do the semifinals, then the finals. So lots of action, maybe even an extra gift somewhere in between there. Of course, if you haven't submitted it yet, we should still have time, right? Yeah, we still got about an extra hour here. So you've got about an hour left to input the code from below. I think it was Ocean, go, 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 but I'm not quite sure.
I think you're right. Ocean, go, go, go. If you're in chat, make sure you drop that out for everybody. Make sure that they get it, get those 300 crystals. And I think your suspicions are right. I think we're probably going to have another code come out later today. There's a lot of Cookie Run left to be played.
Exactly. There's still plenty of the broadcast left, plenty of matches left, plenty of players to check out. So once again, that's just Group A, just the first 4 players here in the Ocean Region Preliminaries. We are going to give some time for all of the players in Group B to make sure they get set up, they get adjusted to the stage again. They've had some time before during rehearsals, so don't worry, we're not just throwing anyone into the deep end, but of course, they will have a chance to just double check everything, and so we'll need a little bit of time to reset there, but what a result so far from Group A.
Oh, it's been such a spicy start to the Ocean Preliminaries. I feel like basically anything could happen right now. We were talking up about the potential of some of these underdogs. We're going to see how they do in Group B of the Ocean Preliminaries when we come back from this break.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 e스포츠는 작년에 진행한 쿨림픽을 통해 국내 e스포츠의 저력을, 그리고 올해 3월 글로벌 인비테이션을 통해 세계 e스포츠로서의 가능성을 확인했습니다. 2025년 우리는 더 크고 더 본격적인 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 새로운 이름으로 거듭납니다. 이제는 세계 챔피언을 뽑을 시간, 바로 월드 챔피언십입니다. 월드 챔피언십은 작년의 쿨림픽과는 완전히 달라진 새로운 선발, 그리고 새로운 대회 방식을 도입하게 되었는데요. 더 박진감 넘치고 더 많은 세계 플레이어들이 함께하는 e스포츠가 되기 위해 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 팀이 준비한 2025년의 e스포츠 로드맵, 지금부터 공개합니다. 여러분의 참여와 응원이 이 여정에 큰 힘이 될 거예요. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작해볼까요? 올해부터는 모든 선수가 자신의 지역에 배정되어 경쟁하고, 하이라이트는 바로 최강자 토너먼트입니다. 2025년에는 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 총 2회의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 개최됩니다. 플레이어는 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 통해 지역별 랭킹 포인트를 의미하는 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 RP의 총합에 따라 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있는 자격이 주어집니다. RP의 합산으로 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선의 진출자가 결정되기 때문에 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 모두 정말 중요하겠죠? 2025년 그랜드 챔피언스 리그는 월드 챔피언십을 향한 여정이 될 것이기 때문에 기존 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에서 개편되는 사항들이 있는데요. 그럼 2025년에 진행될 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 어떻게 개편됐는지부터 살펴보겠습니다. 첫 번째 변화, 바로 지역 시스템의 부활입니다. 설산, 바다, 초원, 사막, 4개의 지역이 다시 돌아옵니다. 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 처음 입장하면 무작위로 한 지역에 배정되며, 내 소속 지역은 그랜드 챔피언스 리그와 프로필에서 확인할 수 있어요. 이번 밀란마 시즌부터는 관전자도 지역이 배정됩니다. 왜냐고요? 바로 지역 응원전 이벤트가 열리기 때문이죠. 멋진 응원 보상도 걸려 있으니 내가 속한 지역의 응원전 승리를 위해 열심히 참여해주세요. 두 번째 변화, 토너먼트가 돌아옵니다. 참가자들은 예선을 시작으로 본선 3개 라운드, 마지막 선발전까지 총 5번의 라운드전을 치르게 되는데요. 예선에서 주어지는 하트는 단 3개, 더 이상 실수할 여유는 없습니다. 이렇게 치열한 과정을 뚫고 최종 16인에 선발된 선수들은 토너먼트에 돌입하게 됩니다. 그리고 16강 토너먼트를 뚫고 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 최종 우승자가 탄생합니다. 최종 우승자는 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 자동 진출하는 혜택도 누릴 수 있습니다. 매 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 종료 시 지역 내 순위에 따라서 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 RP 합산 기준 지역별 상위 8명까지 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있어요. RP는 같은 지역 소속 선수들끼리 성과를 기준으로 계산됩니다. 동점일 경우 마지막에 치러진 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 순위가 높은 순으로 결정됩니다. 게임 내 지역 랭킹 메뉴에서 시즌별 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 랭킹과 종합 랭킹을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수 여러분 모두 좋은 퍼포먼스로 월드 챔피언십에서 진가를 발휘하실 거라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 쿠키러너분들의 열정적인 참여를 기다립니다. 자, 그럼 진출 순위별 RP 매트릭스에 대해서도 설명해 드려야겠죠? 같이 알아볼까요? 순위가 한 계단 한 계단 올라갈수록 받을 수 있는 포인트도 기하급수적으로 높아집니다. 결코 짧지 않은 여정입니다. 하지만 그 여정을 통해 진정한 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그, 그리고 월드 챔피언십, 여러분들의 뜨거운 참여와 응원을 기다립니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 담당자 레이나입니다. 좋은 소식으로 여러분을 다시 만날 수 있게 되어서 너무 기쁘네요. 자, 이제 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 뚫고 올라온 최강자들이 어떤 무대에서 경기를 펼치게 되는지 살펴볼 차례입니다. 월드 챔피언십, 완전히 새로운 여정이 시작됩니다. 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선은 각 지역별 8강전부터 시작됩니다. 선수들은 정상까지 단계별로 치열한 대결을 이어가게 되죠. 8강은 라운드 로빈, 4강부터 결승까지는 선승제로 치러질 예정이며 3, 4위전은 별도로 진행되지 않아요. 선수들은 온라인으로 참여하며 월드 챔피언십 예선은 중계를 지원할 예정이오니 쿠키런 채널을 통해 우리 지역의 선수를 응원해 주시는 것 잊지 마세요. 이제 대망의 본선 경기 구조를 알아봐야겠죠? 이제 남은 여정은 단 하나, 세계 최고의 자리로 가는 여정뿐입니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 오프라인으로 진행되며 첫 번째 개최지는 대한민국 서울입니다. 선수들은 항공, 숙박 등 대회 참가를 위해 필요한 항목들을 모두 제공받게 됩니다. 본선 장소는 추후 고지드릴 예정이며 코키런 오븐 브레이크의 유저분들도 현장에서 같이 관람하고 즐거운 시간 보내실 수 있도록 각종 부스 프로그램도 같이 마련될 예정입니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 예선과 동일한 방식으로 진행되지만 본선이니만큼 3, 4위전이 별도로 진행됩니다. 챔피언이 탄생하는 순간까지 꼭 함께 해주시길 바랍니다.
이렇게 치열하게 진행되는 월드 챔피언십에서 부정한 방법으로 진출한 유저가 있어서는 안 되겠죠. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 팀은 어뷰징 및 비정상 행위에 대한 추적과 제재를 더욱 강화할 예정입니다. 정당한 승부 그리고 깨끗한 실력 대결이 될 수 있도록 모든 플레이어 여러분들의 협조를 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 월드 챔피언십과 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 대해 안내드렸습니다. 작년 프림픽에 보내주신 큰 성원 덕분에 이제는 전 세계가 주목하는 월드 챔피언십으로 나아갈 수 있게 되었어요. 그리고 월드 챔피언십에 많은 기대감을 보내주고 계시는 유저분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2025년 전 세계가 함께 뛰는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 월드 챔피언십, 지금부터 여러분의 플레이가 역사가 됩니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
New track coming in here after the
Yeah.
break. I like it.
It's
Changing the pace a little
jazzy.
bit. Yeah, moving on here with the Ocean Preliminaries today. We've already seen 4 of the players and 2 of them securing their spot. Moving on, of course, big crowd favorite from Indonesia, Gojek Vanesse, not able to continue this year here in the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship.
Yeah, and what a crazy upset it was in Group A here of the Ocean Regionals. The fact that we had a 3-way tie here to kick things off today, it's already been a very, very spicy region. I wonder if Group B is going to be delivering the same kind of chaos, because we have a lot of very highly skilled players. They're topping the GCL rankings. A lot of them, it might be their first time on a big stage like this, like the Cookie Run World Championship, but I think there is a lot to prove.
Yeah, it should be very interesting. It's funny also because I'm looking at the bios here. This group is all younger than Group A.
Is
Group
that true?
Group A was a bit of the older generation. This is a bit of the younger generation coming in for the Ocean Region Preliminaries. So curious to see if we maybe see some maybe different builds and loadouts here for some of these runners.
Yeah, I feel like I've noticed a trend where the younger players tend to take the greedier, greedier candies in terms of trying to optimize the points, whereas they might say, like, if you're an older gen, you might be going for, like, I'll go for all jellies, whereas the younger folk, typically I feel like it's them that we're seeing go for, like, you know what, just give me the yellow bears, let me get the extra points from that. If I play perfect, which I think I can do, which I'm confident I can do, it will net me more points. So yeah, I do wonder, because it feels like there wasn't all that much risk-taking with the old guard in the very first start of group number A, but coming into this one, maybe it'll be a bit more, I don't know, chaotic.
It might be. I mean, already the best score is very, very close by here for our very first matchup. Now, of course, we will be returning to Beneath the Lilies. We'll introduce that in a little bit. But in this round robin, it's all best of ones, and kicking things off here for Group B of the Ocean Region Preliminaries, it's Yote versus Kokis.
Yeah, Yote versus Kokis. Remarkably similar best scores here coming on to map number 1 is just the same way that we did in Group A here of the Ocean Regionals. We're going to be going to 3 maps on Beneath the Lilies and then 3 maps on Boiling Stock Village here for the round robin stage. So we're going to find out which 2 players will be joining Jung and hudol in the round of 4 playoffs.
All right, Yote versus Kokis. You can see the points they each had in the GCL. Yote racking up just a bit more. In at overall number 4 for the entire region. So our highest ranking runner so far, as we will see them run on Beneath the Lilies.
Yeah, Spinach, Cookie, and Ion Cookie Robot. At this point, it's day 3 of this thing. We're running it back once more here on Beneath the Lilies, and this will be the last time that we see this map so far today. 3 more maps on Beneath the Lilies, 3 more on Boiling Stock Village, and then, of course, when we move to the playoffs, the best of 3s, the best of 5s, the map pool is going to rotate. The available cookies and pets are also going to rotate. We'll shake things up.
Taking a look at their builds and loadouts here for Yote and Kokisu. I don't think we're going to see any big differences here. All jelly bonuses blessing here on the first magic candy, and then moving on to the Ion Cookie Robot. It will be the same blessing here for both players.
Yeah, this is the same build that we saw out of the 3 maps that were played on Beneath the Lilies earlier on today. So these all jellies, really getting popular. I thought we might see some more greed here, where people trying to optimize for the yellow bears, just add some risk reward into the mix. But no, it seems like the meta right now so far here in the ocean region has been to play it nice and safe there with the loadouts.
All right, so it's going to come down to that control. Both of them actually preferring Boiling Stock Village, but we are going to have to start with Beneath the Lilies, so we'll see how each of them perform. Yote coming in, saying that he only practices 6 hours a day. Is that enough to move on to the semifinals? We kick off the round robin of Group A of the Ocean Region Preliminaries.
All right, Yote versus Kokisu for match number 1 here in Group B of the Ocean Regionals. Let's get to it. The game is loading in, and the spinach cookie is ready to run, and we are getting started. Yote on top, Kokisu on bottom.
Yeah, Yote just a bit ahead on our sync on the screen, so we'll be able to try to keep track one by one who's going to make a little bit of the more perfect run here. Hopefully no crucial mistakes from either of our runners, as they both secure all of the Lotus Gem Jellies so far.
Yeah, so far looking remarkably similar thus far, getting destruction points right there on Dragon, jumping over the spikes, everything dodged really perfectly here. Just a nice clean early game on both sides.
Yeah, nothing of note. My eyes always are going to be on that second transformation here from the spinach cookie to see if you can really get all of the spikes here on the wheels.
Yeah, some players, they tend to take the more safe line. I wonder whether we're going to have a difference here. Are you going to go all the way down here? No.
Oh, and we do see an extra Lotus Gem Jelly being missed by Kokisu there, so that gives the lead back over to Yote up top.
Yeah, as we get closer and closer to that spike decision, we'll see if those points decide to come in. As it is right now, just really safe play coming in from Yote. Not getting that bottom spike there with the power-up.
Yeah, it did look like Kokisu wanted to, but he didn't want to risk falling off, so just goes right for the jump. He tried to stay a little bit longer on the slide, but at the end of the day, they are both going to just take the slightly safer route. Now Kokisu able to try to keep the lead here for himself.
Yeah, I wonder if Kokisu was actually able to sneak in some bonus destruction points at some point there, because a 3.3 million point difference when I'm watching Yote and it feels like they're getting every single Lotus Gem. It's surprising.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Yote can try to catch back up here. Jumping up for those Lotus Gem Jellies should be able to secure all the ones here. That's not the more difficult one. It's going to come down when they go over to the lily pads if you can secure every single one.
Yeah, a lot of players here on the lily pads will skip just one of these Lotus Gem Jellies to play it safe. We'll see if either of these players decide to go for it. Yote with a head start. Okay, they do go for one skip. That's going to make it much easier to secure every single one here in the second. They're actually missing a second, too.
Yeah, Yote missing 2 total on that run. That's going to continue to give extra point leads here for Kokisu as they go for that extra destruction here with the spinach cookie. And this means there's not too many opportunities for Yote to try to catch up. It's going to come down to whether Kokisu makes any mistakes once you switch over to the Ion Cookie Robot.
Yeah, oftentimes the point difference determining a winner here on Beneath the Lilies is about 1 million points. The first column drop comes in. Both of them able to navigate that very well. And so for Yote, I'm kind of concerned right now. It feels like they have a little bit more distance, but I don't think it's enough compensation for a 3.5 million point lead.
Yeah, the early destruction points really costing Yote just a little bit. We'll see. He's still going to be able to secure all the Lotus Gem Jellies, but it just might come down to the fact that he might not have enough opportunities unless Kokisu messes up, right? The destruction points add up to so much. Kokisu actually getting the clean Lotus Gem Jellies there as well, continuing to get extra point leads.
Yeah, Yote missed one more Lotus Gem right there, and you really can't afford any misses in a situation like this one head-to-head. You got to close the distance right now. Size up coming in, able to collect all the Lotus Gem Jellies are both players.
Yeah, and just playing it nice and smooth here for Kokisu. Yote, again, nothing crazy, right? No collisions or anything like that, but just not maximizing the early skill usages. And that's 3 millions. Of course, he's going to be looking at that point difference on the right side and knowing that the pressure's on him just a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little bit painful here for Yote because the early game, it was a bit rocky, but since then, they've been playing very well. It's just that lead has not relented here for Kokis. They have played so consistently, so solidly. Oof.
Yeah, just going for that transformation here for Kokisu on the drop. Meanwhile, Yote just playing the safe jumps there, and he will be able to secure just as many in the last row, but Kokisu knows as soon as his run ends, he's kept the lead. 4 million extra points with 736 million. Kokisu takes the first win.
Yeah, really nice run there by Kokis. Big smile as well. They are feeling so confident after that victory, and it's an impressive one, too. They nearly had as many points as their personal best, 737. They were at 736 and some change right there.
Yeah, getting very, very close. And that's got to be impressive here live at the studio, you know, playing away from home. So very, very well played by Kokisu. But it is going to come down to a couple of those early points missed here from Yote that costs him the overall points.
Yeah, so Kokis leading this group with a nice early win right there. Yote down to 0-1, but of course their day is not just over. They have 2 more matches to play guaranteed here in Group B of the Ocean Preliminaries.
Yeah, and we've seen, again, earlier, it came down to a 3-way tie. So anything can happen here. It's just kind of a tough matchup here to open up the day. But this also means that now both players have had their chance to play live during a broadcast. Now they're both used to it for the day, and we'll see how that affects them for the remaining matches.
Yeah, I feel like basically everybody has played better after their first match so far today. You got to get used to being under the lights and on the stage, knowing that all the fans are watching from around the world, knowing they're judging your performance, knowing that we're commentating their performance. Oh boy, I hope I don't make a mistake. It can be stressful even for some of these veterans. And so, yeah, I'm hoping to see Yote bounce back here in match number 2.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have the most points here in the GCL for your region coming into the preliminaries out of all the qualified players. So hopefully we do see Yote bounce back, but it could just mean that Kokisu is maybe built for a little bit more stability in the offline stage.
Yeah, it's possible. We have seen overall, not just today, but also last week, the safer, more conservative play tends to win out because on these very difficult maps, of course, we're starting with the easiest maps here in the preliminaries, but then as we move on to the round of 4, it's going to get even tougher. But even here, you see players make mistakes. I mean, how many collisions did we have in Group A here of the Ocean Preliminaries? Just playing safe and playing solid. It might not be super flashy. You might not be flexing the skills. You know, might be reaching your personal best scores, but in an environment like this one where you're trying to survive a 4-player group that's going to be whittled down to 2, I think it's a very smart approach.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see. Of course, we take a little bit of time in this very first to second match transition as we have 2 new players going for the first time for the day. So just to give you a little teaser, it's going to be Jingu and Seven. Now, Seven is, once again, the only non-Korean player in this group, in Group B, representing Thailand coming in here. We'll see if he's able to perform and maybe kind of redeem overall the non-Korean regions here in the Ocean Region Preliminary.
Yeah, they had a really good start there in week number 1. I think we actually had 2 non-Koreans advance, if memory serves correctly. But yeah, since today, it's been a little bit more topsy-turvy. I think Gojek Vanesse was a lot of people's favorites to advance from Group A. He certainly was my favorite, even though I wasn't sure he was going to advance in first or second. And at the end of the day, after the tiebreaker, actually getting knocked out in 3rd place. So it's been a day of surprising results already. Maybe we'll have some foreign hope come in here too.
Yeah, there you have it. Seven here to represent Thailand, going up against Jingu, playing here from home ground in Korea.
Yeah, nice big smile and a wave there from Jinju. And what is that they got on their stage with them?
Oh, I think that's a little jelly plush.
Yeah, it looks like it is.
Okay,
that is cute. For a moment, I was wondering, like, wait, is that part of the shirt? Is this like a shirt with a stuffed animal attached to it? It's all cuddled up. That is cute.
Well, here we go. Seven now locking in on the left side. And, you know, it's unfortunate. Seven trying to say, Gojek was actually his biggest competitor that he was looking forward to or looking out for in this overall region. But Gojek already eliminated on the other side in Group A. So now Seven perhaps looking at that. Maybe it makes him tremble in fear. Maybe it gives him a little bit more leisure to try to play his best to move on as we take a look at their loadouts and their blessings on the magic candies.
Yeah, going to be all jellies again here on the spinach cookie, and it's actually all jellies again here on the Ion Cookie Robot. So the same story that we've seen, 5 times we have played on this map, Beneath the Lilies, and 5 times we've seen the exact same loadout on both sides. So hey, if you're playing at home, if you're trying to get a high score on this map with these cookies, it's a great way to play it.
There you go. Yeah, everyone going for that overall steady play. Seven versus Jinju, preparing, both using the same exact skin here for the Ion Cookie robot as well. A little bit of a difference in preference for the Spinach Cookie, but of course, the upgrade you get is going to be identical.
Yeah, and the players ready on stage now. We're going to be going into match number 2 here in Group B in just a moment.
Seven versus Jinju. Jinju looking maybe excited, maybe a little anxious as well. You see him taking some deep breaths, whereas Seven just trying to stay calm and collected. We haven't really seen much expression yet here on the stage, but it is going to be a live offline competition. Best of ones here in the round robin. We'll see if Seven can get his first win to get the first 5 points.
Yeah, it's going to be a very intense match here. The opening match here for both Seven and Jinju in Group B. And as we saw in Group A, that first match can be critical. It can be the difference maker. You really want to get 2 wins. You can afford 1 loss in this group, but you don't want it to happen, especially not in the very first round. So here for Seven and Jinju, as we're continuing on here in their Ocean Region preliminaries, everything is on the line. Let's get started. Match number 1 between Seven and Jinju.
And they are off beneath the lilies once more. Seven on the top of your screens, Jinju on the bottom. And let's see if they start off smooth with the maximum amount of points here in the early phase.
Yeah, my eyes are going to be glued on Seven on top to see exactly what kind of route they want to take here today. Will they be going for the earlier instruction points that we've seen pay off quite a few times here in Group A and Group B of the Ocean preliminaries? Or will they be playing nice and conservatively?
Jinju actually just going for way too lax of a couple of jumps there, missing a couple of the alphabet jellies, missing one lotus gem jelly as well, and it all adds up to about a 300,000 point difference early on.
Ooh, jumps between the toads as well. So actually missing one of the lotus gems. It looks like Jinju able to get all of them thus far, so he will close the distance a little bit with that.
Yeah, taking the lead back in. So both of them is kind of shaky here compared to some of our other runners in the beginning. We'll see if they stabilize as we continue on.
I think the destruction points are going to be the most important thing. I'm very curious what the line these players take is going to be because, hey, say you're playing a little bit shaky here in the very early stages.
Yeah, Rainbow Bear Jelly being missed by Jinju there in between the spikes. He is able to get the second one, and Seven secures that extra obstacle that we see some of the players go for up top, so he's going to be able to keep the lead here in the early phase.
Yeah, very well played there by Seven.
Now continuing on to the next area, Seven a little bit faster here on our screens. We'll try to see if he's able to continue with the lead. Another Lotus Gem getting missed here from Jinju. It's going to start to add up. 1 or 2 of these starting to add up to 2 or 3, then it's 4 or 5, and then it's 1 million, 2 million point differences.
Yeah, it certainly does seem to compound here in the early game, but you know, Seven is also not playing exactly perfectly. It's their first match on stage today, and so you can see that they're both a little bit shaky. Seven occasionally missing 1 or 2 Lotus Gems. As now we go to the Lily Pads. A lot of players like to skip one of the Lotus Gems just for safety and security. We see Seven do that on top. We also saw Jinju do that on bottom. So both of them -1 here. Actually going to be -2 for Seven.
Yeah, that gives a little bit of hope for Jinju. Right now you're back down to around 500,000 point difference. That's definitely recoverable if you play perfectly for the rest of the run.
Yeah, it's been a really close match. And honestly, at this point, I feel like neither player is really going to play perfectly. It's tough when it comes down to these columns. You know, we've already missed a lot of Lotus Gems. Really see 2 more get missed there by Jinju.
Yeah, one before that as well. It just feels like Jinju is playing a bit too lax.
Wow.
But an entire column being missed by Seven. And that's exactly where the lead flips. A little bit forward for Jinju as well on the relay.
Yeah, that must have been 8 or 9 Lotus Gems missed right there by Seven. And, you know, it might not be as consequential as a collision, but if a match as close as this one, it is critical. Now here on the very big column,
missed again from Seven. Oh no, those drops, they're such important drops, and Jinju's still missing 1 or 2 though. So this might actually come down to a closer difference than we thought because Jinju continued to play more lax on some of these jumps, but Seven missed the big bulks that we always talk about here on this map.
Yeah, I can already see that Jinju missing a Lotus Gem here and there. It has closed the distance a little bit now to 1.4 million, but Seven, he's going to have to make some magic happen if he wants to come back in this one. There really aren't too many big point opportunities to gain here over your opponent. You got to be so clutch.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. Seven just has to play as perfectly as possible, and then it just comes down to does Jinju continue to miss 1 or 2 on every single section? Ooh. Okay, both of them.
4 Yellow Bears got missed there by Jinju on the bottom.
True.
So that lead is considerably going down. Still a nice buffer of 1.2 million here in the later stages of this map, but Seven is starting to close it up.
Yeah, not much left. Both of them playing safe, going for the extra jump before the transformation into phase 3, and I don't know if it's going to be enough. The last row of Lotus Gem Jellies, they both collect all of them, and it's going to be just 1 million difference for Jinju as he takes the win.
Man, what a close match. I honestly think it really does just come down to those columns because besides that, it was a lot more solid by 7. But hey, Jinju been so consistent and also nailing those pivotal moments. The big columns with what, 2 or 3 or 4 in a row going down. If you're able to connect with all of those, it is a ton of points over someone who's missing like 8, 9, even 10.
Yeah, exactly. It's just such a shame for 7 because overall much more consistent. But we always talk about it. Those big columns on the drops. If you miss jump once, unfortunately that one jump costs you not just 1 or 2, but it costs you maybe anywhere from 4 to 8, depending on which one you miss. So it's a big difference. I will say, Jinju, obviously happy with the win, but if you want to make it through, you're going to have to clean up just a little bit, especially if all the competitors are going for the all jelly bonuses and maybe, later on for the yellow bear jelly bonuses in the second map. You start to miss out 1 or 2, it starts to add up for the entirety of the run.
Yeah, luckily for them, I think it actually might be, I was going to say it might be their last time playing on Beneath the Lilies, but then I look at the scorecard, they're playing next. So they will be playing on Beneath the Lilies at least one more time today in the final match of that map here in Group B. And I'm wondering, how do you really change the adjustments there for Jinju coming in? Because it felt like they weren't necessarily playing more greedy than their opponent. They weren't playing...
Well, it's not so much that you were greedy, but it did feel like he was playing very lax, as if you were playing from home, right? Where you can just kind of casually do it and reset and do it again if you needed to. Maybe some unnecessary jumps that we saw early on where you're just kind of like jumping by habit, and that allows you to kind of jump over certain jellies, and then you miss time the Lotus Gem. So we'll see. Obviously, you don't have much time if he's playing right away. It's not like he's going to be able to rewind on the VOD and go back and see what he did or anything like that. So he will just have to jump right back in. But he's going to need to lock in because, again, during the tiebreaker, it's about high score. But right now, it's just head-to-head. You win, you get points. You lose, you lose points, actually. You lose a point. So he's going up against Kokisu, who played very well in that opening match. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, both players winning their first match on Beneath the Lilies, but I would say that Kokisu, considerably higher score, I think. The points were very consistent coming in. It was nearly a flawless run, I think pretty close to their PB even, which is very impressive coming onto a big stage like this one, especially for the first match of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times have we seen these players, even veterans like Gojek, come on stage, and the first match they look a little bit shaky, and then they're able to, start to lock in for match number 2, for match number 3. That's oftentimes the story. And so the fact that Koki's coming into this group already just dominated that first match, it's a confidence booster for sure.
Yeah, and if he's able to win 2, obviously we kind of say you generally have a pretty good chance moving forward, especially because you're knocking down one of the other players who already had a win, so you already get a little bit of a leg up. But here we go, a little bit of a station switch here for Jinju. We always make sure that we're rotating which station you're playing on to make sure it's fair ground for everybody. Jinju versus Kokisu, continuing on with Beneath the Lilies here in match 3 of Group B.
Jinju showing some respect to Kokisu here, racing the top combi maker. What an honor. I'm going to do my best.
All right, and Kokisu saying, let's just see who's impressed or who's improved the most since last year. Both of them having to go last year at the Cookie Run Tournament of 2024, now trying to make a run back here in 2025.
Yeah, always fun to see players grow and improve over time as there's a little bit of a wave, a little bit of a fist bump to each of them. Very friendly on stage. But of course, these are the 2 winners thus far today. Jinju and Kokisu, they both have won their first match. They're going to be going into match number 2 here, or at least their second match, I should say. Match number 3 overall on the day on Beneath the Lilies. And as you said, Trevor, getting that second win, it is such a relief because if you have 2 wins in a group like this one with 4 players, it guarantees that the worst case scenario for you is a 3-way tie.
Exactly. So you definitely want to try to get that lead. Now, both of them competed in the same guild last year. Now in different guilds, looking to make a run again, I guess a little bit more as rivals rather than friends. So a bit of an interesting story between these 2 younger players here today in the Ocean Region Preliminaries. Once again, on your left, it's going to be Jinju just coming off of that win. Right here on your camera, this is Kokisu, who took that opening match win.
Yeah, both players would love to go undefeated 2-0 today, but so far, I mean, only one of them is going to be able to do it. As we head into the final match on Beneath the Lilies, this is the Ocean Regional Preliminaries here, quarterfinals, Group B, match 3.
Yeah, we go through a full round robin in each group, so there will still be 3 more matches after this one. But both of these players sitting at a 1-win, 0-loss record. 1-0 record, you win, you're knocking the other guy down to a 1-1. You go on with 10 points here already in the round robin. It's going to be Jingu versus Kokisu on Beneath the Lilies here in the round robin stage.
All right, the map is loaded in. Jingu on top, Kokisu on bottom. Let's get going here. Both these players undefeated thus far, looking to go 2-0 in this group.
And now Kokisu on the bottom side, looking nice and calm. My eyes a little bit actually tied to the top side for Jingu. See if he skips out on any unnecessary jellies here. Once again, maybe it's just habit. He's kind of skipping over that. Again, another early Lotus Gem jelly loss as well.
Yeah, it is quite interesting. As you said, it's a little bit lax. It's comfortable to kind of play this style and not try to min-max absolutely everything, because usually the difference maker in terms of who wins and who loses the match is 1 or 2 big mistakes. And so I kind of respect just being in your element, just being like, you know what, I'm not going to play for the high score. I'm just going to play to try and get through nice and safely. But as you said, when you miss Lotus Gem jellies like this again, it can start to add up.
Yeah, and now you're kind of hoping that Kokisu makes a mistake at that point, right? Because if you're just playing to not make crucial mistakes, but you're missing out on 1 or 2 extra, well, if the other guy's playing perfect, that's going to be a bit of a deal breaker. Both of them getting that first Rainbow Bear jelly. What about the second one here?
Oh,
Another
no.
one once again missed by Jingu.
Yeah, Jingu missing that. Didn't even go for the extra destruction point either, so I think it's going to be harder for them to close the distance. Will they get this spare? Yes, they will indeed. So at least able to catch that one. But already after this early stage here on Beneath the Lilies, 1.3 million lead here for Kokisu. That is a rough start here for Jingu.
Yeah, but I'm going to hold my breath a little bit, right? We made a bit of a bigger deal on that last run, and then, of course, his opponent, 7, missing those big drops. So we'll see. Kokisu looked calm during the opening match, but you just never know since it's just 1 go in a best of 1.
Yeah, there's a lot of big moments left here on Beneath the Lilies that both players have to be ready for. This 1.3 million point lead could vanish in a moment on either side as we have the single jumps coming in right now. Just collecting these coins and bouncing down onto the lily pads. Will we have the same 1 gem skip here coming in from Jingu? Will they try to close the distance? It actually is going to be that 1 gem skip. So playing it nice and safe once more.
Yeah, 1 extra one missed by Kokisu, a couple extra jellies as well. So that brings the gap back down to around 400,000. Jinju's going to be looking at that. Happy to know that there's still a good shot remaining here on Beneath the Lilies.
Yeah, I mean, 400,000 halfway through Beneath the Lilies is basically nothing, right? I mean, that could change in an instant, especially with the columns that we have coming up in a moment. First one here, double column.
All right, nice and clean for both players. So Koki's going to breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, I'm sure, and both of them getting a little bit of the jump here for the relay, not entirely the furthest distance.
Jingu missing another Lotus Gem there right before the relay. You can't afford those in a situation like this one, but another big column.
Oh and
man!
See what I said? It happens again. Jinju's just got something hovering over his opponent's heads.
Yeah.
Makes them miss the big drops.
That's incredible. Jingu just so good at the most important part of this map, catching those columns, because it's not just 1 or 2 Lotus Gems if you mess up. It's what, 6, 7, maybe even 8 or more? It's huge.
How is that happening every time?
Hey, man, they're feeling relaxed. You know, there's no pressure. They're chilling. They're taking it nice and easy. They're not trying to get the best possible score. They come to the columns like, it's no sweat. I nail this and I'm cooking. That's exactly what Jingu does. Now look at this, 900,000 point lead. I love it.
I can't believe it. I'm in awe. The race isn't over yet, but I am in awe that this has happened twice in a row for Jingu, where he's able to just play calm and a little bit lax, but he's somehow got opponents missing the biggest drops here on this run.
Hey, it's working thus far. It can't knock it, right? If it gives you 2 leads like this one heading into the later stages.
The last couple seconds here, a couple Lotus Gem jellies missed, and not getting that extra jump here from Kokisu, and that is going to give the victory to Jingu.
What a win there for Jingu. Just that nice, calm demeanor paying off. Nice little admiration there to the opponent, to acknowledging their good performance. Wow. It really did just come down to 1 column. Those columns are absolutely everything on Beneath the Lilies.
I don't know. How does that happen? I mean, yeah, everybody's human, but 2 times in a row. Very impressive from Jingu here.
Yeah, I mean, Jingu also nailed them every single time perfectly, and I mean, I feel like it's almost a coin flip. Obviously, it's a skill-based thing. It's not luck when I say coin flip, but it's 50-50 on whether the players are both going to be able to nail it or not. And yeah, Jingu on these opening maps here beneath the lilies, just absolutely a lock. They didn't have quite as many rainbow bear jellies. Of course, they missed that one at the very start. Same number as destruction points as well. But hey, being able to get all the Lotus gems, that is the moneymaker there. 100,000 extra points each.
Do you think it's maybe that Space Donut plushie that he's brought? It really gives him the extra comfort. So he's a little lax, but he's also just not making any crucial mistakes. It matters, right? In some other games, we have people like bringing personal plushies or like plants or whatever, you know, just to make all your desk and your station look exactly like it did at home. Maybe that's how he plays all the time, and it just gives him that extra little. It's like a comfort safety blanket.
Hey, it looks very comfortable too. You know, not only is it reassuring to have your nice little plushie right there, but also, I mean, like, you're playing with your arms like this, you're resting on it. It's kind of nice. I like it.
Yeah, so it could be. Hey, if you have props that you play with at home, it is worth it to bring it, right? Like, it might look silly on camera sometimes, depending on what it is or what it might be, but if it's what gets you comfortable, winning is what matters. It's okay to look silly if you win.
I don't even think it looks silly. I think it looks very comfortable.
I'm not saying this one doesn't look silly, but
of course,
sometimes some things look silly. Like in some of the other broadcasts I've commented, we used to have a player who thought they had a jinx where they played better with tissue up their nose because once they had like their allergies or something and they put a tissue up their nose and they started winning in their ranked game, so they were like, well, now in every tournament I'm going to play with a tissue up my nose. Hey, it looks silly, but if it works for you, it works. It worked for him for like half a season, and then it didn't really work anymore. But
oh man, that reminds me of traditional sports there's a lot of superstition for players in a lot of traditional sports. That is one of the craziest things I have ever heard of.
You never know.
Now I get what you're talking about, Trevor. Yeah, man, that is a memory to keep with you forever. All right, fellas, we're heading into match number 4 here in Group B.
All right, Seven and Yote, both of them looking to redeem themselves, both sitting at 1 loss. And now that we have Jingu moving up with a 2-win record, Kokisu back down to a 1-1, it's anybody's game out of these two.
7 versus Yote here. And by the way, we are moving on to Boiling Stock Village. What we just saw was the last instance of Beneath the Lilies so far here today. Of course, it will be re-emerging tomorrow as we fight through another region. But now, Boiling Stock Village here. Orange cookie, Yugwa cookie. You know the business. We're getting destruction points. It's going to be fun.
This is going to be an interesting one, as it always comes down to it. It doesn't look like it's going to be too big of a difference, and then suddenly just like one skill usage, half a second off, and it just starts to spiral out of control because of the setups that we have with how you use the Hope bounce points into the destruction points. You've got the fire starter pet, then you've got the treasures that use the coins from the map with the destruction. It all goes through. Now we do have a little difference. Yote, the first player today in this region, bringing out the extra blessing here for the blast mode jellies.
Yeah, yellow bear jellies, magic candy here for 7, and for Yote gonna be the blast mode. The blast mode coming out, I feel like it's very tricky to do this. I admire Yote's confidence in doing it because trying to get those destruction points with the orange cookie, it is tough to do. Nailing those combos on the comets, especially timing them out, trying to maximize the points, it's a very tricky thing, and adding that in for blast mode, hey, it makes it even more complicated. You know, now there's so much more on the line in those final moments of the game.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it works out, because if you do it perfectly, obviously you're going to be able to use the skill, getting the extra blast mode, collecting all those jellies. You don't get as many bonuses per, but because of blast mode, also how it works, obviously you're speeding through, use it at the right time, you're getting extra jellies, so it could work out. But let's find out as we jump in to Boiling Stock Village. It's a match between 7, and we have Yote on the other side.
All right, match number 4 here in Group B of the Ocean region. 7 representing Thailand, Yote representing Korea. Let's get down to business. It's time for the destruction points, and already those activations coming in.
Going through that first phase, now it comes down to the 3 charges you get off of the Tiger. You have to use them with a single jump. And of course, you want to make sure you maximize how you use them. You have to take some risks as you get right by the obstacles, just like we did see there. 7 using it at the same time as well.
Yeah, it's very tricky going for that. As we saw earlier today, I think 2 collisions on Boiling Village already thus far today. As Yote and 7, it seems like they're able to get past it without too much trouble.
Yeah, Yote He's just making sure that he's focusing more on the skill. Missed out on a couple extra jellies, it looked like, but had a little bit of a lead earlier on. Should be able to keep it, actually coming down just to pretty much the same score here at 100,000 difference from either player.
Yeah, it's very close early on, especially on this map. Oh no! Oh no! For Yote, not only missing 2 yellow pairs, but also the collision. What is it with Boiling Pot Village? Or Boiling Stock Village today? There is so much damage being done. I feel like it's almost every single time we cast it, and it's always in this early stage.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just you're thinking about how to make the jump to use the skill, and sometimes you're looking too far ahead. Whatever else it might be, that's going to be a little bit costly here for Yote. No further big mistakes from Yote on the bottom screen, but again, you're already a little bit behind. He's trying to catch up just a bit, though.
Yeah, but we saw this earlier on today, especially in that tiebreaker. Even if you play perfectly from here on out, you need your opponent to still make some kind of mistake if you want to come back. And so for 7, they might not know exactly that this happened yet. The point discrepancy isn't very significant. Okay, well, now it finally is 3.7 million. But you're not really going to know until you have that relay handoff. And once you do here as 7, I think you just try and play as safe as possible.
Exactly, because the distance is also kind of come into play with a collision like that, because you're losing out on energy. Now, with the Yugwa, you can still try to regain a little bit because you go onto that Tiger in the last phase, and you can try to extend it, get a little bit of that jump for the relay, but we'll see how Yote handles it. Still 2 charges on both before they hop onto the Tiger. One more Hope badge bounce here. Yote gonna use it on the last jump right onto the meteors, goes on, still only misses out on 1 destruction there.
And you can see Yote barreling on with no energy. You are able to get his Jobbers a little bit more distance there on the transition, but that's still a lot of space.
Now, let's see. The blessing might come into play here as well for Yote, of course, going for the extra blessing here during blast mode.
You got to get as many destruction points as possible in a situation like this one. You really need them to close the distance.
It does look like he missed the timing a little bit on that second wave of meteors falling down, so Yote not maximizing the destruction points. 7 just going through safely with a nice chunky lead so far.
Yeah, 7 at 11 million knows that something went wrong on Yote's side of the stage. And right now, just confirming some more of these, dodging the obstacles, making sure they take no damage. It's a really clean finish here thus far. Let's see if they can keep it up, because there are some tricky moments left here on this match, but it's looking to absolutely be going 7's way.
Yeah, now we just see late collisions earlier as well so far in the Ocean region. So you can't let your guard down just yet. 7 has to stay focused. You can't look at the score and be like, oh, the race is over. You never know in Cookie Run Overbreak. Yote's still doing his best as well, hoping that there's a slip up on the other side.
Yeah, but thus far, 7 defending the lead very well. Timing's coming in on the destruction points here too, avoiding all these obstacles. That points lead has gotten smaller, but do not forget the extra energy that 7 has.
Yeah, Yote just trying to get whatever extra jellies he can, get the coins as well, trying to get those extra treasures to activate. But you're right, it doesn't look like it's possible. The energy ending just about still the same distance, but it's going to be 7 who takes the win without any crucial mistakes here on Boiling Stock Village.
Honestly, really impressive by Yote to be able to come back from that one and almost win the match. It was, what, 6 or 7 million point difference?
Yeah.
Usually when we see a collision like that one early on in a stage, it translates into tens of millions. But 853 versus 846. Yote really fighting on there despite that early mistake, but still 7 going to be confirming that win, going up 2-0 now. Oh no, that's the first win, right?
Yeah, that's the first win here.
Me.
So rising back up to 1-1, that does put Yote down into 0-2, though.
Yes.
And Yote did have the most GCL points here in this group coming in. In fact, in the overall region for all the players that qualified to the preliminaries. So, bit of a disappointing showing so far for Yote.
It's been a day of upsets. We saw that earlier on in Group A.
True.
And now here in Group B, the same thing is happening again. It's kind of surprising. It feels like kind of the whole story of these preliminaries early on is the GCL points. Of course, they mean a lot for the players in terms of what their standings are when they're playing at home. But when you come to the main stage like this one, you have the cameras on you, you're under the lights, you know everybody's watching, and there's prize money on the line. Some players are able to put up way better performances, better than you would expect. These underdogs just emerging.
Yes, exactly. So it's really about how fast you adjust, or adjust again if you've been in similar situations before. Maybe you participated last year, maybe you participated in the invitation earlier this year for some of the players. So that does make a difference. But 7 redeems himself, gets back up to 1-1. So that ties him in the score so far in the round robin with kokisu. Interestingly enough, they're facing off against each other in the next match.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Could be 7 versus kokisu in match number 5. There are 6 matches total here in Group B unless we go to that tiebreaker. And that means one of them is going to be going 2-1, and one of them is going to be in a bit of trouble.
And I actually think, don't take my word for it because I'm not an admin, and we always know casters shouldn't do math on screen live, but I think if you win this next match, you're at least making it to the semifinals no matter what.
Oh, is that a
And
guarantee?
then if you lose, because we already have Yote with 2 losses, so he can only get maximum 1 win. Both of these players on stage right now already have 1 win each, and if one of them wins, they get 2 wins, and the other one ends with only 1 win. So that already puts 2 players at 2 wins, 2 players at 1 win max, and then it's just a matter of seeding that comes down to the last match.
No, I think you're right. Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah, that sounded all very confusing, but bottom line, if I'm correct, this is a qualifying match here for the semifinals.
Yeah, I believe you are right, especially because it's the last match either of them are going to play. One of them will be 1-2, one of them will be 2-1, and we're going to do it again here on Boiling Stock Village. Now, 7 was able to win the previous match on this level, but it's important to remember that a large part of them winning was because their opponent suffered an early collision.
Yes, exactly.
And despite that, the score was relatively close. So I think even here for 7, you got to nail those combos in the later stages, because it felt like probably the weak point of the gameplay for me on this level was those destruction points coming in, the combos, the timing. I think as long as you're able to buckle that down, you should be in a better position, as we have both players going for the yellow bear jellies in this case.
Yeah, kokisu also favoring the yellow bear jellies here for that blessing on the magic candy during Orange Cookie's run. So this is going to be interesting because, like you said, the point difference, if Yote hadn't hit a collision, would it have been the same story? It's kind of hard to tell, right? Normally, we're seeing that go up to near 10 million difference. We saw him able to try to catch back up here, especially with trying to regain a little bit of that extra distance on the relay as well. kokisu looked a little bit shaky on some of the earlier runs, but he's going to have to lock in if he wants to continue on here in the preliminaries. We're currently watching the quarterfinals, the Group B round robin. It's a series of best-of-ones, and now looking forward to their last best-of-one match here today during the group stage. It's 7 going up against kokisu for a qualifying shot into the semifinals.
All right, Boiling Stock Village once more here. 7 on top, kokisu on bottom in the Cookie Run Ever Break World Championship preliminaries. And let's see how 7 is going to be able to do on this one. Actually, let's see how both of them are going to be able to do, because honestly, I have been so surprised by the numbers of collisions that we've gotten here on Boiling Stock Village. It has been kind of unexpected.
It's going to be a little bit interesting to see if we see any.
Oh my goodness, it happens again. What is this?
It's so
How does this keep happening?
You have to greet it. You have to jump so close to try to use the Hope badge bounce, and it just leads to a collision here for kokisu.
How does it happen again? I'm losing my mind watching this. Because it feels like in week 1 of the preliminaries, in the desert and the plain regions, I think we might have had 1 collision in total on Boiling Stock Village. I don't quote me on that. That was a week ago. There were a lot of matches that were played, but this is like the 4th or the 5th time today that we have had a collision come in with one of these players, and especially in the early stage of this match. Now, I know the timings are very tricky because, as you said, you have to cut it as close as possible to the obstacles to play optimally, to maximize the points, but oh my goodness, it just feels cursed today.
Exactly. It is a little bit tough here, so it's going to be hard to tell, but we'll see. We'll see if kokisu is able to redeem himself a little bit as we continue on here with the Yugwa Cookie.
Yeah, of course, in the early stage with the Yugwa Cookie, you can make up some of the lost energy with this skill activation, and so there is some potential here for a comeback. It's not as consequential as it would be, say, on Beneath the Lilies, but of course, any time that you take damage like that, it's going to be a critical moment.
Yeah, and I just had to go back and double check because we were kind of focusing on if we had some differences during the blessing from the magic candy.
Yeah.
But I also believe kokisu actually coming in with a disadvantage on the skin effect for the orange cookie. Much less points for the orange poke jelly. So with that early collision, kokisu already very far back on his back foot.
All right, well, we're entering the second stage of this level now. Koki's down remarkably few points given everything that's happened thus far, that collision coming in, but the energy bar really tells the story there for 7.
Well, let's see if Kokisu able to at least get that extra distance coming off of the Tiger. See if he can just get a little bit more to redeem himself. One last charge left on the Yote badge bounce. Actually, it's a nice clean and only missed out on the 1 meter, which is the maximum here for either player.
Yeah, so we'll see exactly what the distance advantage is going to be for 7 here in just a moment. As they hop on the Tiger, the energy runs out, and S7 maybe a little bit shorter than you would expect to be in the situation, but still miles ahead of Kokisu.
Yeah, and 7 once again should start to realize that I can just play this safe. It's not going to be a big deal. You're already so far ahead on the points.
All right, the combo's coming in for Kokisu. If Kokisu wants to win this match, they need to be able to get as many points as possible. We also have to keep our eyes on 7 because we have also had, not just in the early stages, but in the late stages, collisions on this map.
Yeah, you got to watch out. You can't let your guard down just yet. Kokisu not making too many more crucial mistakes here. But again, you're so far behind now, 13 million. Trying to get whatever destruction you can, but it looks like he's starting to try to use them just a bit early as well. Just a tad bit fidgety, not as perfect as you want to be.
Yeah, and 7 just playing great defense on top right now. That lead comfortably at 10 million, plus the extra energy that 7 has got. And the double jumps coming in, collecting all of these jellies, getting the extra energy as well.
Now still sitting at 10 million lead here for 7. Probably glancing at that, realizing that I just have to make sure I'm not really hitting any collisions and I should be okay. Just don't save up those charges for the skill here for the orange cookie.
It's gotta just be a nice, safe game right here as 7. Saving actually one of those points. Okay, now finally uses it. It actually is Kokisu saving one of those destruction points. So finally the skill activation comes in. That does lower the lead a little bit here. It's still 5 million with basically nothing left, Trevor. Yeah. I think 7's done it again.
Yeah, not able to get the full distance jump for either player either, but once again, 7 is going to be able to take the lead, closing things out. Not the cleanest finish from either player, but again, a crucial mistake from Kokisu early on is going to cost him this match in this best-of-1 round robin.
Yeah, and that means that now Jingu and 7 both have 2 wins. The next best is Kokisu with only 1. There is still 1 more match left to be played, but I think you were right, Trober. I think this is likely going to be 7's seed into that round of 4 playoffs here as we look at the stats from that map.
Yeah, but this one also came down once again to a very close difference. So much more destruction being done by Kokisu. Only a 2 million point difference. It was at mostly 10 million for the biggest part, but then at the very end, you talked about how that extra charge was saved by Kokisu. He uses it in the last bit to destroy 1 extra wall. It's able to have him catch up just a bit, but again, not enough. Now again, the question is if he had into the collision, he might have won again, but hey, 7 just plays it safe. He's able to get through.
I mean, playing it safe, it has been a winning story thus far, especially in these earlier stages of tournaments where you're just trying to fight for survival in the round robin because a lot can happen in a best-of-1. You know, 1 mistake determining the winner and loser of a series like this when you only have 3 possible chances, it's very critical. And you know, the good thing for 7, too, is, yeah, they played safe. They were able to get those 2 wins. They're now going to the round of 4. It's going to be a completely different map set.
Yes, exactly. Now, we will have to see, of course, if maybe there's a tiebreaker required for seeding, depending on the next match. Now, Jingu looking to try to go undefeated in this group. If he does, he's going to be very safely in that first seed. But if it's a 2-1, there might be a need for tiebreaker. We'll have to double-check on that one. But for now, we do have 7 who should have secured their spot moving on to the semifinals. We'll wait for final confirmation. There's still 1 more round robin left between Jingu and Yote.
Yeah, Jingu and Yote. Yote, not yet with a win on the board, fighting for honor right now, down 0-2, already out of contention for the round of 4, but just like we saw in Group A earlier today, you got to give it your all to the very end right here. You want to give a good show for your fans. Yeah. Go home with something to be proud about, you know?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Also, just as a quick reminder, as we have our players getting ready, I believe there's only about 20 minutes left to enter that code we shared earlier. So make sure you remind everyone, whoever's joining late on to the broadcast right now, let them know. If they're not watching the broadcast, if you've got friends and family not watching the broadcast, let them know, watch the broadcast, but also input the code into your games to secure those extra crystals.
Yeah, 300 crystals. I believe the code is Ocean Go Go Go, if memory serves. Don't quote me on that. I'm sure the folks in chat are going to know much better than me, the ones that typed the code in already. So yeah, help your friends out there in the chat. Make sure everybody gets those extra crystals.
All right, now the power of the Space Donut coming in for Jingu. We'll see. We'll see if he's able to mind control his opponent once more with his comfort zone here on stage. Jinju, 2 wins so far, going for a clean sweep here in Group B, and now entering Boiling Stock Village.
Yeah, going to be the final time we see Boiling Stock Village today. Orange Cookie, Yogurt Cookie, and the Fire Starter Pet as well. And then after this, when we move on into the round of 4 matches, we will be having an entirely different map pool where instead of being a round robin where the first 3 maps and the last 3 maps are set, it will be loser's choice. So a lot more variety coming to you in just a moment. But before we get there, pivotal match between Jinju and Yote as Jinju's fighting for that #1 seed.
Yep, and we do have Yote returning here with the extra points for Blast Mode for all jellies during the Bass Mode. But of course also both of them going for the 1,000 points for the Orange Poke jellies, so not seeing that difference here.
Yeah, just a slight difference there with the Blast Mode. It is a little bit tricky because those combos can be very hard to pull off at the later stages. I mean, timing out those meteors with the jumps, trying to get every single one for Blast Mode can be very tricky. But hey, if you get it, it does pay off.
There you go. Yeah, we'll see. Yote, if he can maximize. Yote already eliminated in contention for semifinals, but looking for honor and redemption, trying to get at least 1 win on the board here during the regional preliminary quarterfinals for the Ocean region. Jinju on your screens, going for a undefeated run so far against Yote. Our last look at Boiling Stock Village today. It's going to be the last match of the round robin in Group B.
All right, Jinju on top, Yote on bottom here in the last match of the round robin. And Cobra, my one question to you, are we going to have a collision early on, dude?
Listen, Jinju's got some magic going on here on stage, so whether it's missed to jellies, whether it's collisions, he might get Yote to make another blunder here. See if it happens. That first crucial jump right here, right past the obstacles. Both of them make it. No collision. They get the destruction as well.
Very well done on both sides. You know, it's kind of wild because after last week casting the preliminaries for the Desert Plain regions, my impression of Boiling Stock Village typically is that here in the early stages there isn't much of a difference. The game is mostly decided in the later stages when the destruction points are coming in, who can better nail those combos. But the story so far today has just been the collisions thus far.
Yeah.
And luckily for both these players, they have been able to navigate at least that tricky earlier part with the timings very cleanly. And I hope I'm not jinxing it too much by talking about it. I would love to have one map at least here without a collision.
Yes, a clean run hopefully from both of our players. Now, Jinju still barely staying ahead. It's really coming down to just a couple jellies missed here and there for either one, just exactly when they're jumping. They're all getting the crucial big ones, you know, the giant bear jellies, things like that. And now going through with the destruction on Tiger, we go back to another 3 manual charges on the jump.
And coming down here on these drops. Oh, one of these yellow bears does get missed there by Jinju. Occasionally you do see players miss 1 of them, occasionally 2 if he missed 2 on the jump in a row. In fact, that's exactly what we see there by Jinju. Oh, did they both miss it? I was watching Jinju on top. It's tricky, man. That timing has to be perfect.
Exactly. So very consistent. Barely any difference here for both players. This might
9,000
come down to the extra blessing change in the Orange Cookie at this point.
Yeah, the blessing change or just the destruction point straight up. You know, who can hit the most comments is, oh, looks like our screen actually didn't go out there on top.
Yeah, we will just be keeping our eyes here on Yote as we continue to see the points just stay very consistent for both.
Yeah, and of course, if you're watching at home, it's the first time that happened today. You don't need to worry. The players, they're completely locked in. They can see the screen all the time, so Jinju's not going to be worrying about that. It's just the feed sometimes gets a little bit hiccupy.
Yeah, both of them going for it. Jinju going for the drop and then jump back up to use the Hope, whereas Yote just trying to stay up top, but Yote actually taking a bit of a heftier lead.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Jinju actually missed one of those yellow bears, which I think is the main reason, the main culprit behind this deficit here. I wonder if they got any distance as compensation. It seems like they didn't.
Yeah, both of them just landing in the exact giant yellow bear jelly here on the relay. Now onto the Orange Cookie, and we do have a magic candy difference. The blessing here for Yote is going to be jellies during blast mode. Let's see if it comes in to pay off for Yote.
Yeah, some really good skill activations there for Yote on bottom as, man, they're getting so much. Actually been able to turn or work up to a, 3.1 million lead there for just a moment. Then the scores settle once more. We're closer to 1 million. That is so close here for Boiling Point Bridge.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to whenever they use their skills, of course, because that can really change how that burst of scores come in. but so far it looks like Yote looking pretty comfy here to be able to combo the skills into the blast mode to try to get those extra points and try to get a heftier lead.
Yeah, now the big difference in points is because Jingu is saving one more charge on the skill activation, so let's see if that's going to translate into a lead here. They're going for kind of a Hail Mary right now, trying to close the distance.
Yeah, this is going to be tough because even if you're able to get that extra wall that we saw earlier from one of our other players, Jingu, you're not going to be able to close an entire 10 million gap, I don't think.
It might be closer than you think, though. We do have that one extra charge. It does get a lot of points.
Yeah, the bear party being missed by Yote, so it brings it right back down to about 5 million as we see the extra destruction come in as well for Jingu.
All right, going into the final moments, though, that skill activation did get used, and still there is a lead there for Yote. I think that might just be it. Yeah. 857 to 849, and Yote is going to be winning.
Much further distance for Yote as well. A giant lead towards the end, going further than we've seen actually from any of our runners so far here in Boiling Stock Village. So an impressive run. Unfortunately, not one that's going to change his fate here during the preliminaries, but what a showing here in the last match of the round robin.
Yeah, Yote, hey, that's a way to go out, you know? You did not advance here in the group stage, but at least that was a terrific win.
Yeah, and it did look like the run ended quite early here for Jingu, so it might have been a collision that we missed here on screen as well, but overall distance, nearly 1,500 extra for Yote, making it as far as possible. Tons more obstacles destroyed as well. So we got to say GG well played to Yote. Still a great showing on his way out here in the last match of the round robin.
Yeah, it's a good way to end the day here for Yote. You know that you're going to be a little bit unhappy about not being able to advance into that round of 4 for a chance at the finals in October, but hey, at least you had one really good showing. So yeah, that's going to wrap the preliminary stage, I believe. Now, Jingu and Seven are both 2-1 overall, and I'm not sure if that's going to come down to a tiebreaker match or it might just be the head-to-head match between the two.
We'll have to wait for confirmation on that to see if there's a tiebreaker or not between the two, but we will be able to review the overall records as well. So we'll just wait for the admins for the final confirmation. But again, just talking about Yote a little bit since they will be eliminated. Again, not just sitting in complete last place with 0 wins. You at least came in to play against some of the best players, and you're able to go for that. And it does look like it's going to be the head-to-head here when it's just the two-way tie. So Jingu will be able to take the win here with 9 points. Seven also with 2 wins, sitting in second since he lost to Jingu in the first match for both of those players.
Yeah, so that's going to be Jingu there in first, Seven in second. And means we're going to have what? Jungdex versus Jingu there.
Jungdex versus Seven.
Oh, yeah, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, cross seeds. There we go.
Yeah,
I don't have to try and make this up.
Yeah, there you go. Hudol versus Jingu. Should be some interesting matches coming up in the semifinals. Once again, reminder, the semifinals are going to be best of 3, and then the finals is going to be lined up with the best of 5 to determine who gets first seed once you've already qualified for the main stage of the World Championship Finals later on in October. So still plenty of action, and of course, all new maps now. We're done with Beneath the Lilies and Boiling Stock Village for the day. We're moving on to new map pools in the semifinals.
Yeah, and as we progress further and further today, the maps are going to continue to get harder and harder. Those star difficulties are going to increase. The mechanics and speed are going to increase.
Yes.
It gets very tricky in these later stages. And also when we go into those best of 3s, because it is now a best of 3 and not a round robin situation, the first map will be predetermined, but after that, loser gets to choose. So there is some strategy involved as well in selections.
Exactly. You'll have a time to recover for yourself. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give a chance for all the players to recover here for the semifinals. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's best of 3 semifinals here in the Ocean Preliminaries.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 e스포츠는 작년에 진행한 쿨림픽을 통해 국내 e스포츠의 저력을, 그리고 올해 3월 글로벌 인비테이션을 통해 세계 e스포츠로서의 가능성을 확인했습니다. 2025년 우리는 더 크고 더 본격적인 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 새로운 이름으로 거듭납니다. 이제는 세계 챔피언을 뽑을 시간, 바로 월드 챔피언십입니다. 월드 챔피언십은 작년의 쿨림픽과는 완전히 달라진 새로운 선발, 그리고 새로운 대회 방식을 도입하게 되었는데요. 더 박진감 넘치고 더 많은 세계 플레이어들이 함께하는 e스포츠가 되기 위해 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 팀이 준비한 2025년의 e스포츠 로드맵, 지금부터 공개합니다. 여러분의 참여와 응원이 이 여정에 큰 힘이 될 거예요. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작해볼까요? 올해부터는 모든 선수가 자신의 지역에 배정되어 경쟁하고, 하이라이트는 바로 최강자 토너먼트입니다. 2025년에는 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 총 2회의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 개최됩니다. 플레이어는 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 통해 지역별 랭킹 포인트를 의미하는 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 RP의 총합에 따라 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있는 자격이 주어집니다. RP의 합산으로 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선의 진출자가 결정되기 때문에 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 모두 정말 중요하겠죠? 2025년 그랜드 챔피언스 리그는 월드 챔피언십을 향한 여정이 될 것이기 때문에 기존 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에서 개편되는 사항들이 있는데요. 그럼 2025년에 진행될 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 어떻게 개편됐는지부터 살펴보겠습니다. 첫 번째 변화, 바로 지역 시스템의 부활입니다. 설산, 바다, 초원, 사막, 4개의 지역이 다시 돌아옵니다. 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 처음 입장하면 무작위로 한 지역에 배정되며, 내 소속 지역은 그랜드 챔피언스 리그와 프로필에서 확인할 수 있어요. 이번 밀란마 시즌부터는 관전자도 지역이 배정됩니다. 왜냐고요? 바로 지역 응원전 이벤트가 열리기 때문이죠. 멋진 응원 보상도 걸려 있으니 내가 속한 지역의 응원전 승리를 위해 열심히 참여해주세요. 두 번째 변화, 토너먼트가 돌아옵니다. 참가자들은 예선을 시작으로 본선 3개 라운드, 마지막 선발전까지 총 5번의 라운드전을 치르게 되는데요. 예선에서 주어지는 하트는 단 3개, 더 이상 실수할 여유는 없습니다. 이렇게 치열한 과정을 뚫고 최종 16인에 선발된 선수들은 토너먼트에 돌입하게 됩니다. 그리고 16강 토너먼트를 뚫고 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 최종 우승자가 탄생합니다. 최종 우승자는 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 자동 진출하는 혜택도 누릴 수 있습니다. 매 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 종료 시 지역 내 순위에 따라서 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 RP 합산 기준 지역별 상위 8명까지 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있어요. RP는 같은 지역 소속 선수들끼리 성과를 기준으로 계산됩니다. 동점일 경우 마지막에 치러진 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 순위가 높은 순으로 결정됩니다. 게임 내 지역 랭킹 메뉴에서 시즌별 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 랭킹과 종합 랭킹을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수 여러분 모두 좋은 퍼포먼스로 월드 챔피언십에서 진가를 발휘하실 거라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 쿠키러너분들의 열정적인 참여를 기다립니다. 자, 그럼 진출 순위별 RP 매트릭스에 대해서도 설명해 드려야겠죠? 같이 알아볼까요? 순위가 한 계단 한 계단 올라갈수록 받을 수 있는 포인트도 기하급수적으로 높아집니다. 결코 짧지 않은 여정입니다. 하지만 그 여정을 통해 진정한 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그, 그리고 월드 챔피언십, 여러분들의 뜨거운 참여와 응원을 기다립니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 담당자 레이나입니다. 좋은 소식으로 여러분을 다시 만날 수 있게 되어서 너무 기쁘네요. 자, 이제 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 뚫고 올라온 최강자들이 어떤 무대에서 경기를 펼치게 되는지 살펴볼 차례입니다. 월드 챔피언십, 완전히 새로운 여정이 시작됩니다. 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선은 각 지역별 8강전부터 시작됩니다. 선수들은 정상까지 단계별로 치열한 대결을 이어가게 되죠. 8강은 라운드 로빈, 4강부터 결승까지는 선승제로 치러질 예정이며 3, 4위전은 별도로 진행되지 않아요. 선수들은 온라인으로 참여하며 월드 챔피언십 예선은 중계를 지원할 예정이오니 쿠키런 채널을 통해 우리 지역의 선수를 응원해 주시는 것 잊지 마세요. 이제 대망의 본선 경기 구도를 알아봐야겠죠? 이제 남은 여정은 단 하나, 세계 최고의 자리로 가는 여정뿐입니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 오프라인으로 진행되며 첫 번째 개최지는 대한민국 서울입니다. 선수들은 항공, 숙박 등 대회 참가를 위해 필요한 항목들을 모두 제공받게 됩니다. 본선 장소는 추후 고지드릴 예정이며 코키런 오븐 브레이크의 유저분들도 현장에서 같이 관람하고 즐거운 시간 보내실 수 있도록 각종 부스 프로그램도 같이 마련될 예정입니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 예선과 동일한 방식으로 진행되지만 본선이니만큼 3, 4위전이 별도로 진행됩니다. 챔피언이 탄생하는 순간까지 꼭 함께 해주시길 바랍니다.
이렇게 치열하게 진행되는 월드 챔피언십에서 부정한 방법으로 진출한 유저가 있어서는 안 되겠죠. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 팀은 어뷰징 및 비정상 행위에 대한 추적과 제재를 더욱 강화할 예정입니다. 정당한 승부 그리고 깨끗한 실력 대결이 될 수 있도록 모든 플레이어 여러분들의 협조를 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 월드 챔피언십과 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 대해 안내드렸습니다. 작년 프림픽에 보내주신 큰 성원 덕분에 이제는 전 세계가 주목하는 월드 챔피언십으로 나아갈 수 있게 되었어요. 그리고 월드 챔피언십에 많은 기대감을 보내주고 계시는 유저분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2025년 전 세계가 함께 뛰는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 월드 챔피언십, 지금부터 여러분의 플레이가 역사가 됩니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
Welcome back, everybody. We hope you had a nice little break, got some water, maybe did a couple runs in cookie run oven break, as now we will be continuing on with the semifinals here in the Ocean Region Preliminaries.
Yeah, it's getting intense now. If you didn't think it was intense already, well, buckle up, because these next best of threes are qualifying matches for the finals in October, the grand finals. Now, of course, we're also be playing the finals today here.
Yes.
We have the best of threes, then we have the best of 5 at the end for seeding, but these first 2 matches are everything to these players right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of finals going on. These are semifinals of the preliminaries and the finals of the preliminaries, and then obviously we have the finals of the actual World Championship happening later on in October for that main stage. Then whoever qualifies, you'll be invited back to Seoul, South Korea to compete there live in front of a crowd. So it's going to be quite exciting, but it comes down to that one best of 3, right? You got to win 2 out of the 3 maps. Obviously, if you lose, you get to choose the next map, so you have a little bit of way of redemption, but we'll see. We'll see what the first maps are going to be for each of these being randomly drawn by the admins, but just to remind you of how things have happened so far, here are our matchups. Jung Dex and Hudol moving on here from Group A, 7 and Jinju. Moving on from Group B.
Yeah, these are going to be some really fun semifinal matches. Of course, these are those qualifying matches. So to find out whether our one non-Korean player from Group B, 7, hailing from Thailand, is going to be able to be victorious there, or whether Jung Dex will continue his role, who looked so good earlier on in the day. And then Hudol, another player who really has surprised me thus far earlier on in Group A. You know, they enter with the lowest ranking in the GCL. The personal best scores were actually lower than a lot of the other players also in their groups. And despite that, they were able to win their first 2 matches and then survive a crazy tiebreaker, a 3-way tie.
Yeah, it was quite the intense Group A. Now 7 continues to remain the only non-Korean here in the Ocean Region Preliminaries. Of course, earlier, unfortunately, we had to send Gojek home here trying to represent Indonesia, but 7 continuing to try to represent Thailand here. If he qualifies, he's going to be bringing yet another non-Korean to the World Championship Finals main stage. Of course, if he loses in the semifinal, that's going to be only Korean players qualifying here from the Ocean region.
Yeah, from the Ocean region, although we did have 2 win during week number 1 there on Saturday. So, yeah, I mean, there's going to be a stat competition there in October. I cannot wait. I mean, you see how close some of these matches are and the skill expression that happens just in the preliminaries. And you're like, okay, wait, we're going to be taking the cream of the crop from the preliminaries, and then they are going to be competing in October. It is going to be crazy.
Exactly.
Only 2 of those players are going to be emerging victorious today. I'm excited to find out who it's going to be on stage. Oh, wait, actually, before we go on stage, wait a second. Chobra, they made a mistake. This isn't 300 crystals. It's 500 crystals.
It's 500 crystals.
Blue
Well, guess
Ocean
what?
Jelly with 3 Ys.
They can't take this back. So before they potentially take it back, which they can't, it's 500 crystals. It's been bumped up. Everybody go put in the code Blue Ocean Jelly. It's 3 Ys. So Blue Ocean Jelly YY. Make sure you share the wealth as well. Everybody who inputs the code can receive their 500 crystals. So make sure you get them. Get your friends and family to come in as well. You never want to miss another code. Come watch the broadcast. Enjoy some Cookie Run. Get your crystals. It's going to be a good weekend.
Yeah, 500 instead of 300, man.
See, Jungdex, he's already inputted the code. That's why he's sitting so comfortably. He knows. He's already got the 500 crystals.
Yeah, he's like, you know what are we playing for? Qualifying spot in the World Championship? No, I want my crystals, baby. Give me those 500.
Exactly. Again, these are time limited, so only 3 hours. So wherever you're living, if your friend's asleep, go wake them up. You know what? If it's like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., doesn't matter. Wake them up, get them to input the code, and then you can go back to sleep after that.
Yeah.
Don't do that, by the way.
You just know someone's going to do it and blame you.
Yeah.
Nah, get those 500 crystals, man. It's the way to do it. And as Trevor said, they're only available for the next 3 hours. So if somebody new hops into the chat, asks what the code is, make sure that you help them out.
Yeah, and of course, as you are all opening the code, the players are preparing for their best of 3. Now, moving on up, we can already see their best scores. You might be able to maybe take a gander at what the map is going to be. We'll have a formal introduction for it later, but I have been told that the admins have randomly drawn Temple here of the Sun Central Arena here as our first map.
Oh, that's going to be a really fun one. We've got some high-speed cookies there on the Temple of the Sun in this tournament, and I'm curious how it's going to go. Look at the best scores on both of these two, 560 million apiece. Now, of course, we haven't yet had any player at the Cookie Run World Championship exceed their personal best. It is way more difficult playing on a stage with cameras on you where you only get one shot in one moment to try and win, but it's actually going to be Temple of the Sun Central Arena. Vampire Cookie, Skater Cookie with the Oak Barrel as the pet. Oh, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, of course, the map itself giving you the big bonuses for the Giant Star Jellies, but the tricky part here really comes down to that Vampire Cookie. How many times are you passing through those obstacles to get those extra points? Because that requires a lot of finesse and a lot of just very, very minute controls, quick reactions to make sure you're maximizing all of that. And guess what? Both of these players chose this as their most confident map coming into the semifinal map pool. Wow. So I'm very curious to see if we're going to have a neck-and-neck match.
Yeah, we very well might. So that Vampire Cookie, of course, needing to get those grape juice jellies for extra energy. If you miss them, it's pivotal. It's almost like having a collision. Can be brutal. Plus the Skater Cookie coming in. I like the Skater Cookie. I like the speed. I like the distance.
Yeah, so we do have both of them going for the same costume. The bonus not listed on 7's side, but I'm going to assume that we should have it coming through for 7.
Yeah,
to make sure we double check, but I will be able to tell very quickly as well.
I'm sure it's the same.
Should be all right, but of course, otherwise, no blessings here for the Skater Cookie. It's just all about the speed as we have our players jumping in. It's going to be a best of 3, so even if you lose this first map, you can choose the next map out of the remaining 2. Here in the best of 3, you can't repeat maps, so this is the one time they're going to play here on Temple, but we will see who takes the lead and tries to get that 1-0 score. Win 2, you move on, not just today, but on to the end of October towards the main stage of the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championships, and if you lose, you are eliminated. It's going to be Jungdex going up against 7 here in the semifinals of the Ocean Region Preliminaries.
All right, Temple of the Sun loading in. Jungdex on top, 7 on bottom here. Match 1, set 1 of the semifinals. A qualifying best of 3 for a seed in grand final.
Again, a lot of attention has to be paid close. And
no.
A collision to kick things off here for 7.
7 took his hand off the phone for a moment there. He's like, what just happened? Are you serious?
Yeah, it looks like 7 might actually be looking for maybe a little bit. Yeah, he wants an admin call here.
Wow.
Perhaps a bit of an error. We'll have to wait. I think we might still have to go through the run first, and then we'll have to do a review. But 7, he's completely taking his hand off. We're going to have to wait for the admins to give us a clear call here. But for now, let's focus on jung decks, as we will have to wait for an admin call on the bottom side of the screen. Jung decks continuing on. Let's see how clean his run is.
Yeah, he doesn't care if the score is already up to 13 million lead. He knows he's just not going to make any mistakes right now. Almost like a time trial. Highest score trial. He's going through the zip lines. Eventually, we'll see what this decision is going to be with 7. I didn't actually catch the collision. I saw at the bottom of my screen the red flash, but I didn't really see exactly what happened. I wonder what the issue was.
We'll have to wait. We'll have to wait. It might be a button press. It might just be. It could be gear issues or whatever. But regardless, collisions can't happen very well on this map, right? We don't want to speculate. We're not going to talk about it until we get the final call. But the point is on this map also with the vampire, because you also want to pass through obstacles sometimes. It can be a little tricky, but we'll have to wait and see. There definitely does seem to be a request here. So the admins are reviewing. So once we're told, we'll let you know. It might take some time. Obviously, we also have to have some translations on stage, back and forth. So we will have to wait, to see what the final call is. Could be a rerun, but we didn't get too far. So we'll just have to wait and see, because there's not too much to break down, because not much has happened yet here on this run.
Yeah, I mean, we had the one collision, and then 7 just immediately signals to an admin like, hey, we got to talk about this. Something happened. So I'm very curious what the situation was. And of course, the admins, they will be able to resolve that with the players. So
talking about the map itself, though, as we were saying, big focus on the vampire cookie, of course.
Yeah.
Because the giant star jellies, there's a lot of jumping and whatnot involved as well. So yes, obviously you don't want to miss those. But the real difference comes into, are you maximizing your pass-through points? And it's funny, because while both players said that they were confident on this map, Jung Dex specifying that he's specifically very confident in passing through all the obstacles to get the bonus points with the vampire cookie. So, I mean, that almost tells me that you've specifically trained for this map.
Yeah, it might be, should he lose map number 1, say this wasn't the random draw, he might be going back to this as the failsafe,
Exactly. So this is, I'm very curious, because I want to continue watching Jung Dex again, if we're able to see the map again, to see if he's really perfect. Is he going to show us something where it just blows us out of the water, even compared to some of the runners that we had last week? Because we did see all of the maps in all of the map pools last week in both regions, in some way or another. And so I'm very curious if Jung Dex is going to kind of stand out from the rest of the crowd.
Yeah, those pass-throughs, they often feel like they are the difference maker in terms of who is going to win the map and who isn't. We have occasionally maps like this where obviously anything can happen. You could have a collision early on, and that's going to be able to spell disaster for one player. But in terms of if both players play straight up, there's usually one pivotal moment, one pivotal section of the map that determines who the winner is going to be.
Yeah.
Whether we play on the lilies, say you miss some of the columns on the drop downs, well, you're probably, if all else is equal, you're losing that map, right? It's the same on Boiling Stock Village. The destruction points are critical at the very end. On this one, going for the pass-throughs, it seems to be the definitive factor. So having that confidence coming in for Jung Dex bodes well, I must say.
Yeah. Now, of course, we said that 7 in his bio also said that he is most confident for this map as well. Just kind of saying that you just have to play it cleanly, which, you just have to play every map cleanly, 7. It's a very simplified way of saying it, but again,
just get more points.
Yeah, just
see more jellies. What?
Yeah, just run well, jump well. It's no big issue. Cookie run over and break it, easy game, right? Everybody, obviously, according to 7, that's how it goes. But we'll have to see if he's able to live up to that. Now, it does sound like we are going to restart that map. So back to fairground, back to square one. It looks like there was a slight error on the input here from 7. So we're just reviewing that, but the admins have said that we are going to go through another run. So we're back to square 0. It's 0-0. We're going to start on Temple of the Sun Central Arena, and we're going to see who takes that first win.
Yeah, and it might take the admins and the tech team an extra moment just to make sure everything is safe on stage for the players. So bear with us for just a moment longer as everything gets ready and we get ready to jump back into this one. But what a spicy day it has been here in the Ocean Region Preliminary thus far. We had the 3-way tiebreaker to kick things off. We had some really big upsets with one of the favorites actually getting eliminated here in Group A. Vanesse, Gojek, was just knocked out in a really surprising fashion at the end of a tiebreaker because of a collision at a critical moment. And now over here, we already have some drama starting out in the round of 4.
Yeah,
exactly. It's been an exciting day.
So we'll see. Things continue to get a little spicy. Lots of collisions, tiebreakers.
So many collisions, actually. 4 or 5 in total on Boiling Stock. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, we're not seeing any more Boiling Stock Village today. It'll come back tomorrow, though, in the Glacier region. So, Glacier region players who are playing tomorrow, please practice the Boiling Stock Village so we don't have any crazy collisions tomorrow. But for now, here in the Ocean region, we are in the semifinals. We're preparing once again just a quick last gear check here for both of the players. Make sure, we don't have any more errors here on either side. Make sure it's fair grounds here between the two players. Once again, you're watching the semifinal between Jung, the first seed from Group A, and 7, representing Thailand here, the second seed from Group B in the Ocean region preliminaries.
Yeah, and the winner of this best of 3 is going on to the grand finals, the main event in October.
Yeah, they'll be back here in Seoul, South Korea. That's exciting. It's kind of intense. One best of 3. Well, not one best of 3. They had to play, the round robin. But,
yeah, but
now,
still,
at this moment, one best of 3. So you win. You're moving on. You get to play for the bigger prize, the prize pool against all the other regions, the best players from the other regions. And if you lose, we're going to have to see you next year.
Yeah, it is kind of a brutal format, honestly. But this also guarantees that when we go into the Oven Break World Competition in October, the main event, the finals, it's going to be stacked.
Yeah.
I mean, you are going to have the absolute cream of the crop.
Yes.
In terms of cookie runners.
You could say the best of the batch.
The best of the batch.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess you could.
We're at that point in the
cookies with the frosting. They got the extra chocolate chips in there. If you have a sweet tooth, those are the cookies you want to eat. If you're a cookie runner, those are the cookies that you want to watch.
Do you want to eat the cookies, though?
The cookies that want to run. Yeah, they wouldn't like it. I guess they don't really want to get baked that much there in the oven. But hey.
Yeah, we're at that point, if you're watching, where we're just waiting for the match to start. And just in case anyone's ever confused, if it's your first time watching any esport, we actually don't control when the match starts. That's
are you sure it's not us?
It's actually not us. I know it's crazy.
Yeah.
But also, the admins are also not purposely delaying. They're just making sure, obviously, again, that the players have everything they need to make sure that we jump into the match. So again, we're waiting for this best of 3 between 2 of our players here in the Ocean region preliminaries.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun match, man. The anticipation building up with this, and not just from the break. We came back for that 10-minute break. Finally, the players are getting locked in. They're loading up the map. But then the added anticipation of now we're waiting for the admins to make sure everything is good, the tech team to confirm an issue is not going to arise again in the next match. I'm getting antsy. I really want to jump into this next best of 3.
I'm just curious, because Jungdex, just from the vibes and how the matches went so far, it feels like Jungdex. Again, there's no statistics involved in it, but it feels like Jungdex should look like favorites for the rest here in the top 4. But anything could happen. Again, I mean, we saw upsets not just today, last week in the other region preliminaries as well. And, while we say it's kind of brutal, but that does mean it's whoever just locks in under pressure at the moment, right? At any given time, whoever's putting up the best run. And here, especially for Temple of the Sun Central Arena, actually, all of our players in this region have very similar top personal bests. So I think it's really just going to come down to who plays perfectly. But hey, look at that. We have our players on screen, on stage, and that can mean only one thing, Cookie Runners. We are getting ready to jump into our best of 3. As a reminder, it is Temple of the Sun Central Arena using the Vampire Cookie and the Skater Cookie, and we will see who takes the first win in this best of 3.
Yeah, excited to kick this off again. The wait is over. Jungdex versus 7 coming to you right now. Match 1 in this qualifying best of 3 for the World Championship.
Game start. Jungdex on the top screen. 7 representing Thailand on the bottom screen. Of course, both starting with the Vampire Cookie.
Yeah, Vampire Cookie to start things out. Pass-through is going to be absolutely critical here in this first map.
Yep, able to get that last pass-through as well for both. So staying very close to the points so far.
And of course, it's a very tricky map with all the zip lines. You got to jump up and down. Timing's going to be very tricky. The paths forward can be very tricky, but in the early game, looking really good. Jungdex just a small lead there with pass-throughs.
Yeah, and Jungdex, again, specifically talked about being able to utilize that aspect of the Vampire Cookie very confidently coming in. So we'll see. It did look like he actually missed a couple extra star jellies, giant star jellies as well, so giving the lead now over to 7.
It did kind of look like that. I think 7 might have missed one pass-through on bottom, but because he got those jellies, of course, a lot of points getting racked up. It's really close.
It's very, 10,000 points, this is basically the same score right now between these two Cookie Runners as they continue on. Now looking for the next phase here with the bat.
Not going into that high-speed mode with the bat. Just got to make sure you get all these jellies vacuumed up. Indeed, they both do.
Yep. Ooh, getting a lot more extra pass-throughs there by Jungdex. 2 or 3 extra obstacles there that you're able to sap the energy from. So that's going to be the 200,000 point lead.
Ah, yeah, man, that confidence. Oh, no, another collision coming in here with 7. That is so brutal.
Yeah, well, more looks like as well, losing so much energy.
Man, that's a heartbreaker right there for 7. His opening match is not going the way that he wanted. Man, the collisions have been so common thus far today in a stacked group.
Yeah, and sure, the points right now, it's a little bit deceiving because you look at the energy, it's a giant gap. And if you consider the pass-through advantage that Jungdex has on a lot of these obstacles so far as well, considering the Vampire Cookie and the nature of it, Jungdex should have a lot more left on this run.
Yeah, hurting for the energy like that is going to be painful, especially finishing with a Skater Cookie. It's such a difference in distance. I mean, the point acquisition opportunities here for Jungdex coming forward are going to be absolutely huge as long as he's able to avoid any collisions.
Yeah, exactly. Double collisions back to back is going to be so rough for 7, and you called it because the Skater Cookie, once you relay onto it, it's just about how fast you go. But if you relay earlier, now you're not used to exactly how you're going through with the Skater Cookie. The muscle memory is not going to be good for you. You just have to actually look at the rest of the course. So Jungdex looking stable right now. The points a little bit deceiving. Jungdex isn't going to quite know until we see the relay happen, and then he'll start to click that he's got so much more energy left.
Yeah, imagine Jungdex just be like, man, what line is this 7 guy taking? Why does he have 3 million more points than me? And then the moment the energy meter runs out here for 7, he's like, that explains it.
Yeah, exactly. So a couple extra Giant Star Jellies missed for 7 as well, and there's the early relay coming in for 7. Things are not looking great as we already see Jungdex still continuing on so much further with the Vampire Jelly, going through with the bat phase as well with extra pass-throughs, already up to 8 million lead.
Man, he hasn't even passed the baton yet to that Skater Cookie.
Just not able to go through with the jumps as well. Yeah, Jungdex still going extra. Meanwhile, my eyes are on 7, and because of that early relay, not able to secure so many of those Giant Star Jellies, giving a drop as well. And 7 just not having a great time here on Temple of the Sun Central Arena.
I mean, it's a hard map. The maps are going to continuously keep getting harder here as we continue on in the matches today, but props to Jungdex. It's been so good.
Yeah, again, unless Jungdex, I don't know, just has like continued collisions and falls now with the Skater Cookie, it's just not looking good. And this is the tough part about a game like Cookie Run, is that there isn't really a plan once you make a mistake like that. You just have to continue on and try your best. And you can see a little bit of frustration on the camera here from 7, a little bit flustered as well, knowing that what were you supposed to do? Your whole game plan was thrown off once you had back-to-back collisions.
Yeah, the collisions basically spelled the doom. You could play completely perfectly from that moment on, and it will not make a lick of difference unless Jungdex also somehow messes up. And you can see the difference right now in terms of distance coming through. Jungdex just really covering so much ground. 46 million point lead, and he is up 1-0. It is now match point in his favor.
Yeah, getting the 1-0, 555 million. The celebration comes through from Jungdex as he takes the lead in this best of 3.
Yeah, a bit painful there for 7. Just getting the wind knocked out of his sails so early with those double collisions happening early on in the round.
Yeah, it's rough.
Translating to a 10% score difference, 555 million versus 509. But really, I mean, the collection there from Jungdex in terms of being able to get the pass-throughs, being able to get all of the jellies, the star jellies especially, it was perfect, but really just him not having a collision, him just being safe and consistent.
Yeah.
Carried him through.
And again, I mean, you said, sure, you can play perfectly and you're still behind, but again, it throws you off entirely, especially on that map, I feel like, with the cookies that you have to use. So much of it is kind of based on what you're used to, making sure that it's perfect. You make one mistake, and then suddenly you're starting Skater Cookie early. You're not used to those jumps. You're missing star jellies. You're getting falls, and then you're running out of speed. It all starts to compound and snowball out of control. So unfortunate here for 7, but the silver lining is that it's a best of 3, and now he gets to choose the next map. You're going to have 2 options here in the semifinal remaining. Of course, just 3 maps available in the map pool, and curious to see what he selects between Moonlit Bamba Grove and Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest.
Yeah. We'll have to see what the decision is coming in for him. You know, luckily, it seems like Temple of the Sun just maybe not the most comfortable map, even though you said they were both pretty confident on that map coming in.
Yeah.
But I think you take a beat here, you reset as 7, you're like, you know what, let's brush off that game number 1. I still only need to win 2 maps. Let's just do these next 2. I know what they're going to be. I know what my selection is going to be
All right.
for map number 2, and let's just try to bring it home.
Let's see what is going to be. Now, Jungdex coming into the tournament said the maps he was worried about the most was actually in the quarterfinals. That's where he makes the most mistakes. He's relatively feeling okay with all the rest of the maps here in the semis and the finals, the more difficult maps, you could say. So he should be okay, but you can see he's trying to stay focused, waiting for the call on what the map selection will be. It's up to 7 to let us know, and we'll see if the admins have received the map choice. Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest or Moonlit Bamboo Grove. What would you choose?
What would I choose?
Yeah.
I think I would go to the Bamboo Grove, man. That's a really fun map.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well,
I saw the green. I was like, oh, it's bamboo.
I
No.
know. I was about to say, yeah. No, 7's going to go with the Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest. And I am curious because this is another one where it's like one mistake and it could end, right? Not just collisions, but of course, if you get the Bitter Bear Jelly Party, suddenly that next whole section is all Bitter Bears. You're getting 0 points while, your opponent is getting the extra points for the Yellow Bears because they picked up the Yellow Bear Jelly Party.
Yeah, it's scary, man. It's the reason why they call it the Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest. It's not the big bear jelly. It's not the yellow bears. It's the bitter bears, Joe. They're terrifying.
Yes. No,
They are a cookie's worst enemy.
Yeah, you don't want bitter jellies.
No, you
Nobody
want
wants
something
bitter
sweet.
jellies. Yeah.
A bitter jelly, it's worthless. Come on, we're all about the sugar right here at Cookie Run, aren't we?
Worthless. Jeez. I mean, I'm sure bitter bear jellies have feelings too, but yes.
Hey,
that
not
is
on
true.
Terrifying Bear Jelly
That's
Forest,
true.
they don't.
That's true. No,
But-
they're bad for you.
But you're absolutely right. I mean, you get 60,000 extra points there for the Yellow Bear Jellies, 1 million points for the Yellow Bear Jellies parties, and 0 for the Bitter Bear Jellies. You do not want to hit the bitters, and they're really hard to dodge too.
Yeah.
They are.
I mean,
they're dangerous.
the devs have very carefully, we could say, positioned the Bitter Bear Jelly parties to try to trick you into eating them instead of the Yellow Bear Jelly parties. So we will have to see, of course, the blessings all doubling down on the extra Yellow Bear Jellies. You want those anyways. There's tons of Yellow Bear Jelly parties here, so it'll start to add on to itself. We're going to have the Schneeball cookie and the Cream Puff cookie, but every time we've watched this, it just came down to, did somebody eat a Bitter Bear Jelly party, right? Did they suddenly transform the whole next section to 0 complete points while the other opponent is getting, 100, 300 extra K?
Yeah, not all Bitter Bear parties are created equal either. There's some in the early game where I feel like they don't actually change that many jellies into Bitter
Sure.
Bears, but there are some in some moments, especially in the middle sections of this map, where you hit them and suddenly you're down a countless number of points.
Exactly. So let's find out. This is 7's choice to take us to Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest. Jungdex, is he as confident in all the remaining maps as he has let us know? Or is it going to be 7 trying to find that weak spot, knowing that he can redeem himself? No mistakes made this time around. It was just the collisions. 7 trying to tell himself that he's gonna be able to play cleanly here for the rest of this tournament. A best of 3. Jungdex on match point, on qualifying point for the main stage of the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championships. Let's jump into Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest.
All right, it's going to be Jungdex on top, 7, the representative from Thailand here on bottom as the map is loading in. 7, the first one to load up. We're starting with the Schneeball cookie. Let's go.
Yeah, just want to make sure that you're jumping in, swinging that hammer to make sure you get the extra points.
Of course, just want to rack those up as much as possible here in the early game.
Yeah, both of them going for the drop to get rescued here and then come back up to pick up the extra points.
Construction points they're coming in, and my eyes are going to be on these first couple of Bitter Bear Jellies because they are so dangerous.
That one right there is an important one. Just
Gotta
you gotta
thread the needle.
Yeah, sneak your way into the Yellow Bear Jelly Party. Both of them able to secure that. 7, nice, avoiding that extra party.
Oh no, he hit a Bitter Bear.
Yeah, he wasn't able to jump above it, and that's going to be quite a few points lost, but still has a bit of a lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad, all things considered. It's one of the Bitter Bear parties that doesn't affect too many of the jellies, so he's able to hold on, able to dodge that Bitter Bear and that one as well.
And here you don't want to get baited into jumping, but now again, just these carefully crafted designs for the devs to weave in and out, above and below.
Yeah, it's very tricky going for these timings. One false step and you're eating the bitter bear jelly, losing a ton of points, but look at this, both players able to collect every single one.
Yeah, avoiding that last bit of the bitter bear party as well. Nice, getting the extra yellow bear party here for 7, continuing on with the lead.
Yeah, it's looking really good. As long as we don't have any more connections here on the bitter bears 4-7, I'm feeling pretty confident in their chances thus far, but no lead is safe, not even a 500,000 point one.
No, that's still so small. Anything could change. Again, it all just comes down to whoever's making a mistake at this point. Taking it saved here with the blast mode, just making sure that you're staying calm. You don't have to panic here. There you go, both of them jumping over it.
Yeah.
They're gonna skip the first jump here with the Schneeball, making sure that they're still able to get the gold comet at the end.
Yeah, you can't skip one of those jumps there with a Schneeball and still collect it. And they're actually finishing at just about the same time, 500,000 point difference. This is so close as we pass on the cookie.
Exactly. Now on to Cream Puff Cookie. Both of them getting that extra jump on the relay as well. Still sitting at about a 500,000 difference. Once again, threading the needle for both players as they continue on with extra yellow bear jellies.
Yeah, and it's dangerous too because in a match like this one, where the score is so close, you want to go for every single jelly. And that's going to bring you dangerously close to these bitter bears.
Yeah, oh my gosh, 7 still holding on to the lead. You gotta imagine at some point the pressure starts to get to you knowing that you just cannot afford a mistake. That's what cost you that first map win.
These bitter bears dropping down now.
Oh, that's another
no.
collision! A bit of a panic jump on the drop, trying to make sure he doesn't go too far below. The later part bitter bear jelly parties aren't gonna matter, but he's just not going to get the distance. 7 knows the match is over as Jungdex continues on, finishing the run, and the celebration comes through as Jungdex wins 2-0 to not only continue to the finals, but also all the way to the World Championship main stage.
Yeah, congratulations there to Jungdex. And man, 7 was playing such a great round number 2 on his map of choice, but just one small collision. It's one of the most dangerous maps that we have in the entire pool, the terrifying Bear Jelly Forest, and that's the way it all ends. Jungdex gonna walk over, give him a nice shake of the hand.
Oh man, I feel for him because like you said, he was playing so well. Both of them were playing so clean, but it was literally just a couple extra good moves from 7 in the very beginning that kept that small 500,000 point lead. But one collision near the end, the focus falters, and 7 not able to secure a map win here in the semifinals.
Yeah, the collision's really the story thus far today. That's what, 6 or 7 on the day. I'm starting to lose count. Jobra, it is wild. But yeah, props to Jungdex. He is going to be qualifying. He will be back in October for the World Championship. And he's not even done yet today.
Yes.
He's going to face the winner of the next best of 3 in a best of 5 to determine the seeding.
Yes, so he still has a chance to go even higher, get an advantage going into the main stage. So we'll see him later in just about, an hour or so. But I want to give props to 7 because when he was playing, without the mistakes, he still played so cleanly. Like outside of that, it's not consistent small mistakes, but it's always just these big ones, which to me shouts the pressure, right? It's different from playing from home. You got to imagine at home, this isn't happening that often, but now you're playing in a different environment. You've had to fly into Seoul, South Korea. So hopefully we can see 7 again in the future because I think if he's playing in a different comfort zone, things could look very different for him.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, he demonstrated there in 95% of set number 2 on Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest. He demonstrated by getting, second place in this group and advancing here in the first place to the semifinals. This is a performance he'd be proud of. Unfortunately, he will not be coming back in October, but I am sure we will see him again in the future. And now Jungdex in the finals, a best of 5, will be waiting for the winner.
Yep, it's going to be hudol versus Jingu next. We're not done just yet. Still a couple more matches to go. And hudol and Jingu, once again, playing with the same map pool. And they're going to be playing in a best of 3. And we will find out which one of them will face Jungdex to get that first seed here in the Ocean Region Preliminaries.
Yeah, the opening stages when we play the round robin, it feels really crazy because they're all best of 1s. There's so much on the line at every single round. But the story really just continues here in the best of 3s. I mean, Yeah, you do get one extra chance, but the maps also get a lot trickier. And you see that
Yes.
translate into even more mistakes coming out, and the small ones getting amplified as well.
Exactly, because I feel like we talk about how the earlier maps are quote-unquote simpler.
Yes.
But that also means that it just comes down to 1 or 2 mistakes. It's a small point difference, things like that. But here on these difficult maps, that one mistake just spirals out of control. So we'll have to see. Of course, the admins will be drawing randomly what the first map will be in this best of 3. We've got hudol and Jingu waiting to find out. Jingu still with his, what are we calling it? Safety blanket, safety plushie, safety cookie here with the
Safety cookie. I'm not sure it's a
donut.
cookie. We need to pan
space
down
donut
a little
cookie.
bit.
Yeah, the space donut cookie, I believe, with the sprinkles.
Is
got
that
a better
donut
look
with
when
the
it was
sprinkles?
zoomed out. So Jingu with, I assume that's his favorite. I don't know why you would have a plushie of your not favorite.
He's like, no, I hate this one. I just carry it with me anyway.
That would be crazy. It's actually like a stress ball. He actually just like squeezes it.
Honestly, I think he's ahead of the game on this. You watch it when he's playing, when he's on camera, it looks so much more comfortable. His posture, I mean, we're gamers. None of our postures are perfect, but it's a little bit better. He's got the support of the plushie in front of him. He has a little spot to rest his arms there while he's playing.
I respect it.
I like it. I think it's really smart, actually.
Yeah, both of
If
them.
I was competing on this stage, I would want a giant plushie.
Oh, for
Would
sure.
you not?
Well,
it can get cold, too. Hey, you never know. The environment here, the AC, it might be chilly.
I don't think I've ever played any game with a plushie in my lap.
Well, you
So
haven't
I don't know.
lived.
I
mean, neither have I, but...
Okay, all right, yeah, I'll have to work on that. I'll try to make sure I do that before the main stage in October. I'll get some experience so I can relate to the players on stage.
Yeah, certainly if Jinju makes it here, but
there you go.
He still has one more hurdle to pass through. A hudol who has been looking so impressive thus far today. This guy coming into Group A was going up against Gojek, Kimojin, Jung, these top players who ranked significantly higher than him in the GCL.
Exactly.
And hudol just showing that, the ranking, the GCL online, it's not all that matters. Performance under pressure is what matters, and he has been so consistent, rock solid, was 2-0 to start the day, advanced in the tiebreaker, and now he's here. He's one best of 3 away from qualifying for that championship. Him versus Jinju is going to be a really exciting match.
Yeah, hudol just trying to prove once again that the veterans can still hang with the best runners from all around the world, playing since Cookie Run Classic. A little bit older than some of the other competitors remaining here in the Ocean Region Preliminaries, but he's not letting that hold him back. He did say, his old age is starting to make it so he can't practice as endlessly as he used to. Can't just keep on grinding as much as he'd like, but still he's got that experience under his belt, the years of cookie running.
Yeah, you can see him stretching his wrists a little bit right now, just trying to get ready for this match. Admins, I'm sure, are informing the players what the selection is going to be here for map number 1. It is a random draw, what the map will be in this best of 3, and then a loser's pick after that. And oh boy, Chobert, the jacket is coming off. Uh-oh. I didn't realize this boss fight had a second stage.
There you go. Yeah, it's phase 2. He's flexing that he was at the Cookie Run tournament last year. And so we'll see. We'll see what he's able to do now with the jacket off, going up against Jinju. Jinju also saying he prefers the pass-through of the Temple of the Sun Central Arena, that little mechanic with the vampire cookie. I believe, looking at the best scores, that is going to be the map we're going to. That was randomly drawn here in the best of 3.
Yeah, hudol is not too big a fan of destruction maps, but with the pass-throughs, it doesn't feel too much like destruction, so I think he's going to be pretty comfortable here coming into this one. And also, I think on a lot of these maps where they do get more challenging, having some veterancy, having experience like hudol does is going to help a lot, because as you said, there's a higher risk of making mistakes. We're going to run it back on Temple of the Sun Central Arena. That is exciting. There's a higher risk of making mistakes, and I think somebody probably with his experience, you're going to be a little bit more comfortable under the pressure as opposed to your opponent.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think the nerves are going to be too big or too bad here for hudol, rather, especially with the experience competing in the 2024 tournament here for Cookie Run, taking part in that. But now Jinju, part of the younger generation here, competing in the Ocean Region Preliminaries, trying to show what the youth can do, as some of these competitors have said. And so we'll see if all that practice here on Temple of the Sun Central Arena will pay off for him.
Yeah, actually looking at the ages of the players here. Coming out of Group A, hudol and jung. Hudol born in 1988, jung in 1992. Jingu, much younger, born in 2004. You know, Group A is like the old veterans, old grizzled veterans, and then Group B have all these young kids coming up.
Listen, I'm going to show my age with this one, but Jinju wasn't even born in Korea for the 2002 Korean World Cup. He didn't witness the legends of Korean sports making history, which, by the way, probably a ton of you in chat also did not witness. But that's okay, because you know what? Hudol was there for sure. He watched the legendary national team of Korea perform in the 2002 World Cup, and we'll see if that age and experience will pay off for him. Again, I don't think we've ever seen anything different here. It's all about the pass through, the extra 20,000 points through obstacles passed through here for the Vampire Cookie for both players.
Yeah, assuming there's no, again, fingers crossed, assuming there is no hits, no energy getting depleted by collisions with these obstacles, usually it's going to come down to skill expression like those pass through the Vampires. They're absolutely crucial here in set number one as our players are getting ready. Hudol with a little bit more of a stretcher of the wrist, just making sure that he is all warmed up for this best of three, because the winner of this best of three is going on to the final event in October. The loser is out of the World Championship. Let's get this thing started.
Did he just get rid of the Space Sword Jelly? Okay, so we have Jacket off for Hudol as the race begins, and Jinju, without the Space Donut Jelly, realizing that he's going to be locked in, leaning forward here on this speedy run in Temple of the Sun Central Arena.
Yeah, I guess the jelly is out.
Ooh, a lot of Giant Star Jellies being missed here from Hudol. They're giving up massive lead for Jinju.
Yeah, that's substantial. Wow, a lot missed here in the early stages. 3 million in total. Let's see if he can rebound here in some of these later stages. Dropping down a little bit there on the zip lines. That's even more getting missed.
Do you think the Space Donut Jelly was actually just suppressing the true power of Jinju?
Yeah,
Could it
maybe.
be that he was just going easy on his opponents?
Who knows? Perhaps they both are at the second stage of the boss fire, right? The jacket comes off, and so does the plushie.
Yeah, Jinju saw it and he said, "Oh, you want to go? You want to go to phase 2? I'll take you to phase 2." As he continues on with a 5 million point lead.
Yeah, double jumps now coming in, connecting here onto the zip lines. It's a little bit of an easier section now as the path through. Let's see if there's any destruction opportunities here for either of these players.
Yeah.
Just a 1 for 56K.
And the pass through there, Jinju's maximizing that as well, getting one extra one. Hudol not able to get the full pass through there. So we are going to see, as we move on into the next phase, Jinju regaining his
it's another collision! Why won't it stop? Make it stop, Chopra!
A similar
Jinju.
spot as well.
Oh man,
But
he had such a significant lead.
But it wasn't back-to-back. It wasn't back-to-back. That's the
Still.
important part. And he got the extra shield here, so it should be okay, I think. We'll have to wait to see, because Jinju was able to recover there with the extra bonuses that he got, while Hudol doesn't maximize it.
It's going to be closer no matter what as a result of that one. A lot of Jinju's power just diminished right there, and we'll see eventually how this one is going to go. As it is, Jinju's still maintaining a lead of about 7 million points.
All right, well, Jinju still able to actually maximize the extra health that you're able to get here. And so going through, he's actually, it might even be in the lead for distance, because Hudol had missed a couple of those.
The grape jellies, yeah, of course, you were the vampire. You need those to get the energy. That does factor in a little bit. It mitigates some of the damage done by that collision.
And also still a massive point lead as well. So as long as Jinju's playing okay from here, that might actually somehow be some saving grace.
How insane would it be if Jinju has a collision and still wins the map?
That would be actually the craziest thing. We'd have to investigate whatever's going on there with the Space Donut plushie. There's something there. But right now, both runners continuing on, trying to maximize all of them. Of course, Hudol a little bit ahead on our sync, so we'll see where he's going to land on the relay here for the Skater Cookie.
All right, some more jumps now coming in. Everything collected, actually, yeah.
Look at that, so much extra distance here for Jinju with the Skater Cookie start.
Yeah, those grape jellies really proven to be a difference maker right now here for Jinju. Was so much better at collecting them. Apparently, you know, it's not as flashy as the collision, but it really seems to have added up.
Oh boy, hudol nim trying to stay locked in. Now the lead continuing to compound itself for Jinju.
Oh,
and
no!
that's a collision for hudol nim.
Oh man, the collisions are rampant today, and now Jinju. It was looking like a comeback already. That might have just solidified his position right here. Barring another mistake, if he can navigate the latter portion of this map, and we're almost at the finish line, this could be a map 1 win.
Yeah, it should look safe and sound here for Jinju. He's been able to look at the score. He knows as long as he doesn't make any more mistakes, he should be okay. hudol nim leading forward, trying to maximize whatever points he can get, but he will be running out of energy and will not continue the run as Jinju continues to go for a higher score and in some crazy miracle takes the first map win.
Wow, what a game from Jinju. Coming back after that early collision, so many players would have that collision and suffer for it. Not just instantly because you're losing the energy, because you're losing points, but in the moments that followed because it can knock you off balance. Suddenly you lose all momentum, you start messing up a little bit more, it begins to compound. Jinju, he stayed cool under the pressure, even in a qualifying match like this one, he remained locked in. And what a comeback victory here in match number 1 for Jinju. I am so impressed.
Dude, there's something with this guy. He's just somehow able to manipulate his opponents into making mistakes in the later half of the run and just steals the wins from him every time.
Plushy power, man.
There's something there, man. We gotta investigate. Yeah, it's magical.
We gotta add the plushie onto his loadout next time we load out the info screen, dude. There's some kind of bonus that's going on. I don't know if it's tangible, but I can feel it.
Yeah, I mean, we can't deny it. The results are there. He's continuing to just clutch out these wins, and I mean, we got to give credit, right? Despite the collision, making sure that he's getting all the bonus health so that he can continue on further. He actually gets the further relay into the skater cookie as well. So a very impressive showing, if anything, from Jinju here on the first map.
Yeah, just the perseverance to not skip a beat after that collision and be like, you know what? I took the L, but I'm just going to continue to carry on despite it. I'm going to give my best performance no matter what, and hopefully I will have an opportunity to come back. Hey, it happened.
Wait,
it really did. And the plushie's back. He's like, oh, yeah.
Wait, where was it?
I don't know. Maybe it was in his lap. Maybe it never really left him.
Oh, yeah, maybe he was actually... Oh, man, that's trickery. That's trickery, Jinju.
I had this power all along.
Yeah, he's like, oh, you thought I gave up my true powers, but it's been with me the entire run.
The donut just needed to take a break, man. It came back in the second half of that map.
That's crazy.
All right, well, this is going to be loser's pick in this best of 3. It is now match point, so hudol nim is going to have another selection. He will get to choose what map 2 will be. Are we going to go to the Moonlit Bamboo Grove or the terrifying Bear Jelly Forest?
Bring me the Bamboo Grove, just so we can see all the maps today.
Yeah, I like seeing all the maps.
Yeah. But I feel like most of the runners don't like Moonlit Bamboo Grove because it's a little bit random in terms of every run is different. Of course,
I like that, though.
Yeah, they'll both be playing the same run at the same time, but you just won't know exactly how the leaves drop. Now, we like it as spectators, but I'm sure as, players who have been practicing grinding away the whole time, it's like, well, the muscle memory isn't exactly accurate for that map. So we'll have to wait and see.
I like it a lot more. It's actually going to be terrifying Bear Jelly Forest. So if hudol nim wins, we can talk a little bit more about the Bamboo Grove. But before we get there, we got to go through this scary, scary woods, Mr. Trobra.
Yeah, terrifying Bear Jelly Forest. And it kind of makes sense, of course, this map continuing on, returning from last year as well. So hudol nim even competing last year, you got to imagine that he's had a lot of time to practice on this map. We saw it earlier in the first semifinal, all about the Bear Jelly parties. But is it the yellow Bear Jelly parties, or is it the bitter jelly
It's a tongue twister, right?
A jelly party. Say that past 10 times.
Yeah, I was fumbling over that one last week when I was trying to say bitter Bear Jelly party. Oh, boy. All right, player info now loading in here for hudol nim and Jinju. Yellow Bear Jellies on both of them here for the Schneeball Cookie in the first stage. And then the baton is passed. We're just going to stick with the Yellow Bear Jellies. It makes sense here on this map. You want to play to the strength of the map. There's a ton of yellow bears.
Yes.
Yeah, just get all those points.
Well, there's a ton of yellow bears as long as you hit the right parties.
Oh, yeah. There might not be.
Yeah, there might not be any yellow bears if you're not hitting the right parties.
It's you and me on stage. There certainly are not very many yellow bears, but...
Yeah, we'll have to see how clean we are here. Now, earlier, we saw Seven take his opponent to this map. He played it so well, had the lead for the entire run. and it came down to one collision at the end. So it wasn't even about the most important Bear Jelly parties. It came down to a slip up in focus near the end of the run. We'll see if either of these players make the same mistake or if they will be locked in for the entire race. This is going to be map number 2 between Hudol and Jingu. Jingu looking to qualify on to the main stage of the World Championships.
All right, watch out for those Bitter Bear parties because this map is loading up. Hudol on top, Jingu on bottom, both starting here with the Schneeball cookie.
All right, we'll see those early Bear Jelly parties coming in now. The real tricky ones will come out later, both going for that intentional fall to rise back up to make sure they can get that Yellow Bear Jelly party.
Moves on both sides, and I'm really just waiting for the first needles to get thread through those Bitter Bears because they are absolutely dangerous, especially that one right there. And no, Jingu gets hit. No Yellow Bears for you. Oh man, Hudol already takes a dividends and a collision. It gets worse.
Wait,
that's another Bitter Bear.
Hold on.
This is a collapse.
This is the true test. If Jingu somehow still wins this map, I want the admins to rip apart the Space Donut plushie because there's something going on. If Jingu somehow still wins this race, well, there's definitely special powers at play here because these are massive blunders in the early part of this run.
I mean, everything that could go wrong basically did go wrong right here for Jingu. Down 10 million points very early on in this stage, and usually we have pretty close scores moving in on this one.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to take our eyes away from Jinju's screen right now to see if there anything else starts to collapse because it really just feels like it's starting to spiral out of control. He's trying to regain himself, but look at that. He's starting to play safe because he's scared of making mistakes. He's missing some of these Yellow Bear jellies.
Yeah, he might be playing a little bit too safe right there. Threads the needle again, able to catch another one of these Yellow Bear jellies, and much like map number 1, he needs to hope that Hudol is going to have some kind of collision, hit some kind of bears because it is so painful. You can see Jingu actually opting to go for distance instead of getting the Yellow Bears.
Exactly. He just wants to make sure that he can maximize the run to get as many jellies as possible rather than, the 10, 20 extra Yellow Bear jellies. Of course, a costly one, but it's a choice he had to make because of the mistake earlier. Almost secures all of those on the drop, but look at the point difference. I mean, this is just so far ahead here for Hudol.
Yeah, and Hudol again threads the needle on these bears. He's doing such a good job, man. It is so impressive. Once more, double jumps right through.
Yeah, and it looks like we might actually just see the run end here soon enough for Jingu. He tried to get as many destructions here as possible with Green Puff as well, but again, I mean, we just have to mention, it's the early falls, the early Bitter Bear into the collision, everything that could go wrong, like you said, State. And there you go, the run has ended, and Hudol just continues on towards victory.
Even picking up the Bitter Bears right there. He's like, yeah, I know I got this thing.
Yeah, I just have to finish the run, no biggie.
Wow, what a win there for Hudol and for Jingu. He was able to make magic happen there in game number 1. He had an early collision, was somehow able to come back, but the fact that he had another early collision in game number 2, plus hitting the Bitter Bears, maybe a little bit of shakiness. That is a cause for concern moving forward. Almost 100 million point difference between the two as a result of just the carnival of errors at the very beginning of that map for Jingu. And I mean, it's not like it's easy to get through that stage.
Oh, no,
but
no.
The fact that so much went wrong in such a short span of time is devastating.
Well, that's the whole thing about, of course, also racing against other best runners from around the world, right? Is that one mistake is just going to cost you that entire run. Of course, you still play as perfectly as possible just in case you see errors on the other side. You never know what's going to happen. Obviously, we've seen some flips earlier today, in fact, towards the end of each map. But right now, my bigger question is does that shake Jinju's focus too much, even maybe affecting the third map now that because they're tied 1-1, you're going to have to play basically the last map, which also is going to be on a tricky one. It's going to be Moonlit Bamboo Grove.
Yeah, and I'm wondering about that too because you noticed during the latter portion of that previous map that it seemed as though he was starting to play way more safe because he was afraid of having another collision either with an obstacle or hitting another bitter bear.
Yeah.
And if you have that kind of mindset going into a map like this one where you really need to think on your feet, and if you get an opportunity to go for bamboo or the leaves because you don't know exactly how they're going to drop, you get the same drops as your opponent, but you don't know what the pattern is going to be. Sometimes you just got to go for glory.
Well, exactly. You have to try to greed because it comes down to this map. There's no backing out, so you have to greed for all of the bamboo leaf jellies, but you make a mistake on this jumping map, and that just costs you basically your qualification to the World Championship. This is a high-pressure situation.
Moonlit Bamboo Grove, 300,000 bonus points for the bamboo leaves. Those are the real money makers on this one, and a big limiting factor as well with the jumps, 300 total. It limits your mobility significantly. It means that you have to understand and recognize the opportunities to greed a little bit for the bamboo leaves, but if it's too expensive in terms of your movement ability, sometimes it's better to pass it up. It's hard. You have to make a judgment call constantly,
Yes.
especially in the early stages.
Yeah, again, both of them, of course, will get the same patterns, but it differs every single time. So it's going to be a tough one. All jelly bonuses here for the pomegranate cookie, and it will be the same here going on to cinnamon cookie as well.
I feel like we basically always see the all jellies come through here
Yeah.
on the Bamboo Grove. I mean, there's so many jellies, so many bamboo leaves as well. Try and rack up those points. It's going to be a real test of skill. Who is going to be better at thinking on their feet? Who's going to have the better reaction times? Who's going to have the better judgment calls in terms of what is worth risking and what isn't?
Yeah, exactly. We saw some of the runners last week even missing out on a little bit of those extra shuriken points, and that, of course, means it's going to cost you the run as you're not going to be able to secure all the bamboo leaf jellies as well. Both of them looking a little bit nervous, trying to stay calm, trying to find their comfort zone, trying to make sure that they are in the best condition. Hudol versus Jingu, match point to qualify for the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championships main stage this year. We move on to Moonlit Bamboo Grove.
All right, the map is loading in. Hudol on top, Jingu on bottom. This best of three tied 1-1. The winner of this map is going to the grand finals in October. Everything is on the line.
All right, kicking things off with the same jump patterns here.
Attack's coming in. Actually, oh wow, Hudol not getting the first connection there. No bamboo leaves at all. That's massive.
I mean, that just about pretty much ends the run. Now, we are seeing the bamboo leaf jellies kind of spread out a lot on this one, so we might see some big misses, but so far, Jingu is looking clean.
That's a very painful lot. Oh no, he misses another one there. Hudol does. That's so many points down the drain. The connections just aren't happening.
Yeah, Hudol-Nim's got to lock in. He's got to be able to make sure that he gets all the shurikens to make sure he collects all of the bamboo leaf jellies, dropping a couple here and there, but now he's starting to find his groove. Drops down a little far to try to make sure he collects all of them.
That was a lot of jumps. I think he might have had one or two more saved there compared to Jingu, but just spent all of them trying to close the distance. And hey, he's been a little bit consistently better at collecting the leaves. That has allowed him to close the distance between him and Jingu, but you gotta be able to clutch these hits coming forward.
Yeah, I mean, he stopped the bleeding, but Jingu once again regaining his control and keeps the lead at 8 million tops. In fact, Jingu going for the further drop there, getting just one or two extra as well. This one looks tricky. Jingu collects just a couple more again.
Yeah, Hudol, it seems like Jingu now is getting the better end of these trades. Okay, Hudol did a couple more bamboo leaves right there compared to Jingu.
I mean, I will say, this is absolutely the toughest drops we've seen so far on this map throughout the past 2 weeks. These are the most spread out bamboo leaf jellies we've seen, and Jingu has been looking clean, continuing on with a 13 million lead.
Only about 100 jumps left for both of these players, 13 million points. I mean, it all comes back to the early stages, you know, missing those first couple of connections, not getting any leaf opportunities here. So he's missing a few more leaves as well. Jingu just a little bit better right now in these later stages.
Yeah, both of them now going for the relay at the same exact spot. And Jingu, I think now you're starting to feel a little safe, right? You've seen how big it's been. You've been comfortable with how you've been collecting a lot of these bamboo leaf jellies. You should feel okay in the lead.
Yeah, as long as you're able to manage most of these, and catch these leaves coming down, you should be all right here as Jingu. You no longer need to play perfect. You just need to play well enough that you can maintain this buffer that you built of 18 million points.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in fact,
another one gets missed there by hudol.
Yeah, hudol kind of not able to just exactly line himself to maximize all of the bamboo leaf jellies, and I think unless Jingu makes a crucial blunder, that this one is in the books. I mean, Jingu could really play it safe on some of these bamboo leaf jellies, and he should still be okay as he continues to secure every single bit.
Yeah, the skill activation's just not enough there for hudol, and a big cheer for Jingu as he is going to be going to the World Championship final for Cookie Run in October. For hudol, that was a rough start there, missing the first skill activations, not getting opportunities to collect all those bamboo leaves at all. What a good sport coming in, congratulating his opponent.
Yeah, a little changing of the guard, so to speak. hudol, a bit of a long-time veteran of Cookie Run in general, misses out on a close opportunity to move on to the World Championships, and Jingu will be taking the win 2-1 with the power of the Space Donut plushie to move on to the World Championships main stage.
Yeah, man, what a great series there. Really up and down on both sides. I wonder how it would have gone had hudol connected with the first couple of bandits. I think he missed the first two. It felt like through a lot of the mid-game, he was just a little bit better at collecting the bamboo leaves. I'm not sure how much of that was Jingu recognizing he had an advantage, and so he wanted to play it safe and play it conservatively, save extra jumps, not risk anything for the leaves. But in any case, at the end of the day, Jingu just able to survive. And I think back to that map number 1 that they played where he had the early collision.
Yeah.
And he had the tenacity, the perseverance to be like, you know what? I'm not going to give up. I'm going to keep fighting on. And he brought back the miracle win, honestly.
This is the comeback king.
Yeah.
Like he just clutches up. If it's a best of 3, he clutches up in map 3. If it's a best of 1, he clutches at the end of the run. Whatever it might be, Jingu looking incredible. Now, we aren't done just yet. Of course, we've already qualified 2 players towards the main stage of the World Championships, but now with this 2-1 win from Jingu, that means he will be moving on in the bracket, and we will see a best of 5 between Jungdex and Jingu.
That's going to be a lot of fun. Of course, both these players have qualified for the World Championship Finals in October already. That is signified here on the bracket. But the seeding is yet to be determined. One of them will be advancing in first place out of this region. One of them will be advancing in second place. And first place gets a significant advantage to the finals.
And then that makes a big deal because you are going to have that advantage in seeding going into the main stage of the World Championship, which again, you're playing against the best cookie runners from around the world. You want to have whatever advantage you can get. So we are going to allow, of course, the players to take a short break, but later, just in a little bit, today, we are going to see that best of 5. Of course, now with another new map pool specifically for this best of 5, the toughest maps we've seen so far here in the preliminaries. Some, maybe we have some old-time favorite maps, crazy difficult maps. Of course, we have some newer ones as well. And this could lead to even more collisions here in the ocean.
I feel like it's inevitable, We always, whenever we move to the 5-star maps, there's always going to be some danger, but today has been very spicy.
Yeah,
so
it's going to be a tough one, but we will be taking a short break, allowing the players to recover. And when we come back, it's a best of 5 between Jungdex and Jingu.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 e스포츠는 작년에 진행한 쿨림픽을 통해 국내 e스포츠의 저력을, 그리고 올해 3월 글로벌 인비테이션을 통해 세계 e스포츠로서의 가능성을 확인했습니다. 2025년 우리는 더 크고 더 본격적인 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 새로운 이름으로 거듭납니다. 이제는 세계 챔피언을 뽑을 시간, 바로 월드 챔피언십입니다. 월드 챔피언십은 작년의 쿨림픽과는 완전히 달라진 새로운 선발, 그리고 새로운 대회 방식을 도입하게 되었는데요. 더 박진감 넘치고 더 많은 세계 플레이어들이 함께하는 e스포츠가 되기 위해 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 팀이 준비한 2025년의 e스포츠 로드맵, 지금부터 공개합니다. 여러분의 참여와 응원이 이 여정에 큰 힘이 될 거예요. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작해볼까요? 올해부터는 모든 선수가 자신의 지역에 배정되어 경쟁하고, 하이라이트는 바로 최강자 토너먼트입니다. 2025년에는 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 총 2회의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 개최됩니다. 플레이어는 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 통해 지역별 랭킹 포인트를 의미하는 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 RP의 총합에 따라 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있는 자격이 주어집니다. RP의 합산으로 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선의 진출자가 결정되기 때문에 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 모두 정말 중요하겠죠? 2025년 그랜드 챔피언스 리그는 월드 챔피언십을 향한 여정이 될 것이기 때문에 기존 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에서 개편되는 사항들이 있는데요. 그럼 2025년에 진행될 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 어떻게 개편됐는지부터 살펴보겠습니다. 첫 번째 변화, 바로 지역 시스템의 부활입니다. 설산, 바다, 초원, 사막 4개의 지역이 다시 돌아옵니다. 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 처음 입장하면 무작위로 한 지역에 배정되며 내 소속 지역은 그랜드 챔피언스 리그와 프로필에서 확인할 수 있어요. 이번 밀란마 시즌부터는 관전자도 지역이 배정됩니다. 왜냐고요? 바로 지역 응원전 이벤트가 열리기 때문이죠. 멋진 응원 보상도 걸려 있으니 내가 속한 지역의 응원전 승리를 위해 열심히 참여해주세요. 두 번째 변화, 토너먼트가 돌아옵니다. 참가자들은 예선을 시작으로 본선 3개 라운드, 마지막 선발전까지 총 5번의 라운드전을 치르게 되는데요. 예선에서 주어지는 하트는 단 3개, 더 이상 실수할 여유는 없습니다. 이렇게 치열한 과정을 뚫고 최종 16인에 선발된 선수들은 토너먼트에 돌입하게 됩니다. 그리고 16강 토너먼트를 뚫고 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 최종 우승자가 탄생합니다. 최종 우승자는 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 자동 진출하는 혜택도 누릴 수 있습니다. 매 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 종료 시 지역 내 순위에 따라서 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 RP 합산 기준 지역별 상위 8명까지 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있어요. RP는 같은 지역 소속 선수들끼리 성과를 기준으로 계산됩니다. 동점일 경우 마지막에 치러진 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 순위가 높은 순으로 결정됩니다. 게임 내 지역 랭킹 메뉴에서 시즌별 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 랭킹과 종합 랭킹을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수 여러분 모두 좋은 퍼포먼스로 월드 챔피언십에서 진가를 발휘하실 거라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 쿠키러너분들의 열정적인 참여를 기다립니다. 자, 그럼 진출 순위별 RP 매트릭스에 대해서도 설명해드려야겠죠? 같이 알아볼까요? 순위가 한 계단 한 계단 올라갈수록 받을 수 있는 포인트도 기하급수적으로 높아집니다. 결코 짧지 않은 여정입니다. 하지만 그 여정을 통해 진정한 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그, 그리고 월드 챔피언십, 여러분들의 뜨거운 참여와 응원을 기다립니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 담당자 레이나입니다. 좋은 소식으로 여러분을 다시 만날 수 있게 되어서 너무 기쁘네요. 자, 이제 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 뚫고 올라온 최강자들이 어떤 무대에서 경기를 펼치게 되는지 살펴볼 차례입니다. 월드 챔피언십, 완전히 새로운 여정이 시작됩니다. 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선은 각 지역별 8강전부터 시작됩니다. 선수들은 정상까지 단계별로 치열한 대결을 이어가게 되죠. 8강은 라운드 로빈, 4강부터 결승까지는 선승제로 치러질 예정이며 3, 4위전은 별도로 진행되지 않아요. 선수들은 온라인으로 참여하며 월드 챔피언십 예선은 중계를 지원할 예정이오니 쿠키런 채널을 통해 우리 지역의 선수를 응원해 주시는 것 잊지 마세요. 이제 대망의 본선 경기 구도를 알아봐야겠죠? 이제 남은 여정은 단 하나, 세계 최고의 자리로 가는 여정뿐입니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 오프라인으로 진행되며 첫 번째 개최지는 대한민국 서울입니다. 선수들은 항공, 숙박 등 대회 참가를 위해 필요한 항목들을 모두 제공받게 됩니다. 본선 장소는 추후 고지드릴 예정이며 코키런 오븐 브레이크의 유저분들도 현장에서 같이 관람하고 즐거운 시간 보내실 수 있도록 각종 부스 프로그램도 같이 마련될 예정입니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 예선과 동일한 방식으로 진행되지만 본선이니만큼 3, 4위전이 별도로 진행됩니다. 챔피언이 탄생하는 순간까지 꼭 함께 해주시길 바랍니다.
이렇게 치열하게 진행되는 월드 챔피언십에서 부정한 방법으로 진출한 유저가 있어서는 안 되겠죠. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 팀은 어뷰징 및 비정상 행위에 대한 추적과 제재를 더욱 강화할 예정입니다. 정당한 승부 그리고 깨끗한 실력 대결이 될 수 있도록 모든 플레이어 여러분들의 협조를 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 월드 챔피언십과 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 대해 안내드렸습니다. 작년 프림픽에 보내주신 큰 성원 덕분에 이제는 전 세계가 주목하는 월드 챔피언십으로 나아갈 수 있게 되었어요. 그리고 월드 챔피언십에 많은 기대감을 보내주고 계시는 유저분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2025년 전 세계가 함께 뛰는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 월드 챔피언십, 지금부터 여러분의 플레이가 역사가 됩니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
We just saw our two finalists already on stage, so hopefully we'll be jumping right in, but it's going to be a best of 5. New map pool here to determine who takes the first seed from the Ocean region moving on into the World Championship Finals.
Yeah, jung versus Jinju. It has been a pretty wild day here in the Ocean region, and definitely the most wild day we've had thus far. The preliminaries, there have been a lot of upsets, a lot of surprising results. There have also been a lot of collisions and drama in between the games.
Yeah.
It's been a fun one, but it's going to be coming to a close pretty soon, Trobra. We already have our two players who have qualified for the World Championship in October, but only one of them is going to be the #1 seed. The other one's going to be the #2 seed coming in.
Exactly. Now, Jungnick's coming in with a 2-0 clean win in the semifinals over 7, but Jinju had to go all the way to map 3 against hudol Donim. So we'll see if Jinju is able to maybe redeem himself, try to go for a clean sweep here in the grand finals, or if Jungnick continues on with a nice pace.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about Jinju, though. I feel there's something about the plushie that is just giving him this power that cannot be explained by facts and logic. All right, I feel like even when you expect him to be completely out, the plushie pushes him through. He's able to get a victory. You know, we saw that in game number 1 of the semifinal when he was going up against hudol. It looked like he was out, and the plushie whispers in his ear, "It's like, no, just fight a little bit harder. You can do this. You can do this, Jinju." And then he does it. He perseveres. He sticks through. He wins the game. Now he's here in the finals. He's already qualified for the World Championship. Look at he knows.
Look at that.
He knows.
Oh my gosh, he's becoming part of the Space Donut Cookie.
It's like watching evolution in real time, man. You will become the space cookie.
Yeah, by the end, it's actually just going to be on his head. The Space Donut's going to eat Jinju.
It's possible, man.
And then at the World Championship, we'll just have Space Donut on the stage. Jinju won't even be there. He'll just have consumed Jinju.
It's exciting, and it's an exciting feature to look forward to, but the first step has to be a victory here over Jungdex.
Yeah, and it's not an easy opponent. Jungdex has looked very, very confident today. Obviously not a completely undefeated run, but he's just looked very confident in his own abilities at every single match on stage, you know, looking just comfortable enough to always celebrate after each win, looking like he's having fun, and I think that's always going to be the most important thing in any of these matchups.
Yeah, and especially as we move on to the most difficult maps in the entire pool. Oh, it's Torchlit Trail. Speaking of the maps, is actually going to be randomly selected as map #1 of this best of 5. It's a 5-star difficulty map. I think these are all actually 5-star difficulty maps. We have Torchlit Trial, One Future of TBD, and Sprinkled Ice Cream Land. And I mean, I can't count on one hand the number of collisions we've had on Sprinkled Ice Cream Land. It is crazy. So this is going to be a fast-paced, high-powered best of 5. Now, you might be wondering, it's a best of 5. There's only 3 maps. How does that work? So it's just like the best of 3 where the loser gets to choose the next map. However, there is one addition in the best of 5. You can only play any single map twice.
True.
So as a result, should we go to game number 5 at the very end, we will see every single map here in this best of 5 series.
No matter what, it will be 2-2 and then the third map once at the very least. Let's take a look as Jingu has told us that he's got the best combos here on Torchlit Trial. He's very confident on this map coming into the finals. The blessings will all be the same here as we see the plus 400 for the cherry jellies here for the cherry cookie as well.
Yeah, and let's see if that is true. Does Jingu actually have the best combi, or is Jungdex going to make him eat his words? There's a lot of confidence coming in for both of these players in this match. You know, Jungdex actually, when he was interviewed heading into this tournament, asked about these 3 maps. He's like, oh, well, they're all hard. What are you going to do?
He's not a big fan of any of these.
I mean, it makes sense. You and me, we get to sit here and cast it. The fans at home get to sit and watch and enjoy. And these guys have to battle on some of the hardest maps ever crafted here at Cookie Run.
That's true. I mean, these maps almost specifically designed to really push the limits and challenge some of the best Cookie Runners around the world. Well, beginning on Torchlit Trial, Jingu should be happy with how this random selection happened, as he specifically said this is his favorite map out of the 3 in the grand finals. Does that give him an edge? Can he lead 1-0, or will we see Jungdex continue on strong here in the bracket to move into a position to try to take the first seed of the Ocean Region Preliminaries? Jungdex on the left going up against Jingu on the right. This is the best of 5 finals of the Ocean Region.
All right, everybody, Torchlit Trial is loading up. Jungdex on top, Jingu on bottom. This is a best of 5 finals for the number 1 seed in the Ocean region as we get started with the peppercorn game.
Yeah, and of course, we didn't have a time to explain it really quickly, but if you have been watching or you've been playing, of course, you know very well that this map, it's all about making sure you get every single giant bear jelly, because each time you get one, they give you more extra bonus points, 1,000 each time. It keeps on adding up. So, you know, you miss a couple early on and the gap starts to show.
Yeah, it's all about the count on those yellow bear jellies. Doesn't matter if you miss them early, if you miss them late. The fact is, if you miss them at all, you are going to be feeling the pain.
Absolutely. So far, both of them all going for all of the giant bear jellies. Couple differences on the smaller ones. Oh, that's one missed by Jingu, it looks like.
Yeah, Jingu missing one of the giant bear jellies. That can be the difference maker in this one. Oh my goodness.
He missed them too as well, and
he missed so many.
Yeah,
that was a disaster.
The fall just cost him, what is that, 5, 6?
Oh my goodness. I don't know how you come back from this one, man. That plushie has its work cut out for it.
I mean, listen, at this point though,
even the plushie is powerless.
No, is anyone worried? No, I don't know. I think he's going to find a way to come back in this best of 5. Not at this map, though. This map is looking like it's already out of the question.
Yeah, I mean, that is just absurd. Sometimes we see misses of like 1 or 2. Even these ones coming in right now on the double jump. Jingu may be a little bit flustered right now, knowing that this one is not going his way by any means. Meanwhile, Jungdex with so much speed on top, even with these double jumps at high speed, getting basically every single one. I don't even think I've seen a single miss from him just yet.
Yeah, no, I think Jungdex is just cruising through right now. Much further ahead as well on our screens as he continues on. Jingu doing whatever he can, but you can already see the point difference right now, and that'll just only add up with the energy difference as well as Jingu not able to maximize once more the giant bear jellies here.
Yeah, and as long as Jungdex can continue to defend and not take any damage, no collisions, no drops, he should be completely fine. And he's doing these torches very well here. It's hard to thread the needle, jumping down and getting every single jelly, but indeed he's doing it.
I wonder if that earlier fall, there was something else that he was aiming for, that Jingu, because he claimed that he's got the best, builds and combos on this map.
Might be intentional?
Well, not to miss anything further, but I think the intent was intentional, but the execution not so much. We'd have to wait and see. I can't imagine in what way you're able to flip this around, but unfortunately, I don't think Jinju's going to be showing us what he wanted to.
Yeah, maybe.
Wow.
Certainly not anymore.
Yeah, definitely not with that one.
Well, he did say that he has a special combi set up on this map, so maybe that is part of the build, and just the execution wasn't quite there. We're going to have to wait and see. Again, because this is the best of 5 series, we might be seeing Torchlit Trials again later on.
True. He might run it back, in fact, on this map.
Oh, that would be insane. Imagine having this run on Torchlit Trials and losing and being like, nah, let's do it one more time. That would be the most unhinged map selection of all time.
That would be a flex. Yeah, you lose with 50 million and more, maybe even up to 100 million with the energy difference, and then you say, you know what, I think I can still beat you. Let's bring it back.
That would be wild. We'll wait and see. Honestly, I would love to see it. That would just scream confidence for me coming in from Jinju.
100%. Jung deck still looking relatively quite clean as Jinju just looking to do his best, but another slip up as well. You can see him kind of shaking his head. He knows that it just keeps on happening and he's not quite sure why.
Well, you know, sometimes when something goes wrong, it just has this cascade effect where there's something that's just a waterfall of errors. I mean, that was just the butterfly effect, dude. It's the first step, and then there's an avalanche. And you got to write this map off here as Jinju. Obviously, it did not go your way. And it must be so hard to even try and have like the semblance of locking back in after that start. It's just, no, this is the kind of map where here is Jinju. You're about to run out of energy. Your opponent is just going to do a victory lap in the last 15, 20 seconds.
I mean, you just have to forget about it.
Yeah, you just forget about it. Just move on.
Yeah, this is one where you don't have to worry too much about like every single mistake. You're just like, okay, well, that sucked, but, you know, it's a best of 5. We move on. Now looking up to see what's going on here. Jung deck still continuing on, just already celebrating 130 million or 140 million. And he'll just go ahead and drop down with the rest of his energy as Jung Dex takes a giant win here on Torchlit Trial.
Hey, Chobra, it doesn't matter if you win by 1,000 points or 1 million points. It's only one win. This is the best of 5. There are a lot of maps to be played here in the future for Jinju, and how wild would it be if he ran it back here on Torchlit Trials? Of course, he can play any map here that he wants. Sprinkled Ice Cream Land, Torchlit Trial, One Future of TBD. It is going to be his choice coming in. We'll see if he decides to take his time on the choice. Occasionally in these best of 5 and the best of 3 series, players really kind of ruminate on what their options are, what they think their best bet is. They try and engage maybe, all right, well, where is my opponent's strengths and weaknesses? How do those compare to my own strengths and weaknesses? Which maps do I want to play on as a result? And especially in this best of 5, because say it's a best of 3, you lose map number 1, it goes to loser's pick. No matter what, if you want to come back, you still have to play every single map.
Sure.
Right? But in a best of 5, because we only have those 3 maps, the selection actually is a little bit more important.
Yeah.
Because should we go to map number 5, hey, we're seeing 2 of those maps twice.
Exactly. And of course, if it ends earlier, we might not even see all the maps, right?
Yeah,
you might just repeat 2 of the maps, and then the series could end there. So very curious what the choice is going to be. Of course, we will give them a little bit of time. Jinju could choose it very quickly, but we'll have to wait and see and hear from the admins. But I am curious because that was pretty rough, right? So
that's an understatement for sure.
You were confident coming in, but now things are a little different. So do you just say, I mean, it's tough to say any of these maps are safe.
Oh, yeah, nothing is safe here. Honestly, Torchlit Trials might be the safest, and that's kind of insane, actually, honestly.
It feels like it. I mean, I guess you could argue, like, One Future of TBD has been around for a little while, so maybe you have some more practice on it, but this is tough.
Yeah, I feel like more of the challenge for Torchlit is the fact that you might missing a couple yellow bear jellies, the giant ones, is monumental. Well, yeah, that's the real difficulty. Obviously, like the movement is really hard too, especially between the torches in that segment.
Yes.
But the other maps, it feels like you're just way more prone to actually having a collision and actually losing energy. Of course, that actually did happen there to Jinju on Torchlit Trials, regardless. But yeah, I do wonder what the map selection is coming in. It was the one map that he wanted to talk about in the finals when they asked him, hey, should you make it to that final best of 5? If you do make it there, where are you the most confident? What do you want to show the fans? And he's like, oh, my combi's the best.
Yeah.
Torchlit Trials, that's where I want to be.
But we didn't see it.
Yeah.
We didn't quite see it. So, all right, does he run it back? Do we go to Sprinkled Ice Cream Land for all the chaos? Are we going to One Future of TBD with all the jumps? It remains to be seen. I mean, considering, obviously a little bit different aspect, but considering how he played on Moonlit Bama Grove, maybe one future TBD as well. Some nice control coming in from Jinju.
Yeah.
So we will have to wait and see. I believe that he's still trying to debate. I mean, it's it's a very important decision, though.
Yeah, we actually just heard that he's going to be taking a little bit more time coming to his decision, and it makes sense. In a best of 5, especially with 3 maps, and you can only play them twice, you don't play every map twice should you go to a game number 5. So
Exactly, yeah.
this is a very important choice for Jinju. And I'm trying to think back, not just in Cookie Run Esports, but in esports in general, how often you see a player in a best of 5 go down 0-2 and come back, or in a best of 7 go down 0-3 and come back. It feels like it basically never happens. If it does happen, it's like a 10 or 20% chance. It's like a shot in the dark. So for Jinju, I think even taking the time, not just to select the map, but also to be like, you know what, that was a disaster.
Sure.
Let's just decompress for a moment.
True.
Maybe let's go to the bathroom. Let's just chill out. Let's try and reset mentally, because if he wants to win this best of 5, it's going to be a marathon. He still needs to win 3 more maps.
Yes, yeah. You might have to win them all in a row, but of course that also means that Jungdex will have the opportunity to choose the maps as well. So there is a lot at stake, and we should talk about what's really at stake here, because both of these players have already qualified to the main stage of the World Championship Finals. So we will see them return to the competition in front of a crowd on stage in 1 month's time at the end of October. However, whoever wins this best of 5 will be the first seed. So they'll have a significant advantage in the seeding going in which case, for those who want to know, the first seeds of every region, so those who won last week, whoever wins today, and then the one that wins tomorrow, the first seeds will gather and they will play another match to determine which region gets the highest seed. So you get a big advantage going into the finals of the World Championship. And you want that. You want that because you're playing against the best. So it is going to be a very, very important thing here for the best of 5. And we saw the players gave it all that last week, right? I mean, they kept trying to run it back. We saw back and forth games as well. Curious to see what the choice is going to be here from Jinju.
Yeah, and if you're new to esports and you're wondering what is the seeding that we keep talking about, when a bracket is drawn, you have a player who is rank 1 going down to, say it's an 8-player tournament, rank 8.
Sure.
And you want match number 1, or rank number 1 will match up against rank number 8.
Yeah.
Number 2 will match up against number 7, and so on. And that is the advantage of the player coming in. That is how the seeding is determined. And so it's actually a pretty significant difference when you go to like the cream of the crop, like we are going to be going to in October, where you have just the 8 best players in the entire world competing. Yeah. Obviously, every opponent is going to be tough, but knowing that you're going against the 8th best instead of like the 2nd best or the 1st best, it is a massive difference. And so there actually is a lot to play for. All these series, the final series that are happening this week and last week, are going to have a big impact on what the results should be in the finals.
Yes, exactly. And also just in general, like you're most likely going to be facing off against a 2nd seed from any of the regions.
Yes.
And then, if you're 2nd seed, you'd face against whoever won in their own region. So it's going to be a tough one. I was going to call you out. This is how we know you're a gamer, because you were trying to explain that if it's your first time watching esports, but in general, seedings apply to all sports.
Oh yeah, I mean,
so
we're
if
not
you've watched sports in general,
like, come on, nobody watches sports, Chobra. We're here to watch cookies run. We're here to watch cookies run.
Well, that's sport. They're running. They're very athletic.
It's an electronic sport. This is an esport.
Well, are you saying these cookies aren't real? Are you telling me these cookies? You can't tell me the cookies aren't real when we've seen the power of the space donut.
Okay, I will give you that one.
Cookies are real.
I will give you that one. You're right. I didn't actually consider. Yeah, that is really a telling sign that I am a gamer. That I'm not thinking about I'm not thinking about soccer or the AFL or baseball.
Well,
I'm thinking about the seating is the most important thing. Oh yeah, because I said
soccer.
Hey, all right.
You're just outing yourself.
I'm getting beaten up right now, but hey, I think map selection is coming in here for number 2.
Yes, and guess what? Guess what? I think it's going to come out on screen, but you're not going to believe this Jungdex versus Jinju. And we may be seeing a crazy choice. Jungdex. What's going on with the pin here? You got to make sure we can read it. Well, anyone who can read Korean can read it, which it just says Jungdex, his ID. Just marketing himself out here in the grand finals. Now locking back in with the headphones on. And Jinju is going to run it back.
Okay,
let's torchlit trial.
Let's see what that combi is, dude.
I'm
so curious because it was a disaster piece. It was kind of It was interesting to watch. It was like a Shakespearean tragedy watching the early game there.
It only got worse. You're right. It was a Shakespearean tragedy.
It was brutal.
And you just lost with an absolute train wreck, and you said, we're running it back.
Hey, I kind of like it. And I think this is part of him taking that extra time, too, in between the games. Be like, hey, just give me a moment. You know, it's the final match. I need a minute or two to reset because we are going to go back to Torchlit Trials. And I need to make sure that I run back what went wrong mentally in my head first to gear myself up for this match.
Listen,
what a bold choice.
This can only go one of two ways. Either Jinju's going to look like an absolute genius, or it's going to be a little bit embarrassing. And so we will have to wait to find out. I mean, Jinju clearly very determined to prove himself on this map. What we saw in Game 1 was not the real Jinju. That's what he's trying to tell us. Can he run it back and tie it 1-1 in this best of 5? Or will Jungdex simply say, no, I think I might just be better, leading 2-0 in this best of 5. A race to see who will get the first seed in the Ocean region towards the World Championship here for Cookie Run Oven Break.
All right, Torchlit Trials coming out once more here in set number 2 of this best of 5. Jungdex on top, Jinju on bottom, and I think we're all wondering what the plan is going to be here for Jinju after that game number 1 went so astray.
Exactly. I mean, I'm almost exclusively watching Jinju right now because regardless of who wins, I just
my goodness. It's the combi. It's the combi. Relax.
No, you can't. You can't possibly tell me that a collision is in the plan.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes falls are part of the plans, but collisions, that's a whole different story.
Oh, man. I'm not sure what to make of it. I mean, this is one of the hardest maps in the pool. You know, now that we're in the finals in the best of 5, these are the 5-star difficulty maps. These are the trickiest of the bunch.
Yes.
It's natural that you're going to have some collisions. The odds of Jungdex having a collision in the remaining amount of the map is also significantly high. But
true, but that's another
for
Rainbow
Jinju.
Jelly lost as well from Jinju. It feels like whatever the plan is requires like so much minute perfection that the pressure is affecting Jinju quite a bit on stage.
Yeah, it almost feels like a shame because I really do want to see what that combi is coming in here. You know, he has something very special cooked up. It's one of the reasons why he's picking this map again, but that energy already depleting. A very early collision for Jinju. He's navigating the rest of the map very well. I'm just wondering about what could have been.
Yeah, he actually did take a slightly different line there, going for the slight extra drop, but again, it's the difference in energy that we have to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, because if the combi is dropping to try and find some way to get extra distance, that could make sense, but if you're factoring the collisions, well, suddenly you're losing energy, so you're just getting less distance in general.
Yeah, it's gonna look a little bit rough. Jungdex, of course, continuing on very smooth, and while the point difference isn't massive yet, it is gonna be that energy difference. Once again, missing those bottom giant bear jellies here for Jinju. It just starts to add up.
Hey, so did Jungdex, though. They actually missed the exact same amount of yellow bears as they played it quite conservatively in that earlier stage. Okay, now Jinju -1 here in this sequence.
Yeah, and of course right now the points, it's not going to be the true difference, right? Because of that energy change, or energy difference rather, where Jungdex is going to get so much more distance.
All right, we're continuing on here. More yellow bear jellies, giant bear jellies getting collected. Of course, on this map, the points increase the more you get, so it's incremental. The boon that you join from these yellow bear jellies, and I'm wondering what Jinju could possibly do, because you can see there is some potential here, but that early collision, I just keep thinking back to it. It was devastating, Chobra.
Yeah, it has been rough, but let's keep our eyes on him, as we are going to see the relay come in for Jinju just a bit earlier. Meanwhile, Jungdex able to jump through the whole next group of giant bear jellies before going for the relay. Even goes through another use of the skill as well for the extra transformation.
3 more giant yellow bear jellies get missed there by Jinju as he's feeling the pain a little bit now. You can see that on the side of the screen, minus 25 million there for a moment. He is catching up a bit because they're out of sync, but he is feeling the pain right now.
Yeah, it's not looking so good as they both continue running on with the cherry cookie, but I think this may have been yet another mistake from Jingu, costing him what might be the first seed in the Ocean Region Preliminaries.
Yeah, I would be speechless if he was able to bring this one back without Jungdex just collapsing here in the final portions of Torchlit Trials.
Yeah, I mean, listen, at the very least, I do want, regardless of who actually wins the finals, we need the interviewer to ask the question about what really was the plan here on Torchlit Trial, because he's got us all curious.
Yeah, he kept talking about how his combi is special, how he has something cooked up, prepared for rest, and he's ready to serve, and then it just doesn't happen. And maybe he doesn't even get the opportunity to try and make it happen because of that early collision, right? It might require a lot of setup. You might need to have perfect play up until a certain point. And we can only just ponder what it would be, but as it is right now, entering the twilight here of set number 2, it looks like Jungdex is likely going to be going to a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and Jingu slowly draining out that energy. Jungdex looking calm and collected with a hefty lead. Knows that he should pretty much all but be done. As Jingu, another collision at the end as well as he drops. And that's the end of the run as Jungdex secures his win with another 40 million points ahead. Yeah. Yeah, Jungdex just cocking his head a little bit, you know, like, okay, all right. Might be a little easier than I thought here in the grand finals.
I mean, going up 2-0 in this best of 5, a little bit sad there is Jingu.
I mean, listen, I get it, though. I respect it.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, that was a brave choice.
Yes. Coming in to run it back for set number 2. It did not work out for him. I am so curious.
Of course, we're going to see both these guys again in October, and I'm going to pull for Jingu to succeed because I want to see the combi on Torchlit Trials in October. We didn't get to see it here versus Jungdex in Game 1 or in Game 2. Despite that early, misstep in Game number 1, he still ran it back. And for better or for worse, Jingu cannot choose Torchlit Trial again.
Yes. I mean, I think we all agree for now for the better.
Yeah, you might disagree, but no, I'm stepping in. It's better.
Yes, a month later, maybe we'd want to see it again. But now Torchlit Trial is out of the pool. We've already played it twice. Now we have 2 maps remaining, and we will see. Will it be Sprinkled Ice Cream Land, or will it be one future of TBD? It's up to Jingu.
Yeah, it is up to Jingu. It is his map choice once more, having lost in map number 2. And of course, in this best of 5, with only 3 maps in the pool, you can only choose each map 2 times. And so, one future of TBD or Ice Cream Land. Personally, for me, I would just like to go to Ice Cream Land.
The chaos?
The chaos is very fun.
Speed, the chaos.
I love this. There's a reason why I like Skater Cookie so much, man. It's nice and simple.
Yeah, you're all about the Skater Cookie.
It's the macro cookie of Cookie Run.
Yeah, there you go. Let's find out. Jungdex continuing to try to stay calm. He's only 1 step away, but he doesn't want to celebrate too early just yet. Of course, he could get the clean sweep.
Oh, yeah.
And it will be Sprinkled Ice Cream Land. All jellies are important here, as every single jelly will net you an extra 55,000 points.
Yeah, this is a proper obstacle course. There are so many obstacles you got to avoid. A collision is... I don't want to say guaranteed, but it feels almost guaranteed. I'm trying to think back to the finals that we cast last week, and it felt like the odds of one player having a collision were just through the roof.
Yes.
They were absolutely massive. It's a very tricky map. We're going to be playing it with the Candy Corn Cookie, the Princess Cookie. Candy corn, for me, always one of my favorite treats when I was a kid. That thing is pure sugar. It's very delicious.
Yeah, true. I agree with you on that one. It's a good selection.
I'm glad you agree. A lot of people would disagree with me on that one. Candy corns are surprisingly unpopular. I wonder what the general populace feels, but I feel like anytime I tell people that as a kid I like the candy corns, they always look at me a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, those people are wrong, let me tell you. Well, let's see how they perform with the Candy Corn Cookie here. Same setups on both sides.
Yeah, exact same setup. So going to be pure mechanical skill here in map number 3. And for Jingu, he is hoping for a reverse sweep. This is the best of 5. He's down 0-2. He needs to win every single stage from here on out. And against a Jungdex that, we haven't really been hyping up so much because we've been so focused on what Jingu is doing. Jinju's really getting the brunt of the attention. Jungdex has quietly just been perfect here in these finals. He's taken no collisions. He's been running these really incredible lines. You can tell he's a little bit conservative at times, not going for every single possible greed move, but against a player who's taken risks like Jingu, it's a smart way to play, man. He is looking so solid. Can he continue and deliver a perfect performance here with a sweep over Jingu?
That would be very impressive because, like you said, he's had some celebrations on camera, but he's just been playing his own game. He's been quietly cruising his way through the Ocean Region preliminaries, and will he rise all the way to the top, or will Jinju start to mount to come back in this best of 5 as Jinju takes us to map number 3, Sprinkled Ice Cream Land?
All right, folks, the last map is loading in. Jungdex on top, Jinju on bottom. It is Sprinkled Ice Cream Land. And let's go, dude, already with these short jumps on the edge of my seat. The timing has to be perfect to navigate this well.
Yeah, let's see how this goes through. Jinju slightly behind right now.
Timing absolutely pivotal right now. Okay, Jungdex able to go through that. So does Jinju. No collisions just yet. That's one of the most dangerous parts of this entire map.
Absolutely. Going for the Bear Jelly Party as well. Securing that, but not making the collision. So both of them still able to maximize their points.
Yeah, very tricky. Quite close. Jungdex just with a slight lead right now. Okay, first column drop comes in. Both players able to get every single jelly. And then the second column also. Can we do it again on the third? Have they both been perfect?
Yeah, Jinju goes for that. He missed a couple on the first jump, so he falls a little bit far behind. Again, 55,000 extra points for every single jelly. So it really doesn't matter at which point, what type it is. You miss any of them, it starts to make a big difference.
Yeah, this one is really all about numbers over everything else.
Yeah, let's see. Jungdex just looking calm and collected as he continues into the next area. So does Jinju.
Yeah, I got to time the short jumps as well, dodging those snowballs and collecting all the jellies on top. It can be very tricky, but both players able to do this quite impressively. Hey, only 1 million point difference, or sub 1 million, I should say, is very close for this map.
Yeah, exactly. Any other map, we'd be like, okay, 1 million, one person might have a decent-sized lead, but here, 500,000, I mean, this is just one jump difference, but Jungdex continue to be clean on all of these drops.
Yeah, the drop columns are so crucial right now, because if you miss one of these lines, that might be lights out for your entire finals here if you're Jinju, but he's been able to slowly chip away at this lead that Jungdex has accumulated.
Yeah, it looked like Jinju had a slight better timing there for the candy corn skill usage.
Ooh, actually a lot more distance there on Jinju, if I'm not mistaken. I wonder if Jungdex took an obstacle that I did not see, or perhaps missed some energy. In any case, that is very promising here for Jinju.
Yeah, it's Jinju now currently the one trying to mount to come back. He needs this map win to try to stay alive. Jungdex on the top screen, continuing on. Avoiding everything, stays alive with those jumps.
And now he has a wide gap to try and close right now.
Yeah, a little bit ahead on our screens as well. Let's see if Jungdex is able to try to get all the jellies he can get.
Yeah, big drop down right now. These short jumps have to be timed out very well. One jelly does get missed there for Jinju. Not the end of the world. Another one does get missed. So Jungdex closing distance just a little bit here.
Yeah, Jinju opting to skip out on some of the bigger jellies to make sure he's securing all the numbers as well. Ooh, weaves in the extra potion as well here for Jinju.
Oh man, Jungdex just dropped. Oh, that's brutal there for Jungdex. Missed a ton of jellies as a result. Jinju, if he can continue to defend, this might be the start of a comeback.
I mean, listen, if he can... Oh, but that's a collision for Jinju as well. Now, he's still able to get the jellies afterwards. It's the energy that now kind of evens out.
Yeah, I think he might still have this. He might have enough of a lead, especially with the distance, that collision is going to matter. But boy, did he make it even harder on himself.
Jungdex knows he wasn't able to continue on with the jumps. He wasn't able to stay afloat. And that is going to give the win to Jinju as he starts to try for a comeback.
Yeah, that's crazy. And you can see a big sigh of relief on Jinju's face because he knows he kind of got away with robbery right there. He had that collision at the very end. That is potentially series ending here for Jinju. But I was so locked in on Jinju's screen because he's really been the player to watch in this one in terms of he's going for the scarier lines, he's taking more risks, and he gets punished for it. He did in game number 1, he did in game number 2. So I didn't quite see exactly what happened there to Jungdex, if it was a collision, if it was that he missed like an energy potion or something, but yeah, Jingu, despite having that collision at the very end, actually did come out with some significant distance.
Yeah, well, Jungdex with the 2 falls as well, right?
Yeah.
Losing a bit of energy there, but then also that big chunk of jellies. We saw actually a big chunk of the Rainbow Bear jellies all being missed out. So not only are you missing out on the bonuses, but the base points already being high for those jellies. So Jungdex, big mistake there in the middle, and then again at the end, not able to stay afloat. So Jingu, is the power real? Is he the comeback
We're back
king?
to the plushie, yeah.
Is he the comeback king?
Oh, that's true, man. He has been very resilient, not just in the course of series, but also in the course of individual levels in terms of if this guy makes a mistake, he usually doesn't lose his footing that much. He is pretty...
Oh, see?
He's pretty strong-willed.
It's a stress cookie. He's squeezing.
It is.
He's squeezing the space donut. All right, let's see Jungdex the first time he's had to choose a map. He either runs it back. He does.
Wow.
Dude, they both want to run it back. Neither of them want to play One Future at TBD.
Yeah. I mean, it is a tough map, but they are all tough maps. And it is very interesting to me that every time we have a map selection coming in, it's like, I want to play the map I just lost on. It doesn't matter whether it's Jungdex or Jingu, but they're both coming up with the same plan. It's like they have something to prove,
Yes, exactly. Both of them very confident. They want to prove to everybody watching that, them losing is the exception, that they're normally the better player. And so if we have Jungdex lose here, we are guaranteed to go to a last map on One Future of TBD. One run to determine it all. But if Jungdex wins, that ends the match right there. Jungdex will take the first seed.
Yeah, he will take the first seed, Jingu will take the second, but hey, the comeback hype here for Jingu is absolutely real, and honestly, he looked very solid there on Ice Cream Land. Like, he had that one collision at the very end, but besides that, the early game and the mid game, he was getting basically every single jelly. He had a nice, significant lead. He got a ton of distance, and he did it without suffering any injury. And for Jingu, typically, what we saw in the best of 3 earlier, what we saw in the best of 5 thus far in game 1 and game 2, it's really the early stages on these levels where he's kind of warming up, he's getting settled. That's when he makes mistakes. If he's able to go through like the first 30 seconds or so without taking any damage, it feels like he is basically all set.
Yes, that is very true. So we'll see if that start comes through once more. Currently leading is Jungdex, but it's going to be Jingu looking to take us to a map 5 in this final of the Ocean Region Preliminaries of the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship.
All right, we run it back one more time here on Sprinkled Ice Cream Land. If Jungdex win, he is up 3-0 in the series. If Jingu loses, it is all over.
And now going with these short jumps, a couple extra jellies being missed out by Jungdex here early on.
Yeah, and it's hard to change your jump timing when you're missing those jellies because you really don't want to mess with what's working already, right? Adjusting the timing mid-sequence, you might be hitting one of these obstacles, and you do not want to run out of energy early on in this map.
Yep, both of them secure that Bear Jelly Party, so that's all the extra points you can get on that section. And the first drop, a couple missed from Jingu. This might be an opportunity for Jungdex to try to catch up.
And not the end of the world there. Those are very tight columns, so if you're going to connect with most of them, you're probably going to get basically all of them, even on those misses. It was, what, 2 or 3 down the drain? And Jingu now navigating the rest of them very easily. We have a couple more drops are coming through. Yeah, both players collecting absolutely everything.
Oh boy, it's getting tense. Another series of big jumps here, weaving in and out of the ice cream cones.
Yeah, very tricky, especially with those frosted trees. You got to watch out. Now we're heading into the second stage of this level.
Yeah, and the point's still in favor of Jingu, but okay, first, in this section with the snowballs, we've got to watch out for those collisions.
Yeah, Jungdex had a little bit of trouble, I think, around this time on the previous map. Now, it seems like he has the confidence he's able to fix it coming in, as this is a very dangerous drop between those snowballs. Both players able to do it.
Yeah, but misses out on, I think, 1 or 2 extra from Jungdex compared to Jingu. So, once again, the lead still in favor, but you see it. It's below 500,000 on this map. It could be anybody's game.
I mean, you get so many bonus points just for the basic jellies that this kind of lead, it's basically a wash. This is deadlocked, completely even between these two. One mistake, could be game-ending for either of them. In fact, I would say that it probably is. In terms of distance,
Jungdex knows that he messed up because he was trying to, I believe, maybe go for a little bit extra distance, but he missed out on the entire top row of jellies.
Yeah, I think he might have thought he could get a little bit more potentially with a drop off that ledge, but just didn't have the distance to make it. So the risk reward really not going his way.
I mean, at this point, you're kind of hoping that Jinju makes a mistake, right? An entire row of jellies.
Oh no!
More.
Collision for Jungdex right there. No. Dude, the comeback magic is real here for Jinju.
He's locked in. Look at his camera. He's not looking anywhere else. He's not moving at all. He is just jumping and sliding and running here on Sprinkled Ice Cream Land.
Yeah, it's perfect. A lot of small jumps and double jumps here coming in. Where Jinju slides right down, gets every single one of these jellies, and I don't think he knows yet that there's a collision on Jungdex's side, but all he has to do is defend.
Yeah, he just has to play it safe. Still going to go for not only the Bear Jelly Party, but also, of course, the potion. Both of them securing that safely.
It's really well navigated on both sides, but for Jungdex, that is bad news. You want Jinju to make a mistake here. Otherwise, you really don't have much of a chance at a comeback.
Oh
man, that's it. Doubling down.
The potion. I mean, he had to be the one that gets the potion. Jinju had to be the one that gets the collision. But as they both go for it, Jinju secures it safely. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but Jinju might be taking us to another comeback.
We are going to one future of TBD for a map number 5. Jinju doing a victory lap right now. He knows he has this one in the bag. He knows that Jungdex is out of energy. 50 million point lead. Jinju looks pumped. Oh man, he is ready to go.
This is insane. This is insane. How does he do it? How does he keep bringing it back?
This feels like the finals in October right now, man. I am so locked in on this thing.
Yeah, this is intense.
What a hype finals to determine the number one seed.
Jinju breaks his personal best.
Wait, are you kidding?
Coming in, he self-reported personal best was 812 million. He just broke it with 813 million.
I think it's the first time in the entire preliminaries that a player on stage has beaten their personal best record practicing at home.
Yeah, I mean, that is crazy that you're actually performing better than you did in your comfort zone.
Wow. And not even just the comfort. Think about the volume of games that you play. You play that map here, you might play it twice. In the entire series, right? That's what we saw right there. He played it twice. Think of how many times he probably played that game at home leading into this one.
Exactly.
Thousands of times.
I mean,
tens of thousands of times. Hundreds of thousands of times, Trober. It's possible. We don't know how much these guys practice.
Well,
they might be in like a Dragon Ball Z hyperbolic time chamber, just getting every single round in here on these stages. And the fact that he comes in on the main stage, tournament life on the line. It's 2-1 in this best of 5. He needs to win to force a map number 5, and he sets a new personal best. Are you kidding me?
I mean, I respect it because this might just be one of those players that just thrives better when he's pushed to the edge. You know, there's always some of those players and athletes and competitors that actually do better when they're about to get eliminated. Something just unlocks in that pressure point. And now the map that neither chose, but they have to face their fate now on one future of TBD.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to this. Who is going to be more clutch? Pink Choco Cookie and Chess Choco Cookie. So the twins coming out here on one future of TBD. Oh, man. I am hyped to get into this one. Infinite jump. 200,000 extra points for the Giant Bear Jellies. 600,000 points for the Rainbow Giant Bear Jellies. It's going to be wild.
Oh, boy. Unlimited jumps here between Jungdex and Jinju. Who will take it? We've seen this map over the course of time. So it really just comes down to who's more accustomed for it. Looking at their setups here. 10,000 destruction points here for the Pink Choco Cookie. And continuing on with the destruction with the Chess Choco Cookie.
Yeah, going to be a lot of fun. Those rooks going to be coming out here for those chess pieces. Work their way up the ranks, get all those destruction points, of course, in the latter stage. Also frees you up because there's so many obstacles on this map. You just got to break them down to clear a path. And folks, we're getting ready to go into map number 5. I am super hyped for this.
Yeah, this is exciting. Jungdex trying to smile, but you know that it's only getting to him because so far he's been quietly cruising along. Now he's been pushed to the edge. So trying to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Jinju's the one who's actually feeling better now that he's gotten his 2 wins in a row. He's coming in with the momentum behind his back.
Oh yeah, he's playing hot right now, man. He was near flawless in the last one. Actually, what am I talking about? He was flawless. He set a new personal best.
True.
And the map leading into it. Oh, just so clutch. Will the clutchness continue here for Jingu, or will Jungdex win this final map and secure the #1 seed? We are going into Game 5. One future of TBD. Let's do this.
Jungdex on the top, Jingu on the bottom. One map to determine it all. And here we go.
Get ready to fly with unlimited jumps right now on both sides.
Yeah, we're getting those simple ones in the beginning here for the Giant Bear Jellies. Of course, the big bonuses coming in with the Giant Bear Jellies this time around.
Yeah, 200K plus 600,000 for the Rainbow Giant Bear Jellies. So there's a lot of potential here for point gathering.
Yeah, I mean, especially those Rainbow Bear Jellies, right? The giant ones, you missed out on that. That's only just swings an entire run.
Yeah, man, on these small jumps, it feels like Jinju is just getting a little bit of a better trade. Jungdex, it feels like, is missing a little bit more of the small guys. Now, of course, these Giant Bear Jellies are just the end-all, be-all on this map, but Jungdex misses one.
Ooh, that's a big one. Oh, my. Jungdex knows he has to try to play catch-up here.
Man, the plushie power might be real. This is pretty wild what we're seeing right now, Chobra. All right, Jungdex, can he lock in right now? He already missed that one Giant Bear. You do not want to miss another. It's still relatively close.
Exactly. I mean, considering what just happened, sure, but Jinju's not looking to make any mistakes as he continues on with several million in the bank ahead of Jungdex.
Both players getting instruction points right now as we're going through, able to catch all these Giant Bear Jellies. Not the most difficult section on this map thus far, so both players able to navigate it quite flawlessly. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Neither of them going perfectly for the Bear Jelly party, but you know, it equals out right now. And again, all eyes on the giant ones as Jinju continues to collect them all. So does Jungdex here in this section.
Yeah, this section's getting a little bit more challenging. You want to make sure that you can avoid these obstacles when they get in front of you.
Okay, that's one extra Giant Bear Jelly here missed from Jinju, giving an opportunity for Jungdex, but he still is so healthily ahead right now.
Actually, a couple more skill activations were available there for Jungdex for a moment.
Yeah, of course, we weren't really paying too much attention to that, but the destruction's going to matter a little bit as well.
Right, still a very close game. 3 million points is not a safe lead by any margin. Okay, that was a big drop and then up column there for both sides. Jinju missing a Giant Bear as well.
Yeah, and the Bear Jelly party. So this starts to close the gap quite a bit. It's back down to 300,000 as we go to the next area.
Yeah, this is wild. It is so close, man. What a close series going all the way to game number 5. And then here in the 5th map, the lead halfway through. One future of TBD is peanuts.
Jungdex trying to stay focused, trying not to get too shaken. Jinju also trying to make sure he keeps the lead, but he knows that Jungdex is following right along, but that's more giant Rainbow Bear Jellies missed from Jungdex. You see him smile and shake his head. He knows that that might have been the end.
Yeah, that's a critical mistake right there for Jungdex. Energy now running out. They're dropping at basically the exact same time, so distance equivalent here for the both of them.
Oh boy, Jinju, he doesn't want to celebrate too early. He has to stay calm. A collision can still flip everything on this final run of the night between Jungdex and Jinju.
Yeah, chess pieces now coming out. Those destruction points to be able to rack up later on here. Maybe that will be Jungdex's angle to try and close the gap. As it is right now, he cannot afford to miss any more of these Giant Bears. And okay, Jinju missing one of them.
Yeah, okay. Gives a fighting chance for
another one
gets
missed
from Jungdex as well.
Man.
And a collision, it starts to fall apart.
Oh, that might be the end, man. For Jungdex, there's a little bit more left to play, but this is so painful. Missing the Giant Bear, missing the Rainbow Bear, having a collision. The energy is now depleted, and Jinju is looking so locked in.
Yeah,
we were talking about the odds of a reverse sweep coming in after he dropped the first 2 maps, going down 0-2 in a best of 5. It is unheard of to come back with 3 wins in a row. It rarely happens. He might be doing it.
Yeah, going for the destruction from below as well here for Jinju, continuing to maximize all the points he can get. Jungdex will do his best, but he's out. He's going to go for the last transformation here to try to move on forward and get the points that he can, and he does! Does he get it? Do we see the final transformation come in for Jinju? Oh, he's gonna continue on. There it is. Yeah, Jungnick thought maybe the activation wouldn't come through, but Jinju will be the one celebrating with a massive win, a reverse sweep. The power of the Space Donut carries on here in the Ocean region.
Dude, the plushie power, it is absolutely real. And man, what a run here by Jinju. Huge props to Jungdex. This was an insane series, especially those first 2 wins on Torch back-to-back were so impressive coming in from him. But for Jinju, when he's down and out, 0-2, he picked Torch as his map after he lost map number 1, and it blew back up in his face. He went down 0-2 in this series, and he did it. The comeback kid, so clutch under pressure, keeping it cool. It felt like he might have had more collisions than literally anybody today, and he is still on top. He is still the winner. How impressive is that?
Yeah, I mean, every single match he's had some sort of mistake, but he's able to redeem himself when it matters the most. Jungdex giving respect to his opponent as well, giving him the round of applause here in this best of 5. Jungdex came in, started looking very confident, but once we swapped on to the next maps, it was Jinju who actually just unleashes his true power and takes the win here in the Ocean region preliminaries.
It's crazy. What a comeback coming in, and for Jinju, what a great story heading into the finals in October. Of course, Jungdex, we are going to be seeing him in October as well. This was a battle for the number 1 and number 2 seed, but we talked about it already. Having that seed advantage going into the finals, it's going to make your bracket a lot easier. It's going to give you your breathing room going in, gives you a little bit of room for error there against the weaker oppositions, and there's a lot on the line, and I'm telling you, dude, Jinju, if he continues to play at this caliber heading into October, he might be one of the favorites to win the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, most importantly, first of all, he's got to keep that Space Donut safe.
Yeah,
he's got to bring it back. We got to see it on stage again in late October, because that's the only way we can explain this. I honestly don't know how he does it.
It just gave him the peace of mind. He's like, you know what, even when things aren't going wrong, even when it feels like the world's turned its back on me, my plushie's got me.
My Space Donut's got me.
My Space Donut's got my back. Because he really did keep it cool under pressure. Even remember some of those maps that he played in the best of 3s and the best of 5s. He had a collision early on in the map, and he continued to win.
True. I mean, look at this, a reverse sweep. You don't see this every day in any competition, in anything, whatever it might be. This is not an easy feat to stay calm and collected. So congratulations to Jinju winning the last 3 sets in this best of 5, taking the win, the victory in the regional preliminaries here for the Ocean region. And Jungdex will be moving on to the World Championship Finals as 2nd seed from the Ocean region.
Yeah, Jinju, of course, the victor here in Ocean. And I am just so impressed with his performance. And there were so many players that were ranked above him in the GCL also. I think he was ranked, I think it was either the 5th or the 6th last place out of these 8 players today, which is just phenomenal. I mean, talk about underdogs showing up, setting a personal best in the finals when your life is on the line. I mean, the list just goes on. Unbelievably clutch is Jinju, a well-deserved victory. For Jungdex, a fantastic run as well today. I cannot wait to hear the interview, what the lines were on Torch Trials, because for Jinju, it kept blowing back up on him, but in the end, he persevered. He is going to be your victor today.
Yeah, an incredible story so far in the preliminaries. We'll have to wait to see, of course, how that continues later on, a month later, in the actual World Championship Finals. We are going to have a winner's interview with both of our finalists and get to hear a little bit from them before they move on to the World Championships later in October.
Yeah, excited to hear what the winners have to say. Especially curious about that Torchlit Trials line, because Jinju was really hyping it up heading into this tournament, and we didn't get to see it. But hey, you know what? Maybe he's going to save that as a secret for October.
Could be. Now, Jungdex and Jinju will hear from both of them once they get settled in on the stage. Quick words from them about today's competition. Looking forward to, of course, the World Championship. Maybe we'll even get to hear from them what their thoughts were on the Desert and Plains winners as well, since we already have 4 runners, 4 players qualified for the World. Well, now 6, including the Ocean region. So you already know 4 of your potential opponents. But here we go. We've got our Korean caster on the stage. I will be translating for you here, over here. Switching gears. And this was the Ocean region preliminaries. And now
진짜 나와버리네요.
you know, the Korean casters also apparently talking about the potential reverse sweep. You know, it's always kind of legendary to see it. It's a mythical thing, but we got to witness it today.
선수와 인터뷰를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 시청자분들께 인사 한번 부탁드립니다. 본인 닉네임과
Yeah,
함께.
first let's hear hello from both of our players.
쿠키런 크리에이터 정대기라고 합니다.
뿌띠짱대 공주 양양펀치 선수.
Yeah, so he just says hello. My name is Jung.
자,
I'm
일단은
a
우리
content creator here
뿌띠짱대
for
공주
Cookie Run.
양양펀치 선수. 두 번 딱 횃불 이겼을 때 사실 승기 잡았다 이런 생각 들었을 것 같은데.
Yeah, when you won Torchlight Trial twice in a row, you must have thought you actually,
좀
won this whole thing.
여기
He says, yeah, I actually did.
일단은 그래도 본선은 갔잖아요. 본선 진출 소감 먼저 한번 들어보죠. 이걸 빼먹을 뻔했네요.
Yeah, well, let's first hear what it feels like to qualify.
결승전을 크게 준비를 안 했어요. 실속만 챙기자 해서.
Yeah, so Jungdek's just saying that, you know, I originally really just only prepared the semifinals to make sure that I can qualify. So I didn't practice the finals too much. But, you know, I just thought, you know, everybody's strong anyway. So going into the finals, my plan was, you know, everyone's strong anyway. So I'm just going to have to just win. I'm just going to do my best and just win.
분기점이 어디였다고 생각하시나요?
And the question following is, well, okay, you were so confident, but you gave up the reverse sweep. And so Jungdek says, okay, so I have, of course, practiced all of our maps. I've gone through all of them. But I will admit, One Future TBD is the one that I've practiced the least on. I practiced the other two because I thought, if I can guarantee winning 2 of the 3 maps, you know, I'll be able to at one point repeat them and win 3. And so it's been a little tough, of course. So therefore, losing Sprinkle Ice Cream Land is what really cost me because I didn't have that much practice on One Future TBD.
그래도 본선 갔으니까. 네. 혹시
well, okay, so a bit of an unfortunate loss, but you still qualified. Is there anyone you really want to play, especially out of the 4 that are previously qualified for the World Championships?
대회 참가했으니까 센 선수랑
well, you know, I've already entered the best competition, so, you know, I want to face against the best. And so while we don't know yet, but if I'm going to play against the best, I want to play against the winner of last year's tournament, Kim Gonu, who still awaits at the Glacier Preliminaries tomorrow. So I'd love for him to move along or move on and qualify because I want to play against the
감사 인사를
best.
전할 수 있는 시간을 좀 드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 이 카메라 보시면 돼요. 네.
오늘 이제 이렇게 경기 봐주신 분들 너무 다들 감사하고.
And I just want to say thank you to everyone who watched our matches today. And I actually kind of want to apologize because it feels like maybe I didn't practice enough here into the finals and prepare all of the maps. So I'll make sure to prepare even more for the World Championship Finals.
닉네임 바꾸시면 안 돼요.
And also, Jungdex, you have a longer, longer name in Korean. You can't change your ID. And Jungdex is like, no, I'm sticking with Jungdex. It's just we're just going to keep it short.
많이 한 것 같았는데 결국에는 모든 걸 떨쳐내고 우승을 차지했습니다. 진주 선수 인터뷰
All right, Jinju, congratulations. Let's first hear your first words here in the interview.
네네네, 잘 들리고 있고 저기 보시면 돼요. 네.
안녕하세요. 네, 진주입니다.
네.
Yeah, hi.
자, 일단
I'm
우승 소감
Jinju.
한번 들어볼까요?
So, how's it feel to take the win?
8강부터 보신 분들은 아시겠지만
Well,
처음부터 실수가 너무 많이
you know,
나왔어가지고
everyone who watched the whole day will know that
할수 있나?
I've actually made mistakes all throughout, starting in the quarterfinals. And so I was like, is this even possible for me to make it? But somehow now I've won. And honestly, I don't know why I'm doing the interview right now as the winner because I don't know how I got here.
옆에 이제 인터뷰를 하러 옆에 오니까 이게 막 약간 바들바들 하고 있는 게 느껴져가지고.
And the Korean caster just saying, we couldn't tell from the screen, but standing next to you, I can almost feel you shaking.
제 자신 스스로가 좀 긴장을 안 하는 편이라고 생각했는데.
And you know, it's funny because I like to think that I'm not the type of person who gets nervous. But you know, when I was waiting for my turn to play, watching other people, and then I walked onto the stage, I started just trembling.
한 80 정도에서 오늘 긴장한 게 아닌가.
그러니까요. 그래서 오늘
just saying that he was just shaking throughout the entire day.
많이 나왔어요.
네, 원래 충돌하면
And is that why we saw so many
충돌은
mistakes
진짜
today?
아니야지라는 마인드로 왔는데.
I mean, yeah, you know, collisions, obviously, that's the number one thing you want to avoid.
보여드려가지고 좀 많이
And,
아쉽긴 합니다.
but I showed you so many today, so that's a bit of a shame.
모습 보여줄 수 있을 것 같잖아요. 네. 본선에
So could we maybe
이번에 각오
expect
한번 들어볼까요?
something different than moving on to the World Championship Finals?
어쨌든 이렇게 한 번 더 기회가 주어졌으니까 또
Well,
쿠키런을
you know, now I've earned
하는
another
것도
chance
많은
to perform
선수들을
in front
대표하는
of a
선수로서
bigger
최선을
audience.
다해서 준비하도록
So
하겠습니다.
as a player who's
네.
qualified
자, 그러면 지금
and
현재
you know who is
진출한
representing the
선수,
Cookie Run
선수분들,
audience,
그리고
I will do
내일
my best to
선수단
prepare
지역 선수들이
everything
나오게 됩니다.
that I can for the World
본선에서
Championship
이
Finals.
선수랑은 꼭 같은 조가 돼서
What
붙어보고
about you,
싶다.
Jinju? Any
하는
player you want to
선수
meet at the World Championships?
제가 이번에 이제 빌드 연구를 하면서
Well,
사막
as I
지역과
was
초원 지역 선수들
preparing
플레이를 좀 많이 봤는데요.
네.
And researching,
그 식덕
I actually
선수가
studied a lot of the
플레이가
players in
되게
the desert and
깔끔하고
plains region,
정갈하더라고요.
네.
그래서
and
아마
Sikduk,
거기서 붙어서
all
식덕
of his
선수를
plays
제가
really
꺾을 수
caught
있다면
my
멋있지
eye.
않을까.
And I found a lot of respect for him.
이제 저희
So I
10월
think
2일
it'd be
조
nice
진행시켜야
to play
되는데
against
8개 대표로
Sikduk.
나와서 딱 그 위치 선정을 하는데
Now,
식덕
he
옆에
will have a
진주를
chance because he's going to be
한번
playing in
가능하다면 넣어보고
the
싶습니다.
seeding match here
알겠습니다.
between the
오,
regions
멋있어요, 멋있어요.
next
자,
week
그럼
and
마찬가지로
October
우리
2nd.
카메라 보고 아마
So
연습
there's a
도와주시는
chance for him to
분도
kind of
있고,
meet
우승도
Sikduk
그렇고
there.
뭐 생각나는 사람 뭐 가족이 됐든 뭐 누가 됐든 감사 인사 전할 수 있는 시간을 좀 드리도록
Yeah, and
하겠습니다.
any thanks you want to send out?
진짜 저희 길드원분들이
Yeah, first of all,
우승하면은 이름 한 방씩 불러달라고
You know,
저한테
all of
그렇게
our
말을
guild
해주셨었는데
members
솔직히
wanted me to give
이렇게
them
인터뷰까지 올 줄
a
몰라서
shout out
다 못
if I
외웠거든요.
won,
그래도
but I didn't think I'd win, so I actually didn't memorize all of their names. So, I can't- I can't say all of them, but I'd just like to name a couple of our guild members, and of course, all of my entire guild for supporting me and helping me train.
시간 내 가지고
And also,
중에도 막 보고 있다 응원한다 이렇게 메시지
You know, I've had
보내주시고
some others kind of message me and saying that, you know, I'm
지금
watching right
카메라
now even though I'm working or, you know, whatever.
분들께 감사하다는 말씀
And so I
드리고
just want to
싶습니다.
say
네,
thank you to
알겠습니다.
everyone who supported me on
이렇게
this
또
journey.
바다 지역의 챔피언과 그리고 본선행을 확정지은 두 명의 선수가 결정이 됐습니다.
All right, that was our two finalists here in the Ocean region. Moving on to the World Championships. Once again, thank you and congratulations to our players here that qualified for the World Championships here in the Ocean region preliminaries.
And thank you so much, Trevor, for translating that interview for all of
Thank you,
us.
thank you,
We appreciate
thank
you
you,
greatly.
thank
You did
you,
an
thank
excellent
you,
job.
thank
And man, what a day of Cookie Run. This has been
Intense.
so much fun. And also for the champion to be like, you know what? I was studying. Sikduk is really cool. I want to play him.
Yeah.
I love the energy.
Yeah,
I
you
love the
got your
confidence
chance.
going into October. This is going to be fun. The comeback kid, down 0-2. So many, honestly, mistakes. So many collisions. So many up and down moments. But at the very end, he wins. And he was saying in the interview, you know what? Like, I didn't know how I was winning because
No.
it felt like I kept making mistakes. I don't know how I got here. And I was thinking back and I was like, yeah, you're right. How did you get here, dude?
Yeah. It's the space donut. You got to remember that. You got to remember that. You got to bring that to every match you play. Well, that wraps it up today here for the Ocean Region Preliminaries. But don't forget, we still have one more region to go. Glacier Region Preliminaries will be happening tomorrow at the same time. So, ladies and gentlemen, cookie runners all around the world, we hope to see you there. And today, we will be wrapping up the show and sending our two players to the World Championships. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Cookie run oven break.